are going to call this meeting back to order. It is 8:02 on October 15th, 2020. It is Thursday. This is a continuation of our regular scheduled business meeting that we had scheduled for Tuesday, October 13th. And at this moment, we are still in the middle of our citizen input portion of our agenda. We began our meeting at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, and we did end approximately at 11:55, continuing the citizen input. We did make it through our citizen input for the individuals that had come in person to give their input on our agenda items, and now what we are in the middle of are reading our citizen input that were emailed to us. We had approximately 260 emails that were emailed to us in regards to the items on the agenda, and we had approximately 40 individuals that were here in person. So out of respect of everyone that has emailed us, we will continue to listen to the input that they have on these items. All board members have been emailed. We were to receive those emails by 12 noon on Tuesday. All board members have had those emails, and we've had the opportunity to go through them and read them. But what this is a time for our citizens in our community to express themselves and also be heard and give them a voice, so that not only do we see those emails, but it's an opportunity for the public to also see what we're seeing and hearing, and how we base our decisions off what we receive. So at this time, what we have set up is we still have approximately 3 hours of calculated 3 hours of citizen input that needs to be read by our public information staff. And they have re-recorded some of these ahead of time. So we have 2 hours of recording of reading, and then we have approximately 1 hour that came in later after you were recorded, but before the 12 o'clock cutoff. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive into our citizen input, and once we get through our citizen input, we will jump into our discussion of our first action item. I do want to say that we will have Mrs. Rosario is joining us on Teams this morning, and then Dr. Schiff will be joining us on Teams. Okay. So Dr. Schiff will sign into Teams and okay. So we were recessed and now we are back, and I'm going to turn it over to, is there anything you want to say, Dr. Moore, before we jump into public input? No? Okay. All right, Kristen, we're ready.
Heather Rings. To whom it may concern, after sitting through your last meeting, I am incredibly discouraged by the board's behavior. Certain members seem to refuse basic science as well as human decency. To actively undermine Dr. Moore's presentation, which was science and fact-based, is disheartening at best. Ms. Zork, who admitted she couldn't pay attention without pictures and slides, was an embarrassment to this community. We should be encouraging all recommendations, including masks, social distancing when possible, frequently washing hands, as well as increased cleaning, disinfecting. We should also be fully cooperating with the health department. To imply hindering contact tracing is just irresponsible and frankly ludicrous. As pillars of education in this community, I urge you to be on the right side of history. This new normal isn't pleasant, but to survive as well as thrive through it, we need to protect our students, staff, and families at home. It truly does take a village. I also believe strongly in keeping the transitional and virtual models. I understand that it's not ideal for all, but personally, I have one daughter who is absolutely thriving and able to take even more classes towards her educational goals because of the model currently being used. Keeping these as options helps reduce the amount of kids in the physical classes and significantly increases the possibility of social distancing. This also helps ensure space for kids who need to be in the classroom for various reasons. Masks should not be optional. Politics do not belong in our classrooms, but science and empathy do. Please keep our students safe. Also, I would like to note I am a parent of 4 children and have been a resident of Indian River County for the past 15 years. Janie Handlin. Dear School Board, having watched the school board meeting last night, I am extremely disappointed. Why did you let all of those unmasked people in the building against county ordinance? There is absolutely zero chance that all of these people actually have conditions making wearing masks dangerous for their health. According to Dr. Michael Raz and attorney Doran Dorfman, authors of Mask Exemptions During the COVID-19 Pandemic, people with COPD, chronic bronchitis, and emphysema may even more reason to mask up. Those with chronic pulmonary illnesses are at a higher risk of spreading it to chronic coughs and are of course at greater risk for severe disease. The article goes on to discuss some individuals, particularly children with sensory processing disorders, may be unable to tolerate masks. Facial deformity from Robin T. Absolutely thriving emphysema for your egregious negligence for not enforcing the ordinance and hosting a super spreader event. This puts you at great risk for being liable for many positive cases, possible deaths, further spreading of COVID-19, and more. There's no possible way that I would enter that building with non-masked people. I know that most people won't either, but that doesn't mean we don't very much care about the health and safety of our children in our community. An obvious solution is to not allow anyone to attend in person without a mask and to enforce social distancing. The obvious solution is to offer attendance via Zoom or other virtual meeting applications. That way, everyone can express. We are, in case you've forgotten, in a pandemic. Note I didn't write that we are in the middle of a pandemic because we don't know if it's still the beginning. We don't know. Please do the right thing with this issue. You know that you aren't going to please everyone, but you can do a better job of protecting our kids, our community, and yourselves by not allowing congregations of anti-masked, anti-social distancing to gather in your building. The children other than those with sensory disorders, deformities, and other rare case special needs follow instructions to wear masks and raise their hand to ask a question. Get in single file lines, etc. This has become a political issue for some reason, and our babies are getting thrown out with the bathwater, so to say. Consult your attorneys. Buckle your bootstraps. Enforce the mask ordinance. Continue making masks mandatory in schools until COVID-19 is eradicated. Those who don't want to comply have an option for distance learning. I sincerely hope that none of you have contracted the virus from your prolonged exposure, and I'm certain that some are concerned about your health. Let's hope that you got a pass last night, so please don't repeat the same mistake. Thank you for reading my message. If I can be of any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me. From Terry Bowen. Keep masks mandatory. COVID is not over yet. Masks have allowed our schools to open and stay open because our infection rate is being kept at bay. It is a very small change that students in my orbit do not mind. We are able to continue instruction with very little change. Listen to science. Terry Bowen, grade 3 teacher. From Pam McKenzie. As an employee of Indian River Schools, I strongly support the mask mandate for students and staff for the entire school district. Despite what some politicians say, science and medicine say masks do make a difference in stopping the spread of this horrible virus. Some may not be seriously affected by coronavirus, but they could unknowingly pass it along to someone who might not be so fortunate. Every life matters. It's not unconstitutional, and really, it's not too much to ask everyone to care about one another. Please keep the mandate in place and ensure it is being enforced in schools. Pam McKenzie. Leah Marth. This is crazy. Of course, keep the mask mandate. It's what the CDC and the medical community is recommending as the only current strategy to minimize the virus spread. Does the superintendent in school now think they know more than epidemiologists? Use your smarts. Are you prepared for the backlash of this change if a teacher or student suffers from the possible effects on the coronavirus? Do you have a fleet of subs ready to take over if teachers miss several weeks of school due to illness? Are you ready for an exit of students and teachers if this gets pushed through? Get a backbone. You are the leaders of this school and not the vocal group of parents who want to disregard everyone's health. Elizabeth Hoag. Please continue to make masks mandatory where social distancing is possible. It's important to keep people safe during the winter months. Keep the masks. Gerard Bowman. Hello. I will try to make this brief. I'm a retired educator from New Jersey with 30 years of service to the Bridgeton, New Jersey public schools. Having dedicated my life to education and the children who are our future, I'm very concerned about their health and safety. After retiring in 2001, my wife and I moved permanently to Indian River County. I am writing to urge all members of the school board to seriously consider the safety of the children under your care. This is a very dangerous pandemic with deadly consequences for those who may catch COVID-19. Please listen to the healthcare specialists who have told us about the importance of wearing a mask. Please consider this. The mandatory wearing of masks is only temporary until a safe vaccine is found. Yes, it is temporary. However, death is forever. Please do the right thing and vote for a mandatory mask mandate for everyone. Donna Graham. Masks still need to be mandated. Think about, masks are mandated everywhere else. Why not school where children are packed in a room all day with each other? There is really no way to stay 6 feet apart. I teach kindergarten and even these young children are dealing with it just fine. And one student in my class tested positive for COVID and we had to go into quarantine, but no one else got it. Why? Because we are doing our best to clean and social distance as much as we can and wear masks. I'm sure the outcome would have been much different if we were not doing all the above. Please do not risk lives. Teachers and students need to be protected. If the masks are not demanded, plan for a major teacher walkout. Teachers are already mistreated and even abused with outlandish expectations, working 12-hour days to keep up. Don't throw us into a pit of disease on top of it. Just a little bit of respect, empathy, and consideration, please. Kim Hawkins. Yes, we need masks to be safe. Carissa Jenkins. Voting for masks to be optional in our schools is irresponsible. We must keep the current mask policy in place to protect our students, families, and community. This is a better safe than sorry situation. Just today, October 7th, the community was notified of 53 more students to be quarantined. This is with the current mask policy in place. It is also before our transitional and virtual students return to the brick and mortar option. The rates of infection and numbers of individuals that will need to quarantine will drastically increase if the mask policy is changed. Also, the risk of children potentially transferring the virus and infecting their most vulnerable family members will skyrocket. Is the school district prepared to provide the social and emotional support to those children and families that lose a loved one because of a careless decision to make masks optional? Parents and teachers chose options based on the mask policy and safety protocols promised by the school district. Is the school board considering our educators and the teachers union agreement? How many teachers have retired early or left the teaching profession this year already due to COVID concerns? More highly qualified educators will likely leave if their safety is not considered. Our current data shows a total of 22 schools in Indian River County with cases with our current mask policy and safety protocols. Those numbers would be much higher if students were not required to wear masks. Making masks optional in our schools is irresponsible and careless. Do not compromise our community's health and safety. Keep masks in our schools. Kate Russell. Masks are still needed in schools. Just today, 53 more students have to be quarantined. This is with your current mask mandate when social distancing isn't possible. It just isn't safe to not have students masked. Don't make our children suffer when they are diagnosed with COVID. Keep the masks on. Jennifer Chester. Masks must be worn. 33 states are going up. Absolutely wear a mask. This is a no-brainer. I cannot believe this is even up for discussion. Jennifer Chester. Kimberly Boots. School District of Indian River County. You are putting the lives of our beloved educators, children, and staff at risk if you make mask wearing not mandatory. COVID-19 is a disease that is airborne and highly contagious. Wearing masks and social distancing are two of the best practices to help mitigate this risk. failure by the district to do their best to protect their teachers and students is wrong. I'd be happy to further discuss any questions you have about this topic. Tyler Boots. To the Indian River County School Board. You've likely heard from a very vocal minority to remove mask wearing in our schools. You have probably heard from well-intentioned yet horribly misinformed parents about how masks are restricting airflow to the brain, causing children to breathe in their own germs, or some other nonsensical, non-scientific garbage making the rounds in Facebook mom groups. Please don't give in to these people. They are loud and they will make it seem like everyone in the community feels this way, but let me be clear, we don't. I have 2 family members in the school district, one of which is at higher risk, and they tell me firsthand how the kids don't mind wearing masks. This is just loud parents. Masks have been shown around the world to help reduce the spread of COVID-19. Why wouldn't you do the easiest, simplest thing you could to reduce exposure? There are a number of teachers in our school district that COVID could be a death sentence to. Do you all not care about them? Masks are such a minor inconvenience that provide an enormous benefit. You all have a duty to our children, our teachers, and our greater community to do your part in keeping Indian River County safer. My wife and kids have been doing our share to minimize the spread in this community since February. Please keep our schools doing their share too. Sophie Wood. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to voice my concerns as a parent of a child attending bricks and mortar instruction about the recent proposal to relax the students wearing masks in school. We have worked hard to encourage masks to be worn, and it has become a requirement as we go about our daily lives. Each week, I receive notifications announcing positive COVID-19 cases at one of the district schools. This is with the current safety protocols in place and before we have our virtual and transitional students return. I am requesting the safety protocols, including the current wearing of masks policy, to be left as it stands, at least for the next semester. Please help to protect our students, teachers, families, and the community. Wendy. I wanted to send in my opinion on the mask mandate being lifted. I do not think it should be. In the last week, I have been notified of 4 families I know, none have students, but 1 member in each family has been confirmed positive for COVID, and the whole family is under quarantine. That's just 1 week. One person is 49 and healthy, but is on his 15th day of COVID. He has been to the hospital once and still is not any better. We really do not know how this virus will affect each individual. My concern is that if the mask mandate is lifted, how many students will bring home COVID to their families? I know that the symptoms are minor for students, but what about the family members they could bring it to? Thank you. From Kelly Farnham. Good morning, School Board of Indian River County. As our elected officials who serve to ensure the community's will, I feel very strongly that you vote to continue the current mandatory usage of masks in public schools. This is the clear wish of our community, as the recent survey of parents and teachers showed. As you are obviously aware, 58% of the parents voted that they would not be comfortable with optional masks. Even more resoundingly, 71% of our teachers voted the same. It is clear that your duty is to vote to reflect the will of the people who elected you to the seats you hold. Aside from the duty and moral responsibility you bear to represent your constituents' voices, it is in the best interest of the students and teachers to continue our current mask policies. The measures the district have put in place have in large part been successful. That is not a justification to stop what we are doing. If anything, it is definitive proof that we must continue to do the same thing. Compare the mask to a seatbelt. You would never say that you no longer need to wear a seatbelt simply because you survived the last crash you were in while you were wearing one. You would continue to wear one because it was proven to work. We cannot expect our teachers to work in potentially unsafe conditions. What happens when a teacher declares the school to be a hazardous working environment? What happens when a teacher contacts OSHA due to the conditions they are suddenly being forced to work in? Does the school district really want to fight that battle when almost 3/4 of our teachers would agree? Furthermore, the majority of parents are unaware that this is even up for debate and are making their selections with the assumption that the current procedures will remain in place. How do you plan to handle the outcry when they find out that you are reversing your own policy after they make their decisions? How will that work logistically when thousands of families demand to change their minds after you change the scenario, including even current option 1 parents? If the school board makes this decision, it puts all liability for any future occurrences on your shoulders. Are you legally and morally willing to accept that risk? If the worst case scenario played out and a student or teacher contracted the virus and died from it, Would you still be comfortable with your vote? As to the argument many will make that fine, your kid can wear one, but mine shouldn't have to, we know that the masks are most effective when everyone wears one. If my child wears one, she is protecting those around her in case she is carrying the virus. However, she is no longer protected from the kid next to her, who could be positive and isn't wearing a mask. That child could be asymptomatic and could spread the virus rapidly. We have all seen the heartbreaking stories of the people who do not survive, and no, they are not always elderly or compromised. Why would we even consider increasing the risk of that happening to any of our precious local children? We can all agree that our children desperately need to be in school. The best chance of long-term success in keeping them there is to continue the use of masks. The risk is currently manageable. If we significantly increase it, the obvious outcome will be more and more students and teachers forced out of schools, if not shutdowns. Why consider making a change? 3 minutes. From Peggy Lyon. Dearest Chair, Vice Chair, and board members, I am writing to urge a vote by the Indian River County School Board to retain, support, and enforce the school mask policy that was carefully researched, recommended, and implemented system-wide by District Superintendent Dr. Moore. If this plan does not prove adequate to keep our students, teachers, staff, and administrators safe, I would urge the implementation of a more wide-sweeping policy to include the mandatory use of masks while on school property. This is no time to back away from, dilute, or downplay CDC safety measures. Our president and many of those he has come into contact with have contracted the virus. If those who are most protective can become ill, how much more so should our students, teachers, and support staff? The school district cannot afford to take this risk with the health of those in their employ and under their care, nor can the school district risk a possible community spread with a novel coronavirus about which doctors and scientists are still analyzing and learning. Per the CDC, a mask remains the best protection against the virus until a widespread vaccine is in place and protects the largest amount of human life at the least cost. Thank you for your kind attention to this important community health matter and continued good governance under Dr. Moore. From Debbie Kirkman. The following is a letter stating my feelings about the SDIRC mask-wearing requirement that I wish to have read at the October 13, 2020 school board meeting. Good evening. My name is Debbie Kirkman, and I represent the 1,700-member group Mask-Wearing Establishments, Indian River County. I am a concerned 64-year-old grandmother who has adopted her 8-year-old grandson, a student at Liberty Magnet School. Because of my age and some underlying conditions, I am in the high-risk category should I become infected with COVID-19. The decision to send my grandson back to the brick-and-mortar environment was not easy. I knew the risks involved, but my child really struggles with virtual learning and really benefits from the extra support programs offered in the brick-and-mortar environment. After reviewing the SDIRC safety plan for returning to school, I felt confident that Dr. Moore and the school board were doing everything in their power to ensure that the health and safety of our children, teachers, and support staff would be their top priority. As we are all aware, COVID-19 is not a hoax. As I write this email, more than 213,000 people have died, and we have more than 7.5 million cases in our country, with another 200,000 deaths expected by the end of December. This is not the seasonal flu. COVID-19 is a global pandemic that is far from being under control. Since distribution of a vaccine is probably months away, the CDC and top experts advise that wearing masks and social distancing are our best defense against the virus. This advice was reinforced by the recent events at the White House, where masks were not worn and social distancing was not followed, resulting in the rapid spread of COVID-19 to many of those in attendance, including President Trump. Not one of us does not want life to return to normal, but the normalcy we seek is not possible unless we are all willing to work together to take the safety precautions necessary to get this virus under control. Watching the last school board meeting was an eye-opener. I was shocked to hear so many school board members and members of the community arguing that mask requirements are an infringement of the rights of our children and their families. None of us likes wearing masks, but even my 8-year-old realizes that protecting the lives of those around him far outweighs the discomfort of wearing a mask. I often hear the term "best by kids" being used. We need to think about what is best for everyone in the school environment. Our teachers and support staff have gone above and beyond what they signed up for. They risk exposing themselves and their families every time they enter the school building to teach and support the needs of our children. We owe it to them to keep their work environment as safe as possible. I fear that if masks are made optional, we are putting lives in jeopardy, and many of our fine teachers and staff may decide that their jobs are just not worth the risk. Now is not the time to relax the safety plan by making mask wearing optional. We are living in unprecedented times. Never did I imagine sending children to school where keeping them safe would involve participation in active shooter drills or wearing masks to prevent the spread of a deadly virus. But this is the reality we are living. It's 3 minutes. From Jennifer Oseroff. To Dr. Moore and members of the school board, my name is Jennifer Oseroff, and I'm a school psychologist currently working in our school district. I'm writing to ask the board to consider keeping the mask mandate in place. I understand that this has become a divisive and controversial issue, and each person has their own perspective based on their individual circumstances. This pandemic has not been easy on anyone. Over the summer, as information was being communicated about how we would open schools in the fall, Dr. Moore continuously promised that the safety of students and staff would always be the priority. As we are moving to welcome more students back on our campuses, I do not believe this is the appropriate time to make masks optional. The educators and staff in our district have worked tirelessly to make sure that all students are getting their educational needs met and on their preferred platform. Has this been perfect? No. But I have seen our teachers and staff become more creative and flexible than ever before. I believe if we allow masks to be optional at this point, we would be doing a disservice to all of the hard work that our educators and staff have done to make school safe for everyone. Please consider leaving the mask mandate as is until more students have returned to campuses and we have more information to make a truly educated decision regarding mask wearing. From Aaron Porter. Hi, my name is Erin Porter, and I'm writing at the urging of my friend. My daughter goes to North County Charter School where masks are not required for students. We have not had a coronavirus outbreak and have been in school since August 24th. Wanted to put that fact out there for your consideration. From Elizabeth Meeks. After watching the almost 6-hour school board meeting, I heard Mrs. Justice state that she was going to bring up a vote to make masks optional at the next meeting. The fact that this is not on the agenda for next week's meeting and isn't being publicly advertised is sneaky and irresponsible. The school district is asking parents that have kept their kids at home to send their kids back right as someone is trying to sneak in a vote about making masks optional. That is insane. This should not even be thought about until the new kids are brought back and we see the impacts on social distancing. Instead, the plan should be what others on the board were talking about, coming up with a plan to phase out the masks instead of just instantly making them optional. While I do agree that we need to get kids out of masks, doing it immediately, just as more students are returning, is extremely irresponsible. And the way that a vote may be snuck into the meeting without being publicly acknowledged is just downright sneaky and seems obvious that it is trying to be covered up. As I stated on the Facebook page, I understand that your meetings are advertised on the website and in the newspaper, but I am a working parent and I don't have time to check your website every day to check for meetings and agendas, and we have not received the newspaper in over 10 years. It would be nice, especially in these times, the meeting times and agendas were posted on the social media pages. If you truly value all parent input, this is something that should be done immediately. From Tom Chester. Good afternoon. It has come to my attention that there is a policy debate about whether or not to have students wear masks. How is this even a discussion? This is elementary science here, folks. The CDC recommends, even for minimal risk, healthy individuals, students, teachers, and staff follow all steps to protect themselves and others at all times, including proper use of face masks, social distancing, hand hygiene. I cannot comprehend why this is a point of contention. Is this infringing on someone's rights somehow? I think not. It should not be a choice if you want to keep your teachers, support staff, and students healthy. Shoes, shirts, and pants are required to participate in school. And until we have a vaccine and/or a cure to this current virus, masks should be mandatory as well. Kelly McBride. Thank you for taking the time to read my email. I'm a proud parent of 2 young boys in this school district as well as an RN. I have taken care of COVID patients and have been blessed to not catch this virus myself. I absolutely agree with wearing a mask when you are caring for a COVID-positive patient. However, per CDC protocol, a cloth mask or surgical mask is not able to prevent the transmission of COVID. The only masks that are approved are N95 and respirators. In fact, when I am at work caring for COVID patients, or even a rule-out patient, I am required to wear an N95 mask, goggles, face shield, gown, and gloves. If our local hospital requires medical staff to wear N95, goggles, face shield, gown, and gloves to prevent catching COVID, why does the school district of Indian River County and or the local health department think a cloth face mask is sufficient for our children in school? Why is it more important to protect the adults in our hospital with all of the above PPE, but a simple cotton face mask is sufficient for our kids? The health department has expressed the need to keep our children in the cloth masks for their protection, but it clearly states on the CDC website that cloth masks do not prevent COVID-19 transmission. How are we going to fix this? If the school district cannot provide our children with proper fitted N95 masks or respirators, which are proven to prevent transmission, then you should not advocate for false sense of safety with a cloth mask, which provides zero protection against an airborne virus. The health department and school district need to either get our kids adequate PPE or unmask them completely. To force children to wear a cloth covering over their face should only be done if it actually works. Cloth masks do not work. Hospital staff members are not allowed to even wear cloth masks in the hospital because of their lack of protection. If you can't protect our kids by providing adequate protection against COVID-19, then you should stop requiring them to wear a false sense of security cloth mask. From Ace McLean. Hello, I'm a student who is currently attending Sebastian Over High School in the 9th grade. I have been taking courses through Option 3 Transitional, and was planning on returning in the coming weeks, as I personally believe I perform better in a brick-and-mortar environment, and that I thought the regulations set in place were adequate. However, it has come to my attention that the district is currently discussing the topic of continuation of making masks mandatory, which I believe should not be controversial at all. We are in the middle of a global pandemic, and to begin downsizing our regulations would be incredibly irresponsible and would create a negative light on the district. Also, the masks are oftentimes the only precaution that the students in a brick-and-mortar environment can take, as the classrooms do not usually allow for social distancing, and the teachers cannot accommodate room for students' desks. I understand that wearing masks may become inconvenient and feel more like a chore, but as a community, we have to adopt altruistic values and wear these masks to keep vulnerable students safe to the best of our abilities. This irresponsible choice to terminate mandatory masks will lead nowhere except for negative circumstances. All I ask is to please review your choices and see which one is the best step the district can take to not add on to the total cases in our county, state, and country. Thank you for reading. From John Broxma. It is my understanding that there will be a vote on the 13th of October to potentially make masks optional. I believe this goes against all medical advice, and as cases of COVID-19 continue to climb, please consider the health and safety of students and teachers and keep masks mandatory. Thank you for your consideration. Cindy Gibbs. To whom it may concern, students simply must be made to wear masks to keep all who are at the brick-and-mortar schools safe. As students who did the transitional model for the first quarter are returning, all people at school must be wearing masks to help to assimilate them amongst the students who have already been in school. Teachers and staff deserve to work at a safe environment. There is scientific evidence that masking and frequent hand washing is instrumental in slowing the spread of COVID-19, and it makes sense to follow these guidelines. Please do not put our community at further risk by allowing masks to be optional. Kelly Brown. Dear board members, I'm writing to offer my support for the mask mandate in Indian River County schools. We are all in unprecedented times with a great deal of uncertainty. While we cannot control the pandemic, we can manage our response to it. I firmly believe that the COVID cases in our schools will explode if you lift the mask mandate. While children do not face the most dire outlook if they do contract COVID, another important study must be considered. A recent study of nearly 65,000 people in South Korea showed that children aged 10 and above contract and transmit the virus similarly to adults. Not only should we consider the health of our students, but the health of our teachers and staff. As adults, they incur greater risk, and being on the front lines of a pandemic was certainly not in the job description. Please give them the proper safeguards so that they can protect themselves and their families, as well as continue to teach. While those who oppose masks often cite fear as the motivating factor in mask wearing, I believe that teaching our children to comply with the simple task of wearing a mask demonstrates resilience, patience, and the importance of protecting the least among us. Florida is already has some of the highest positivity rates in the nation. Please keep our school mask mandate to prevent those numbers from skyrocketing even further. From Deborah Turner Bunnell. This is a plea to the school board members. I'm asking that you all consider the safety of our school children and require masks to be worn by students and teachers. If we all wear masks and come out on the other side of this pandemic only to learn they did not work, no harm done. But if we don't wear masks and find out science proves we could have saved lives by doing so, we can't go back. I have grandchildren in school here. They wear their mask as they would wear a hat. No complaining. It is the adults who are whining. There have been excessive pushback over such a small inconvenience. Doctors have been doing it for years. Please continue to enforce the mask requirement. From Susan Golden. Masks work. Everyone should wear them. Please note that by wearing them, we can keep the spread down of COVID and the flu. We are all impacted by this decision. We need to keep our virtual models open to students throughout this pandemic, please. We need to ensure politics are not in the classrooms, but science and human empathy are. From Shay Watson. As parents of 2 Indian River School elementary students, we want the school district to keep in compliance with the scientific community. If the research in science continues to support face masks as a deterrent to getting COVID, we should continue to keep our kids and teachers and staff safe and healthy. Schools and classrooms are by design crowded, closed spaces with frequent touch points. We cannot expect kids to remain socially distanced. Unless you can guarantee 6-foot distancing, masks are the next layer of protection. Additionally, making masks optional will cause confusion for many children and could cause peer pressure type issues. I don't feel it's in the kids' best interest to be teased or even bullied for keeping a mask on if they want or need to do so. I am in support of mask relaxation areas and times for all students. I also am in support of as many outdoor classes and opportunities throughout the school day as possible. The fresh air and sunshine seem to be the best options. Here are the CDC guidelines that support our families' positions. The fall and winter season are expected to see increases in the positive COVID cases, as well as flu and other seasonal illnesses. Loosening rules at this time is premature. I don't believe this should be a popularity contest, nor a situation where the loudest arguers win. I also felt that the school board is within their authority to make different rules for the elementary, middle school, and high schools. Please keep our children, teachers, and staff safe during these unprecedented times. Being overly cautious is preferable to removing these protections and potentially causing more illnesses and other unintended consequences. Please remain on the side of safety and health. From Penny Phillips. It pains me to have to tell you that our children should not be put at risk for your politics. The fact that you are debating this issue is proof that you should not be in charge of our schools. Masks must be mandatory. From Maggie Monk. Masks work. Masks should not be optional. Staff, students, as well as our community as a whole are impacted by this decision. We need to keep our virtual models open to students throughout this pandemic. We need to ensure politics are not in the classrooms, but science and human empathy are. From Jorlina Williams. I vote yes to optional masking in schools. From Darlene Dollins. I ask you to vote in favor of optional masking for students in our schools. I have several grandchildren in this school system and have asked them how they feel about it. One in particular has been battling shortness of breath, and that then leads to panic attacks. She is spending lots of time in the bathroom so she can hide in a stall and take the mask off. Such a shame to put her and others through such stress. Thank you for your consideration. From Maggie Courier. Let's follow CDC guidelines which still recommend masks and social distancing, even in phase 3. Masks should not be optional. How ridiculous and reckless. For everyone's safety, make masks mandatory. Let's keep science in the classroom and politics out of it. From Brenda Carley. My name is Brenda Carley, and I'm the parent of a student in brick and mortar at SRHS. I'd like to share my simple and common sense view on masks. With the anticipated addition of the students from transitional classes being brought back to brick and mortar, I think it is wise to continue with the mask mandate on school property at this time. There is a good reason to begin moving forward, and it is wise to take it one step at a time. Bring the students back. Then in another 4 to 6, 6 to 8 weeks, or any predetermined time, then consider voting on removing masks after we see how things go. The students that are currently in brick and mortar are accustomed to wearing a mask. The incoming students will adjust, just as the others did in late August. Personally, I dislike wearing a mask, and I only wear one when necessary. And even then, I do not like it one bit. However, there is a smart way of doing things. Increasing the number of students on campus while simultaneously discontinuing masks does not seem like the common sense way to move forward at this time. I am looking forward to seeing the mask mandates go away. Yes, yes, yes. Please do it in a wise, thought-through manner, though. From Kristen Knight. Hello. I'm a middle school teacher here in Indian River County. It was promised before we came back to school that certain measures were going to be in place to remain safe in the classroom. Why are we now trying to go back on that promise? Many of us, both teachers and parents, made our choice to return based on that promise. Now, because some people think they know best, it changes everything. That's wrong. The squeaky wheel should not always get their way. The teachers in this county work hard for our students, and our voices deserve to be heard. The first 9 weeks of school are over, and we will be having more students coming back to the classroom, and now we want to make masks optional. It doesn't make sense. I thought our country wanted to protect our students and teachers to the fullest. Safety first, right? Making masks optional does not protect us or keep us safe. Why do some people think that they know more than the experts? Every evidence points to wearing masks will keep everyone safe. According to the research from the Health Department and WHO. Studies from around the world show face masks are very effective to reduce the spread of COVID-19. To be the most effective, all children, teachers, and employees at a school need to wear face masks. The virus that causes COVID-19 is spread through droplets that we expel when we breathe, talk, laugh, sing, cough, or sneeze. We want our students to follow directions and do what is right, but adults are the ones that can't. Why are we the only school district that is facing this challenge? We are now in flu season, plus the pandemic is not over, even though many are acting like it is. Add that to more kids coming back to school, and you think making masks optional is a good idea? It is wrong. I have one class at this point that my students can socially distance appropriately without a mask. I'm sure this will change soon. We as teachers have given up our planning and more, but it is for the love of the job. Now you want to take my safety away. I have an elderly parent and in-laws with health problems that I only see from a distance as it is. It would be amazing if you can be empathetic to others instead of thinking you know better than everyone. Lisa Graham. As a teacher in the school district of Indian River County, I cannot fathom why this topic is even being considered. To even think it's okay to expose staff and other students to a virus that we know so little about is upsetting and shows little value the board has for the teachers and staff. You cannot walk into any government or private business without a face covering. How irresponsible to even consider not wearing a face covering in a school setting. Considering the current state of this virus, who would want to be in an enclosed room with people sneezing, coughing, or just talking without a face covering? Not me. It is a serious health risk that teachers, staff, and other students should not have to think about at school. From Tony. My children attend Storm Grove and Vero Beach High, and I would like to express how strongly I feel that masks should still be mandatory, not optional. If they are optional, children will not wear them and the virus will spread exponentially through the enclosed classrooms in school. As a teacher myself in a private school in our area, we need to keep our children safe as well as our teachers. Please send out a survey to the parents, as it seems this will be voted on during the October 13th meeting, and parents should have a chance to voice their concerns on this matter. Thank you. From Amy Cristofori. Hello. Please do not make masks optional for staff students. As a parent of a child in a brick and mortar, I believe that the requirement of masks when social distancing is not possible has been a huge factor and no reported cases in our school, to my knowledge. As a parent that has to work, we cannot further risk the possibility of having to go virtual learning if cases start to rise. Plus, why put the teachers and staff at risk? If it's not broken, don't fix it. If there are parents that don't want to have their kids wear masks, then they should keep them home where they don't have to. Thank you for your consideration. From Stephen Bates. I want to let my daughter go to school without a mask. It's ridiculous to make kids wear a mask for a virus that has a now 99.2% survival rate. In the masks. From Robin Teepool. Hi, I have a kindergartner in the transitional model. Rosewood is his home school. I'm very disappointed that a change in the mask policy is even being considered. The protocol you have in place is working, so why change it? The CDC set up guidelines for masks and social distancing. The American Academy of Pediatrics supports these guidelines as well. Do we actually know more than the experts? We are about to have a big influx of people return to our town. The students and their families will be further exposed to this new population. Why would we risk leaving everyone exposed until we see how numbers are when they return? I feel that having optional masks would leave the students and teachers at risk for infection. Thanks for your consideration. From Beth Broxma. Hello, I am a teacher in the Indian River School District and also a parent of a school-aged child. My husband is also an employee. It is very important to us that the current mask policy stay in place. It is nearly impossible to socially distance in high school classroom, and masks are one of the only protections we have. If this policy were to be reversed, my family would have to think long and hard about how we are schooling our son, and also our willingness to work within the district. Please protect the teachers, students, and their families by following current health guidelines. From Penelope Swift. I'm a grandmother helping to raise a 9th grader at SRHS. I absolutely believe forcing masks on my child are invasive, unconstitutional, and unnecessary. It appears to me that this 9 weeks has proven that my right to make individual decisions should be respected and that masks be optional. Thank you. From Jillian Havcost. Good evening. My name is Jillian Havcost, and my son Ezra is a 2nd grader at Osceola Magnet. We initially chose to keep Ezra home for the first 9 weeks of school due to concerns regarding the county's COVID-19 numbers, but have been considering allowing him to return to brick and mortar for the upcoming next 9 weeks. That is, until I watched this past week's school board meeting and was shocked that an end to the mask mandate was being considered. As I am sure you are aware, Indian River County continues to see new daily COVID cases of COVID-19, some of which have been attributed to students throughout the district. Current CDC guidelines for children returning to a brick and mortar setting still include the recommendation for social distancing and wearing masks when a distance of 6 feet cannot be maintained. Updates to the CDC's COVID-19 research also recognizes that COVID-19 can likely be spread through the air, can travel distances greater than 6 feet, and can survive on surfaces and within the air for much longer than previously thought. All of these changes were added after SDIRC was back in session. I don't understand how or why you would feel that now is the appropriate time to roll back basic safety measures, as you have additional children, and thus their germs, being reintroduced to the school environment. What was the point of having a roundtable with area doctors and getting recommendations for reopening safely if you're going to kowtow the parents whose feelings are backed by a sense of entitlement rather than science? This is unconscionable, especially for a district and board who are consistently toting a best by students approach. Putting children at risk to please a few parents and outgoing board members is not the way to do this. I am unable to attend the upcoming meeting in person, but wanted to share my thoughts on the matter. Thank you. From Joseph Presti. To the esteemed members of the board, it is my understanding that there will be a vote to decide whether or not masks should be mandatory or optional for students and or staff. I do not envy your position being tasked with making this decision. I fully understand that people are tired of masks and getting students, and in some case staff, to comply with a mask mandate that would be a logistical nightmare. I would, however, like to suggest a third option. Delay the decision until 1 month after students return to full attendance. If masks are optional and students return simultaneously, there will be no way to determine which act caused an outbreak should one actually occur. Let's face it, if things go south in a big way, right or wrong, you will be faulted. As a scientist, I would want to know which variable caused the biggest problem, full attendance or optional masks. By delaying the optional masks for a month, you will have more data to guide your decision. I also understand that this will appear to some as kicking the can down the road. Unfortunately, generating reliable data isn't always conveniently fast. Thank you for your consideration. From Dawn Bennett Campbell. Dear board members, I am writing as both a parent and educator here in Indian River County. I am very disheartened to see two of the board members, Zork and Justice, using their elected positions to either fuel their own political aspirations or push their personal agendas regarding the use of masks. As board members, you are to be impartial and work for the good of all students, and not just your own. Suggesting that students return to school without masks is both irresponsible and unsafe. By doing so, you are placing many students and staff in harm's way, and for some, the consequences may be dire. It is true research science can be found on both sides of the controversy, which can be said with any topic that one may choose. The issue here is that many parents do not monitor the health of their children and send them to school sick. If that were not the case, we would never have the lice outbreaks, flu outbreaks, stomach viruses, etc., running rampant throughout our schools on a yearly basis. The difference this time is that lives are being lost, and for others, lifelong complications can resonate. I've heard many families talk about teachers being essential workers. If this is the case, are we treated as such? Is the pay being provided commiserate to the job you are asking to be done? Are the teachers being provided the respect, authority in the classroom as the experts? The answer is no. Teachers only became essential workers in August to meet a political agenda for which I am not a pawn. Many of the teachers I know work countless hours over their scheduled time, spend hundreds of their own dollars all to ensure that students are safe and that they have the tools they need to be academically and emotionally successful, contrary to the chaos outside the classroom. So to witness board members bash the work that they have done is absurd. It is my hope that when you vote, it is to require masks to remain mandatory. As elected officials, your job is to not appease the few, but to meet the needs of the many, something that has been absent for far too long in this county. Change is needed, and the time to act is now. From Emily Olson. Dear school board members, hello, my name is Emily Rose Olson. I'm a senior at Vero Beach High School. I have been a part of the Indian River School District since I was in kindergarten and have two teachers as parents. Being in a household with two teachers and a high schooler, my family's exposure to the community is very high. The only reason that I have felt remotely safe attending school and having my parents attend school is because of the mask requirement that has been put in place. According to the CDC, the usage of masks are the current most preventative measure we can take to reduce the spread of the COVID-19 virus. As an active member of my community, I have spoken to countless well-educated adults and students that are involved in the school district that do not feel safe if this mandate were to be revoked. As a student involved in the arts department, I'm required to wear a mask when I sing for 100-minute periods and when I dance for 2.5-hour-long ballet classes. And I am still able to breathe clearly and efficiently. The use of a cloth covering over one's mouth and nose is the most minor inconvenience for one to encounter, especially if it allows us to continue participating in events. If one has a pre-existing condition that makes it more difficult for them to breathe under a mask, I strongly urge them to stay in the comfort of their own home, as being exposed to others is most likely dangerous for their health. I appreciate your time, and I hope you make the decision that puts the needs of your faculty and students first. Thank you. From Gokhan Pakalin. To whom it may concern, I am a father of two. My older son is a kindergartner in one of the schools in Indian River County. I want you to consider masks as a biological weapon. Once mask moistures from the breath 15 to 20 minutes after child put it on, children are breathing their own bacteria, which is absolutely dangerous for human health. Masks do not protect from the viruses, but they make huge impact on our children's physical and psychological health. For consideration, side effects of the prolonged masks using: hypoxia. Lack of oxygen is extremely bad for children as it damages brain development. 2, headaches. 3, dental problems. 4, bacterial pneumonia. 5, dizziness. 6, lack of attention. 7, depression. These are the most common side effects. If somebody want their children wearing a mask, it's their decision for sure, but you cannot enforce me to do it for my child. Enforce child to wear a mask is a child abuse. I'm sorry that we have been letting it for the 9 weeks of school. It has to be stopped immediately. I do not want to wait until presidential election to hold a hope that my child will breathe free in school. I write this letter to advocate for my child now because school districts have no authority to force children to wear a mask. From Gladys Benitez. Hello, I do not support mandatory masks in school. Children could be in danger. These dangers include increased airway resistance, accumulation of carbon dioxide, hypoxia, or inadequate oxygen supply, headaches, skin rash, acne in teenagers. Moreover, children could suffer increased anxiety because other students and teachers criticizing them for not wearing masks, and also teachers instilling fear in the hearts and minds of the children. I believe that asymptomatic, healthy students should not be obligated to use masks because they violate the right of students to make decisions about their own faces. I do not understand the irrational fears of teachers because the death rate of COVID-19 is very low and several tests are not reliable and people have false positives or false negatives. Teachers could only do online teaching if they are so afraid. They should stop watching too much CNN and other news media because they only emphasize the number of positive cases and do not tell anything about the death rate or number of hospitalizations applied to those cases they report. Anyone could manipulate numbers to release statistics of positive COVID-19 cases to instill unfounded fear in people's hearts. From Mark C. Dear members of Indian River School Board, I write to you today because my heart hurts for our healthy children who are currently attending school in Indian River County. I have 2 kids attending school in Vero Beach, one in high school and one in middle school. Both kids are healthy and busy with their after-school activities. I think it's ridiculous that band members who are practicing outside on a football field are forced to wear a mask. I think it's ridiculous for teachers with less than 10 kids in a class to force students to wear a mask. I think it's ridiculous that even when students are outside while switching classes, they are forced to wear a mask. Studies show that death rate is low for COVID-19. Those that get sick but have strong immune systems don't have complications and recover fast. My kids eat healthy and exercise every day. I don't see healthy food offered in school. For example, water is not an option. Kids only have choice of powdery milk and sugary juice as a drink option. And now on the top of that, my kids are forced to wear a mask for 7 hours while in school. I want to know why school is weakening my children's immune system. Instead of school board forcing masks on everyone, it may consider promoting healthy life choices. I feel for students and teachers with health conditions that are high risk. What I don't understand is why there are apparently so many students and teachers with health issues who are afraid to go to school without a mask. Maybe it's time to wake up for the whole nation and start taking care of our health. With only a few high-risk students, teachers, I believe the district can manage creating a safe environment for them without punishing my kids for being healthy. I really hope that school board elected officials will vote to make face covering optional for the sake of healthy kids. From Dr. Daniel Wecking. It deeply saddens me that I live in a community where the people entrusted with the care of our children would suggest operating schools without masks in the middle of a pandemic that has killed 215,000 Americans, 15,552 Floridians, and 119 people in our county. The school board has already deeply failed our community by failing to require masks at all times, as the CDC instructs. Now, I understand the board is considering doing away with masks entirely. The mere fact that you would even consider this makes me eternally skeptical of this district's ability to care for children, even after the pandemic has passed. It makes me doubt that my children will ever receive an education that I won't have to constantly check up on to make sure lunacy has not replaced reason in their instruction. Here's what the Centers for Disease Control says about the issue in big, bold letters. CDC calls on Americans to wear masks to prevent COVID-19 spread. We are not defenseless against COVID-19, said CDC Director Dr. Robert R. Redfield. Cloth face coverings are one of the most powerful weapons we have to slow and stop the spread of the virus, particularly when used universally within a community setting. All Americans have a responsibility to protect themselves, their families, and their communities. The CDC has made it clear that when outside the home, everyone should wear a mask and try to keep at least 6 feet away from people. The district has dangerously decided not to follow this instruction this year. Instead, you have decided that as long as people are 6 feet away from each other, masks are not necessary. This flies in the face of the easy instructions from the experts at the CDC. You are failing in several other ways to keep the children safe, according to the experts. You should be requiring all teachers and staff to wear masks, not face shields. The CDC says, CDC does not currently recommend use of face shields as a substitute for masks. I have seen pictures on social media of a teacher and a principal not wearing a face shield and was told by our principal this is allowed by the district. There is no scientific knowledge that face shields protect others like masks do. Instead, a face shield is primarily used for eye protection for the person wearing it. You should be having children eat lunch in the classroom or outside rather than moving them through the hallways to eat in cafeterias as the CDC directs. You should keep playground equipment closed as the CDC directs. You should implement before-school screenings as the Florida chapter of American Academy of Pediatrics directs. The Florida chapter of the AAP recommends screening for symptoms at the beginning of every school day for each student, teacher, and staff member prior to entering school facilities. They go on to advise children should not attend school if they meet these criteria. 2 or more of the following: fever at home over 100.4 or subjective fever at school, chills, muscle aches, headache, sore throat, new decrease in smell or taste, or one of the following: cough, shortness of breath. That's 3 minutes. From Micheline Elward. Dear board members, please cease your actions of violating my parental rights when it comes to my child's health. Wearing a mask is not only not necessary, but not safe for many reasons. I am tired of my child being harassed by staff for a mask that slips below her nose instead of focusing on teaching the lesson. It is harassment when that takes precedence over learning, and it is affecting her ability to focus on her schoolwork. There also seems to be more concern with teachers and numbers than the actual physical safety of the children in school. Covering their faces with a placebo only makes them vulnerable for other issues. Secondly, stop quarantining healthy children. This unjustified action affects their ability to learn because it disrupts the classroom environment and is completely unnecessary. Now we have perfectly healthy children forced out of school for a what if. They have a rig to the same public education but are being discriminated against. As far as providing us with a timeline as to when masks will come off, I consider this nothing more than a stall tactic. The district has had months to look into the phasing out of COVID-19 plans and should have known this would be temporary. You allowed parents to make decisions as to what learning module they would choose up to the first day of school, and even after school started. I now realize that some of our elected and paid members of the school district never intended it to be temporary. We have parents also pushing for making other people's children wear the masks, and they, as well as the school district, has no legal right to push this on my child. If this is a teacher issue, then maybe you should advise or mandate your teachers to quarantine on their days off, so that I am also guaranteed they do not bring a virus to school if you continue to mandate the masks on the students. Masks should be optional immediately. Let's focus on the education of our children. From Jamie Calloway. Dear school board members, I'm writing in response to hearing that there is a consideration to make mask wearing at schools optional. I'm a parent of 2 students who are currently in transitional option 3, and I'm considering sending them back to brick and mortar. At this time, it seems that schools have been successful in preventing the spread of COVID-19. Masks are likely the greatest reason why, and our best tool against spreading infection. Florida has just opened restrictions for businesses that will probably result in higher numbers of positive individuals in all communities. Loosening restrictions on masks in schools at this time could prove a dangerous choice for our schools and for our community. We do not yet know how the pandemic will continue, but it can be certain it is still present. Please prioritize safety for all with the continuance of mask mandates at school for the fall quarter. Thank you for your consideration and support. From Ashley. To whom it may concern, as parents, we were given the responsibility to choose what is right for our kids, and that responsibility is taken seriously. Decisions are weighed carefully after long thought and prayerful consideration. The decision to allow my child to participate in extracurricular activities and to attend school was not taken lightly at all. It is now time to allow parents to take back their right and responsibility of choosing what is medically right for our children. We are putting our kids' health at risk with the prolonged mask wearing and requiring to wear them in classes like band and PE. The masks need to be made optional at this point. I have medical tests that show that wearing masks is putting our kids at risk for CO2 illness unnecessarily. Please allow us as parents the right to choose what is in the best interest of our children. From Tracy Wecking. It is difficult for me to believe that this email actually has to be sent. But given the actions of the school board, I suppose it shouldn't be. Masks should be mandatory throughout school at all times. Masks are the #1 reason there hasn't been even more spread in the schools. Why on earth would you even consider making this optional? Would I love for my kids to be back in school? Of course. Will I send them back without mandatory masks at all times or a reliable vaccine? No. Masks have been proven to be the best way to prevent transmission of COVID-19. It is a very simple thing to do to protect our population. Masks at all times, no matter the distance. From Kathy Brayton. To all school board members, please vote for a mask mandate in our schools. None of us want children, or anyone for that matter, to get sick or to die. No one. With that in mind, I was very disturbed at the meeting last week and this current agenda. COVID-19 is rebounding and increasing in numbers across the United States. Many people from those states will be here to spend the winter. We can't be so short-sighted that we ignore what's happening down the road. This currently isn't the time to loosen our grip on school safety. Science shows that social distancing isn't enough. We now know that this disease is airborne, so having children in close quarters, especially without masks, is a recipe for widespread community contagion. Masks can help prevent that from happening. Please vote to keep our children safe and keep a mask mandate in Indian River schools. Thank you. From Deborah Atwell. First, do no harm, better to be safe than sorry. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. But there is no established cure or effective vaccine when dealing with the highly transmissible respiratory-borne virus COVID-19. I write now to caution all members of the IRC School Board against any consideration of current mask policy relaxation. The wearing of masks does not interfere with receiving an education, but does allow teachers and students to engage in learning with the highest degree of known safety. Let this be your only focus. Weakening the policy serves to only placate parents who may confuse health and safety with personal liberty and inferred partisan issues, none of which belong in this conversation. Making masks optional effectively removes our only means of protection and control, since full compliance is the most key factor in dealing with a pandemic virus. The only result from optional masking would be masked children being the daily target of bullying. We have witnessed this behavior from anti-mask parents, so it isn't hard to imagine what masked children would be subject to at school. Our school board sits as our elected and trusted authority. Your positions call for you to, above all, preserve the safety of children and to avoid any catering to uninformed, confused demands. This is an opportunity to demonstrate wise consensus. Our teachers are vitally important. Our children are irreplaceable. Your ability to make the correct decision will either be a casual gamble with innocent lives, leaving you vulnerable to painful regret, or it will serve to protect our children while demonstrating your ability to prove insight and leadership. May you do the right thing for the only right reason. Please make continuing to protect our children your most important priority in these challenging days ahead. Thank you for your careful consideration. Respectfully submitted, and with the appreciation of our local 1,700+ persons coalition promoting the preservation of community health through the responsible wearing of masks. From Caroline Granicher. Good morning. My name is Caroline Granicher, and I am a registered voter in Indian River County. I do not want you to remove the mask mandate in our public schools, as it will put both educators and students in increased danger during a global pandemic. Indian River County schools should be thinking about how to continue to protect our teachers and students, not discussing if it's okay to allow students to not be required to wear masks, a proven effective way to decrease the risk of spreading COVID-19. I appreciate you prioritizing the safety of our public educators and students through making sure the masks are required and continue to be required in all of our schools. From Kelly Foster. My name is Kelly Foster, and I'm a parent of a student in the Indian River School District and do not support the mandatory mask rule being imposed on students. Please vote to make the masks optional. My daughter is on the 2-day-a-week hybrid schedule. She wants to go to school, but the mandatory mask is making the experience miserable. It's harmful to her in multiple ways. Physically, she comes home with headaches literally every day she attends school in person. She gets sores behind her ears from the straps. She often feels like she's trapped and can't breathe. The skin around her mouth is peeling. Mentally, she's struggling in a couple of her classes. Some of this is due to not physically being in the class. I will say the online experience is better this year, but it's still intimidating for our children to speak up in this setting if they have a question. In class, the mask inhibits personal interaction, what the rule is designed to do, so some aren't as likely to reach out if they're struggling and falling behind. The drastic measures taken were based on fears of the unknown. Now that we're learning more, and the CDC has updated the latest numbers to show that our kids, 0 to 19 age group, have a 99.997% survival rate. And that's if they even contract the virus. It's time to reevaluate. The latest from the CDC shows that people who always wore a face mask became sick 70.6% of the time, compared to people who never wore a mask at 3.9%. Forcing people to wear a mask increases your chance of getting sick. The mask can also inhibit the ability to concentrate and learn. An article in Children's Health Defense cites studies saying, in separate studies performed by Harvard and Yale, student volunteers engaged in a game-like simulation over 3 short trials during which they breathed air containing 600, 1,000, and 2,500 ppm of carbon dioxide. The results were astounding in that there were moderate declines in decision-making performance at 1,000 ppm compared to 600 ppm. At 2,500 ppm, the drop in mental capacity was astonishingly large. Alarmingly, cloth masks raised CO2 levels to over 5,000 ppm, well above the 2,500 ppm level demonstrated to have astonishingly high cognitive impairment on students. The original plan for return to school included optional masks. I believe the most recent parent survey showed that there are many of us that supported and still do support that plan. Many of us felt betrayed by the school district when it was changed at the last minute. We're asking for the optional plan. If there are parents that prefer their kids wear a mask, then that's their right. But the school board needs to also support all parents' rights, not just a chosen few. That includes those of us that support not forcing our children to wear masks. There are many of us that believe our kids need normalcy. That doesn't include mask wearing. And we are basing our beliefs on science, contrary to what many who are pro-mandatory mask are claiming. Studies haven't shown that masks work, but they have been shown to cause headaches. It's 3 minutes. From Christine Asen. Dear school board members, my name is Christine Asen. I'm a parent of 2 kids doing transitional. My older one is in 11th grade at VBHS, and the second is 1st grade at Osceola Magnet School. We are ready to transition to brick and mortar the soonest time possible, as the option 3 distance learning is not working for them. With the seemingly chaotic debate on making masks optional or not, I feel like our kids in transitional are being put in limbo. The school board should have focused on assessing the success of students doing distance and virtual learning than spending so much time debating about masks. My kids, even my young 6-year-old, are willing to wear masks to keep them, their friends, and teachers safe while the virus is still here. They just want to go back in person school safely. Wearing masks is not for everyone. We should focus on bringing back the kids who need to be back to brick and mortar safely and successfully. Let us not put these kids in jeopardy because of politics or our personal beliefs. Sure, this mask rule can be reassessed in the future when things get better, but let our kids go back without changing the school district's mask policy and health and safety protocols, as this is what makes us comfortable sending our kids back. The survey on making masks optional or not is done. Majority of both parents and teachers have spoken that we are not comfortable making masks optional at schools when social distancing is not possible. It is disrespectful and fair to honor what the majority of the parents and teachers think. It is time that the school board must move on and focus on bringing back to the kids who wish to go back to brick and mortar safely. Now is simply not the time to make wearing a mask optional when we are trying to bring more kids to school. Let's keep our kids safe. Let's keep our teachers safe. Let's keep our families safe. For it is only feeling safe that we can achieve a conducive learning environment. Thank you. From Shannon Smith. Hello, school board members. Until we have a vaccine, we are asked to wear masks to protect not just ourselves, but our family, friends, and anyone else we come into contact with. This is not a hardship. This is not a violation of anyone's rights. It's no different than being asked to wear a shirt and shoes in the store, the same as requiring students to wear uniforms. The fact is masks saves lives and prevents illness. COVID may not just kill you, as it has over 218,000 people in the US. There are also very significant long-term effects that we are just now beginning to understand. At the last board meeting, it was mentioned how you are strongly encouraging students to return to brick and mortar. It was also mentioned that if more students return, that social distancing will be impossible, as is already the case in some classrooms. We in Florida are fortunate that our schools are open. Many states are not opening their schools until January. I feel wearing masks is a small price to pay to have our schools open. I understand that quarantining when exposed is a hardship. I do not know if any of the exposed students who have had to be quarantined have come down with COVID-19, but I would expect the number to be low since they were wearing masks. If you are going to make masks optional, then the ratio of risk changes dramatically. Those students with possible exposure should still have to quarantine. To have it both ways is extremely risky. Also, if you do choose to not quarantine, are you going to notify the families of the exposed students? They have a right to know, and you have a responsibility to notify them if they need to stay away from any high-risk family members, including ones they live with. If masks are mandatory for only exposed students who test negative, who is going to enforce it? Not just in the classroom, but in the cafeteria, specials, hallway, etc. Who is going to take responsibility of making these decisions if you take the Florida Department of Health out of the picture? They are the ones trained to handle such situations, to determine the risks of our students. Who at the district would take on this responsibility, and what is their training? My son has an autoimmune disease. As a district, you have a responsibility to protect all students. Making masks optional is going to put students with underlying conditions at an extremely high risk. I hope you, the board members, make the right decision and do the same. Not to base your decisions on politics, inconvenience, and opinions, but instead base your decisions based on science and the health of everyone in this district in mind. Thank you for your time and dedication to the students of Indian River County. From Diane Albin. I am an older citizen considered high risk for COVID-19 complications, and I have noticed more and more young people and children indoors not wearing masks. Many of them travel in family groups, 3 and 4 abreast, and it is impossible for me to stay 6 feet away from them. Scientific studies of COVID-19 infections have revealed that when 2 people wear masks and one is infected, the other has only about 17% chance of becoming infected. If only one wears a mask, the other has a 30% chance of becoming infected. If 2 people are around each other, even more than 6 feet apart, and one is infected, the chance of the other person becoming infected is almost 100% after just a few minutes. If the mask mandate is dropped at the schools, I'm concerned cases will spike, which will have a detrimental effect on the health of the community and the health of the economy. After Governor DeSantis lifted all restrictions, people became less likely to leave the home than before the restrictions were lifted, not the desired result. If the mask mandate is lifted at the Indian River County schools and cases start to spike, which is basically inevitable, I will go back to online shopping and at-home meal kit deliveries, which will hurt local businesses. From Deborah Walker. I would like to encourage the board to make masks optional for our school children and the teachers. From Marcus Bradley. Please vote to make masks optional. If you have ever painted or done dust work while wearing a mask, you still have paint dust particles under your mask. This will not stop a virus, unless you are in a positive pressure biohazard suit. The debate aside, the decision to wear a mask should be up to the student and/or parent. From Lisa Adams. Hello, I wanted to ask that you please keep masks mandatory for a while longer. Listen to the experts, the people who have studied the virus and know more than the general public. There's no way to make everyone happy, but there is a way to help keep everyone safer. Students, staff, families, the community. Please heed the advice of the CDC, the Surgeon General, the AMA, the Academy of Pediatrics, and many other accredited medical and science professionals. Keep the masks mandatory. From Sarap Zhang. I, Sarap Zhang, vote for optional masking for our school children. Our children are already going through a hard time during this pandemic, from increased depression and anxiety to suicidal thoughts and other illnesses. Making them wear a mask all day is truly insane and cruel. Please leave it up to parents to decide if their child should wear a mask or not. No medical intervention should be mandatory. I attached some great articles. Please educate yourselves and make it optional for masks in school. Thank you. The articles are Neurologist, COVID-19 masks are a crime against humanity and child abuse. Cloth masks, dangerous to your health. Masks may actually increase your coronavirus risk if worn improperly, Surgeon General warns. The average healthy person does not need to have a mask, and they shouldn't be wearing masks. Dr. Parincevich said, "There's no evidence that wearing masks on healthy people will protect them. They wear them incorrectly, and they can increase the risk of infection because they're touching their face more often." Respiratory infection is much higher among healthcare workers wearing cloth masks compared to medical masks, research shows. Cloth masks should not be used by workers in any healthcare setting, authors of the new study say. A cluster randomized trial of cloth masks compared with medical masks in healthcare workers. The rates of all infection outcomes were highest in the cloth mask arm, with the rate of ILI statistically significantly higher in the cloth mask arm. An analysis by mask use showed ILI RR equals 6.64, 95%, CI 1.45 to 28.65, and laboratory confirmed virus RR equals 1.72, 95% CI 1.01 to 2.94, were significantly higher in the cloth masks group compared with the medical masks group. Penetration of cloth masks by particles was almost 97%, and medical masks 44%. Moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in increased risk of infection. A cluster randomized trial of cloth masks compared with medical masks in healthcare workers. Headaches associated with personal protective equipment, a cross-sectional study among frontline healthcare workers during COVID-19. 81% of respondents developed de novo PPE-associated headaches. An article published April 6, 2020 states, limited indirect evidence from lab studies suggests that homemade fabric masks may capture large respiratory droplets, but there is no evidence they impede the transmission of aerosols implicated in the spread of COVID-19, according to a paper published yesterday by the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. In the paper, the National Academy's Standing Committee on Emerging Infectious Diseases and 21st Century Health Threats said, that's 3 minutes. From Angela Astrup, dear school board members, I'm writing to implore you to keep the mask mandate in place in our schools. While my son attends private school, all schools within the county tend to lean toward the suggestions of the district. Your decision on this will, in turn, affect the entire community at large. We are all aware of the reasons we are wearing masks. We are all aware that this issue has become divisive and ugly and political, which is a real shame. That fact should not cloud the reason that kids are wearing masks. My kids wear their masks to protect others. Others wear their masks to protect my kids. If you choose to make masks optional in our schools, you are cutting their safety and security in half. You'll be drawing a line in the sand between the kids and the families, those who wear masks and those who don't. You'll be placing those who have high-risk family members at home in a position where they will have to decide whether to keep their children in school or make alternate plans. Please use sound judgment on this and maintain the plans that you thoughtfully and scientifically determined were best for the kids to begin with. Not a thing has changed since these plans were established. From Sarah Rogers. It has come to our attention that the school board is seriously considering foregoing social distancing and masks for children within SDIRC. This consideration needs to be transparently discussed with the general public before a decision is made about how to move forward with the school year. We have grave concerns over the misinformation of public health and the safety and welfare of our children and of the school staff. While we know everyone is eager to get back to some form of regular learning, we must as a society consider the implications of in-school learning with no masks and no social distancing, and how it will affect not only the children, but also the adults who teach them and their family members when they return home at the end of the day. First, let's discuss the data. Clear access of vetted scientific information needs to drive your SOPs. The goal is to remain learning and teaching, but to do so with minimal interruption and minimal health risk to all involved. This should not be based on an opinion or convenience. Regardless, touting high survival rates, we know there is far more to SARS-CoV-2 than simply beating the acute illness. Children are not immune, and data supports that they are high drivers of spread. Not one person on the planet can tell us if kids exposed who appear asymptomatic might still have long-term lasting effects yet. We know this virus is easily transmittable, aerosolized, and can cloak itself within your system, causing outbreaks without forewarning that can simply shut down a school, city, county, or nation. That should be enough concern to put prevention plan in place. Data shows if you can reduce transmission, you reduce chances of an outbreak. Masks and social distancing have been proven to decrease transmission as compliance of both increase. Test and tracing support that we can stop the outbreaks that accidentally get through these transmission barriers before they blossom into super spreader events. This has been proven manageable if all these public health measures are combined. Why in the world, during the beginning of the flu season and anticipated worst season for COVID, would we be considering abandoning public health strategies that are currently working? Second, parents, educators, and public officials need a dashboard that compiles COVID information from local and surrounding county, schools, pediatricians, and hospitals. How do we know if 5% of students and staff are identified if there's no place to reference it? There should be an approved plan in place for all possible scenarios, from increasing cases in the county, single positive cases, to full-blown outbreak. These SOPs should be based on all the hard scientific data as mentioned above, and should also include addendums as new data becomes available. These plans need to include the following. How will the class continue if the child or teacher becomes sick? What are the criteria to be deemed presumed sick? At what level are all, partial, or few students in class then quarantined? Will those quarantined students class, it's 3 minutes. From Linda Lambert. As a parent of 2 students at the Vero Beach High School, please keep the mask mandate as is. The CDC, physicians, and scientists recommend wearing masks to prevent and limit the spread of the coronavirus. Please keep the mask mandate in place at our schools for the safety of our teachers, administrators, and students. From Lamar Notargiacomo. I am speaking on behalf of my 3 grandchildren who attend local public schools and for all of our precious Indian River County children. While walking through a local neighborhood today, I heard one of the most beautiful sounds on earth, the laughter of children on the playground. I reflected on my childhood when the highlight of my school day was recess, or PE. I wasn't an A student, nor was I a social butterfly like my sister, and unlike her, I was quite bored with school. But that hour was a time to socialize, distress, and rejuvenate. In essence, it saved my education. My brief moment of euphoria at the prospect of a return to normalcy was tempered by the stark reality that most of our school children are being denied opportunities for normal socialization following one of the most stressful periods in our nation's history. No one will deny the devastating psychological impact of surviving a natural disaster. Yet few of our governmental and non-governmental institutions, including the health department, and the increasingly tyrannical, agenda-driven teachers' unions, which largely control our education systems, are willing to acknowledge the irreparable psychological damage inflicted on the impressionable young minds of our nation's children by the 24/7 media-driven fear-mongering. Inflammatory language such as infected, pandemic, super spreaders, and hourly updates on the number of cases and the number of deaths contributes to the mass hysteria, driving a wedge between children and parents, grandparents, friends, and neighbors. When in our nation's history has the media, in concert with social media, given minute-by-minute updates on the number of cases and the number of deaths from a virus, many of which were preventable deaths and almost none of which were children. What should be considered the most important hour of the day for children, adults call it R&R, has been largely stripped away at a time when it is most needed and replaced with longer class periods of 100 minutes. Most adults would have difficulty sitting through 100-minute classes without falling asleep or taking a break. Parents who defend their children's civil rights are called fringe for doing what is in the best interest of their children. The vast majority of children are not confused about their gender, yet the teachers' unions are forcing the social engineering down their throats in the name of tolerance. They continue to demand that our children be masked, muzzled, and silenced while providing zero scientific data or evidence that masks prevent the spread of the virus. We must acknowledge that the radical left agenda of the teachers' unions is hostile to the values of middle America and psychologically harmful to our children. It is time to end the tyranny of teachers' unions and quasi-medical experts and restore the power to we the people and parents in particular. Parents are the best arbitrators for their own children. Our children are unique individuals who deserve to be nurtured and cherished and their voices heard, not silenced. End mask mandates. From Adrienne Hoffman. Hello. Writing this because I heard the school board is voting to make mask optional. I strongly believe that it is too early to remove masks in school, considering we are moving into flu season and virtual students will be entering back into our schools. That's putting teachers, staff, and students at an even higher risk of spreading the virus. As for my personal reason why I don't want masks removed in schools at this point is because my daughter has 2 autoimmune diseases and is high risk. One of the main decisions for my daughter to attend in-person school was that masks are being worn, which her doctors highly recommend. At the time, I feel we need masks in schools until we can get a better hold of the virus and not put many people at risk. We need not to be selfish when it comes the health and well-being of others. I think wearing a mask is the least we can do to help our community and our families. God bless.
From Cindy Fetro. Good evening. I am writing to strongly object to allowing optional mask wearing while in school. I am the mother of a middle school teacher and a grandmother of a high school student in Indian River County. While the COVID-19 virus is still at any level in Indian River County, it is imperative that our children, as well as our school staff members, are protected. Science has shown that while children typically are not affected as seriously as adults, after the age of 10, children transmit the virus at an alarming rate, infecting each other as well as adults, either at home or in the school. Science also has recognized that the COVID-19 virus is aerosolized and can remain in the air, allowing further spreading. It is difficult enough to social distance students, and with more children due to return to the classroom soon, social distancing will be impossible. To add the further complication of optional masking would be a derelification of the school board's duty to protect our children and all school personnel. Thank you. From Julia Cacciatore. Good afternoon, Indian River Schools. I want to email you all in regards to repealing your mask mandate. Please do not repeal your mask mandate. Masks save lives, and there is extensive scientific evidence that proves this. As an immunocompromised person, I feel for other immunocompromised people and their fears that the mask mandate will be repealed. If it was repealed at my school, I would have to stop attending. Please do not do this. Masks saves lives. Masks are worn to protect those who could possibly die from COVID-19. Please reconsider this for the health of your students, faculty, and everyone else. Without masks, we cannot reduce the spread of COVID-19. Thank you for your consideration. From Scott Sergel. Good morning. I have 2 children who attend SRHS, and our family strongly agree that the mask mandate must stay in place. Thank you. From Kelly Cambron, I vote for mandatory masks. From Elizabeth Petta, I am done with Florida, especially Vero Beach. The fact that you are even thinking about getting rid of the mask mandate is not only selfish and outlandish, but also extremely ignorant. I can believe just how ignorant this county is. I can't wait to finally move up north where people have empathy and compassion for others, instead of only impatience and narcissism. Thank you for making my time in Vero Beach the most disgusting and repulsive time of my life. Hello, to whom it may concern. I understand that the IRC school board will be voting next Tuesday about whether to make masks in IRC mandatory or no. I would like to advise again that I do not want masks in schools to be mandatory. My child is 5-year-old and he already got sick 2 times and passed his cold to me. I believe that masks are not efficient enough to protect kids from COVID, and instead you are compromising my child's immune system. Why does he have to suffer mentally, physically, emotionally for the cost of other parents that believe that masks may solve the problem and actually protect them? If PPE can't 100% protect a nurse from getting COVID, how can a little mask protect my child? I have done a lot of research on this topic and read a lot of international doctors' reports on mask effectiveness, and I strongly believe that CDC can't decide the fate of my child. There are too many claims against them for false data. Masks per doctors may be effective first 2 minutes, after that they lose their purpose. So why are we forcing these little people to wear it? Just to show that they are wearing it and to take off pressure from others? If any parent thinks that it will protect their child, they should wear it. But parents that believe otherwise shouldn't be forced to put a mask on their kids just to please others. This is beyond wrong. You are taking our and our kids' freedom from them. In North County Charter, almost nobody wears a mask and there were no COVID cases reported. This school is also part of Indian River County. So how can they have freedom in this? Please don't allow politics to play with the health of our kids. Till today, my son Kay doesn't like the school because of all the new regulations, because he is constantly asked to do this or that, not to do this or that, reminded about the viruses, etc. Do you know how much disappointment and stress kids experience when regular things are taken away from them? My son doesn't remember all of his teachers because he has little idea what they look like. He is shy to go to the bathroom. He is shy to speak up. Snacks are taken away from them because of whatever silly reasons I was given. So from 11:30 to 3, my child is hungry. I had to email the school many times to get permission to pack a snack for my son, but my son doesn't eat because he is shy. This is what he tells me, as he is the only one who has to ask for a snack and move to some other room to have a snack. He used to go to Little Rising Stars and was very happy there. But this whole school system, rules, new people, new teachers, a lot of them, location, timing, control, etc., puts a toll on them. Almost every day he tells me that he didn't finish his lunch because he didn't have enough time. Things are already stressful for him, yet he has 13 years to go. Mandatory mask in place for a longer period of time is very heartless to these little people. As some parents are concerned about their child getting sick from COVID and insist on wearing a mask, I am a concerned parent and I worry that my child will get sick from wearing a mask. He actually already got sick 2 times. Please take this into consideration. Masks should be optional. That is from Luzin Igitin. From Eric Granitor, I am a citizen of Indian River County and I ask you to please not remove the mask mandate in our schools. Thank you. From Heather and Kevin Askin, Indian River County School Board members, first we would like to thank you for giving our community the opportunity to make a choice as to whether we would like our children to homeschool, learn virtually, or attend brick and mortar. For our son, we selected the option of learning virtually for the first 9 weeks. Early on, we came to realize that it was going to be a very big challenge for him. We respected the fact that we could not send him back to school until the end of the first quarter. We will be sending him back to school on the 12th of October with complete confidence that he will be okay, because everyone will be wearing a mask, distancing when possible, and sanitizing or washing their hands regularly. It is beyond our comprehension why we would be sent a survey to ask how we would feel if masks were to be made optional. Why would we, in the midst of a pandemic, start to lessen our protective measures before we even hit our expected second wave? Our number of positive COVID-19 cases in Indian River County have started to rise as we speak. Add to that, many children will be returning to school. The added number of students will certainly challenge the school's ability to provide adequate distancing. Teachers, administration, substitute teachers, and staff are the backbone of our schools. If they are not protected, there will not be any school. Teachers, for example, need to be able to help students from a close proximity. Sometimes they will be less than 1 foot away. It would be reckless for either a student or teacher to not have a mask on, for masks have been shown to protect others as well as the mask wearer. To not have everyone wear a mask will greatly reduce the positive effects that masks can provide. We all know what it's like to be surprised by a sneeze or to have the need to clear our throats or cough. A mask, albeit is not fun to wear, does minimize the amount of droplets that are released and the distance that they travel. Studies have proven this. We do not have a cure or vaccine for COVID-19 yet, but what we do have is science telling us that masks are effective in minimizing the transmission of the virus. The role of school is to educate children. This is a wonderful opportunity to teach our children the principles of personal responsibility, compassion for others, and risk mitigation. Before we know it, this will all be in our past. Hopefully, we can all take pride in knowing that when the times were tough, we pulled together via social solidarity and cared for our neighbors as they were our family. Thank you in advance for continuing to protect our community. From Margaret Castle, I believe this is definitely a very important matter. Everyone must wear a mask, period, end of sentence. We certainly don't need any more children or teachers getting COVID-19. Vote to make mask wearing mandatory. From Alana Liebman, good evening. My name is Alana Liebman. I am a former Vero Beach High School student who now attends the University of Florida. It has come to my attention that the school board is trying to repeal the mask mandate rule. I am in disbelief. When this pandemic started, I did not understand the true effects of it. But now being on the other side of the coin, I still have a piece of advice. Do not repeal the mask mandate. I am a healthy, physically fit 19-year-old who is still struggling with the effects of COVID-19 after testing positive over a month ago. Not only is my immune system beaten up, but my mental health is also deteriorating. I am writing this from my home in Vero Beach next to my sister, who is a sophomore at VBHS, when in reality I should be up in Gainesville worrying about nothing other than protecting myself and studying for classes. I am struggling. I am weak. I am not the same person I was before. Take me into consideration when deciding if you want these young kids to be in a better state than I am in order for them to achieve their goals, because at this point, I clearly am not. And it is because of the irresponsible decisions some of my peers made not to wear a mask and infect me with COVID-19. Take accountability for the lives you will put at risk. Teachers, students, parents, children. I advise that you read up on what the University of Florida is doing to try to control a population of college students and the rest of the world, since they are the one leading research teams for the pandemic. I am disgusted to know that repealing this rule is being considered at this time. Having coronavirus is not just a paper cut for young adults. Take accountability. If you have further questions about the detrimental effects of COVID-19 in order to make the responsible decision, please feel free to contact me at 772-494-8743. Good luck voting on the 13th. From Jessica and Craig Shellman, came across the email below and vote no for masks. Thank you for allowing our input. Student name, Sabin Shellman. Just FYI for those interested, I am not starting a debate. On October 13th, the school board is voting on whether to make masks optional in local schools. If you are interested in writing an email to express your opinion, please send to Citizen Input October 13 at Indian River Schools. The virtual transitional survey is due the day after the vote. Thank you for your time. From Amy Adams, please make it optional for students to wear masks. If masks really worked, then my son wouldn't have brought home a cold. They do not work. It is only self-security for some people. Kids need to build their immune up to all the germs out there. Masks are not the right way to do it. Thanks. From Megan Stranson, hi, I am a teacher and I believe that masks should be optional and that students who are not sick should not quarantine. Students need to be in the classroom. Students who have had to quarantine have not shown to test positive. The CDC has cited that the infection fatality rate for under 50 is less than the seasonal flu. The highest infection fatality rate is over 80. When looking at the facts and statistics, there is no reason to wear masks or quarantine the healthy. Here are the rates for age groups, and there is no reason why we should be wearing masks at this point with all the knowledge we now have. Thank you. From Julia Moore, to whom it may concern, I am not an epidemiologist, but I am an intelligent woman. During these past 7 months, I have listened to and read what I can on COVID-19 from the CDC, the WHO, and the top-tier doctors from all over the U.S. I've watched the nurses and the doctors after their rounds taking care of COVID patients and listened to the parents, children, the aunts, the uncles, and the cousins as they remember their loved ones. 214,000 dead now. We are in the midst of a pandemic that is heading upward in an alarming and horrifying way. It is a respiratory virus that lingers in the air and is extremely contagious. Had we all worn masks from the beginning of this pandemic, up to 150,000 lives could have been saved. A simple mask that keeps respiratory droplets from reaching another person. A simple mask that, while uncomfortable, does not restrict oxygen. Vero Beach has been my home for 31 years. My kids are all grown now, but they attended schools here. For the schools at this time to take such a cavalier attitude toward masks, putting it up for a vote, saying it should be optional for students to wear them, will keep this COVID virus a never-ending nightmare. And if someone has been in contact with someone with COVID, they need to quarantine. If that means 20 students out, that means 20 students out. That's stopping a possible transmission. It would be wonderful to have rapid testing for every student, but we don't. We are in a time of nothing being normal. We are in a time of trying to stay in sync with the needs of living, with the needs of trying to stay alive. We all have to adapt and adjust to different ways of living right now. We need to look after each other, and we have to know that it starts with us individually. Until we have a safe vaccine, the simple little mask is the best we've got. To not make the mask mandatory in school is just going to continue to create super spreader hotspots. Kids are kids. Some will gladly wear a mask, but others won't. It will not take long for one to contract the virus and spread it, and on and on and on and on. Let's make it difficult for the virus to spread. Just wear a mask. It's unimaginable that this is such a difficult thing to comprehend. Thank you for your time. From Thomas Hardy. We are writing on behalf of the Young Journalists of Indian River County, a group of 4th and 5th graders in 4 elementary schools, soon to be 5. Our goal is to expand the group to all 13 elementary schools. The mission of the program is to provide 4th and 5th grade students stimulation and intellectual growth through reading and writing the journalistic process. Other students wear masks when they are in close proximity to others, and when they are reading their curricula out loud 6 feet apart, they take off their masks. If one is in close proximity to another without a mask, the other will say, "Put on your mask." They do not complain and understand that this is what they should do. They understand that we are in an unprecedented pandemic and that this is what is required for safety. One 4th grade student wrote in 2018 that a pandemic was one of the greatest risks to human civilization. These are 9 and 10-year-olds understand why they have to wear masks. For the school board to be ignorant in this regard, to vote against the mandate, it is a misunderstanding of science and the simple incident of someone sneezing near you. We urge you, on behalf of these 4th and 5th graders, ages 9 and 10, to continue the mask mandate. If any of our students get sick, we'll go on the warpath. Sincerely, Tom Hardy. From Sarah Erickson. To Dr. Moore and the board members, I work in an elementary school and my own children attend schools in our district. My own children and the students I work with daily at my job have totally adjusted to wearing masks. It's an inconvenience, but nothing more. Many students are returning from virtual transitional models in the next few weeks. This is not the time to change the mask rules in the schools and make masks optional. When you are running a science experiment, you don't change the multiple variables at once. The current policy states that masks are required when social distancing is not possible. Students are also allowed to request mask breaks in a socially distanced space in their classrooms. With current policies, students do have opportunities to remove their masks safely during a typical school day. Please keep the current policies regarding mask wearing in place and do not make masks optional on school campuses at this time. Consider the safety and health of not only staff and students, but the greater community by minimizing any COVID outbreaks. With current policies in place, a single student testing positive on campus has not resulted in multiple others testing positive or an outbreak at the school. Let's keep it that way. Thank you. From Melody Ippolito. Our schools have done an amazing job at limiting spread and protecting students and families. The procedures and precautions Dr. Moore has communicated and set in place have worked. It's the reason our schools are still open and our teachers feel protected in their positions. My son was contact traced last week and has been out of school and will be until October 19th. Due to having symptoms, he was tested at his doctor's office and we await the results. He assured me that they all keep their masks on in school and the protocols promised are in place. They are necessary, and science and the medical community continue to state that. You cannot control what students and their families do outside of the classroom, such as attending super spreader events, etc., which is another reason you cannot remove the mask mandate in schools, thus risking the health of children and their families. You are responsible to protect the children and their teachers. The idea that you would undermine the excellent work of Dr. Moore in our district to date is abhorrent. My son elected to return to school with proper precautions in place based upon science in the medical community. Unless you plan to remove science curriculum from all grades and classes and replace it with QAnon conspiracy crap, this board must uphold the precautions and measures scientifically documented and proven to protect and decrease the spread of COVID. Otherwise, you will be going against the medical community, your own superintendent, and leaving exposure for liability from those children, their families, and your teachers who could fall ill, potentially even die from this disease that you failed to even do the minimum to protect them from. Tiffany Justice, you are leaving this board. The sooner the better. Easy for you to bring agenda items and changes that you won't be there for the fallout. From Zach Little, please do not put my child's health at risk and keep the mask mandate. My family cannot afford her bringing home the illness. We will lose everything we have if we get sick and work. Neither of us have vacation time or sick leave. From Meredith Jones, I could write you a whole essay about why you should keep requiring masks in school, but why should I? Why should anyone need to do that? There is not one single solitary reason to lift the mask requirement. Keep it in place. I am asking that masks be continued in schools. We have a grandmother that lives with us and is high risk. We stayed at home the first 9 doing option 3. Can tell my kids do so much better in class. I just filled out the survey stating I will feel comfortable with them coming back. Only of masks are to be worn where distancing isn't possible. We were told cases will go up during this time of year. With classes being fuller, let's keep mask on and see how the cases go. Let's not change too much at one time. Thank you, Catherine Koser. From Fred Koser, I believe that the mask should be required due to the doctor's advice, and we now know it's an airborne problem. This should not be a question of why, but of how to protect everyone. Thank you, Fred Koser. From Bridget Diskin, I want masks to remain in effect for all personal students in school until this pandemic is over. I don't think it should be optional at this point in time for my child's safety. If this is removed, then it will give kids another thing to bully other students over. From Darlene Silverstein, as a concerned citizen and taxpayer, I feel that masks must not be optional. I think everyone on a school campus should be required to wear a mask. Dear Dr. Moore, please consider making the use of face masks for students and staff a requirement on school property when social distancing is not possible. There is a consensus among the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, other credible agencies, and public health professionals that wearing masks help prevent the spread and acquisition of COVID-19. Recent scientific studies, include a review paper, support this statement. It is critically important that the school districts align policy with public health science recommendations during this pandemic. The health of our children and teachers depend on you making the right decision. Thank you for considering my request. Sincerely, Dr. Barry Alto. From Cheryl Fletcher, I believe masks should be worn or optional for students. It should be up to the parents what they want for their child. As a parent, I would want my child to wear a mask. Thank you for letting me share my opinion. From Natalie Schiffeliers, I am writing to ask you to reconsider making wearing a mask optional for our students. Students must wear a mask at school to avoid more death. From Joanne Colette, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a mask. That is all. It's not about fear. It's about trying to put the odds in favor of kids and their families not getting sick. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's what the doctors and science believe is the best right now. If I fail, I would like to think I did my best to encourage my grandchildren to think about others before they decide to go maskless. I'm aware of second graders who fully understand about keeping grandma safe. I really don't like to underestimate the young ones. Young children are amazing when you ask them to help in a project where they feel what they are doing is good and it's for someone they love or respect, and after all, they are doing a wonderful thing. No one's lying to them or trying to put something over them. It's just pure honest teaching about caring for others, which they would never have had a chance to show what they were doing if this dreaded mask hadn't come along in this fight against the awful virus. Please give all the children in our schools some respect for their intelligence. They get this mask thing more than some adults like to admit, and for goodness sake, try to make sure they stay safe without folding to those who rant about their constitutional rights. I would assume each of you know no one's constitutional rights are being taken away. For the life of me, I can't understand why the school board would go against what is recommended by both doctors and science research. If you are going to gamble with the children of this county's health and possibly their lives, please try your best to stack the odds in favor of caution and common sense and leave mandatory mask wearing in place in the schools in this county. Respectfully. From Michelle Campanelli, this is from Deborah Mahoney. I support to have the schools offer the choice of optional masks for the children. Concerned grandma. From Amy Granitor. Hello, my name is Amy Granitor. I am a resident of and a registered voter in Indian River County. I do not want you to remove the mandatory mask mandate in our public schools. Thank you. From Julie Crum. My name is Julie Crum. I have 2 grandchildren in middle and high school that I am raising. No one screams about our fellow humans walking through a metal detector because it keeps us safe, having school fire drills because it prepares them in case of a fire, using a condom because we care about disease and unplanned pregnancies, wearing sunscreen because we care about their skin, wearing a seatbelt because we care about their safety, telling our children to wear a bike helmet because we care about their safety, showing proper ID to get in our kids' schools because we care about all the children, not smoking in a public building because it helps keep us healthy, putting our children in a car seat because it protects them. We obey traffic laws because it alleviates accidents. It's called being a good human. The above are all things that people were not doing 100 years ago, but they urged the public to wear masks during that flu pandemic, the Spanish flu. A lot was learned by our health system as they found that masks then were poorly made, ill-fitting, and social distancing was not practiced. And we now know that with good masks and distancing, our kids can be safe. That is why all of the kids that are quarantined, none of them tested positive because they wore masks in class. Our children must be kept safe as possible. Wearing a mask and distancing is all we have. No one is going to die wearing a mask, but a lot of people might if they don't. If masks are made optional in our school system, my grandchildren and many, many others will not return. Many parents will likely pull their children out of schools because they were assured that all precautions would be taken and masks worn when distancing isn't possible when they chose to send them back. Teachers, you have no options here, and for that I am sorry. Teachers are amazing human beings. If we have no teachers, what will happen? Thank you. From Kathy Stenson. When I have a plumbing problem, I call a plumber. When I have an electrical problem, I call an electrician. When I have a legal issue, I call a lawyer. When I have a medical issue, I call a doctor. The medical professionals have spoken. Overwhelmingly, masks are recommended along with social distancing as the best way to prevent the spread of COVID. I have been pleased and impressed up to this point with the way the school board and superintendent have followed the science and worked effectively together to protect our students, teachers, support staff, and by extension, the community at large. It is appalling to me that 2 lame duck school board members are attempting to sabotage these efforts on their way out the door. It is appalling to me that they would seek to refute science, promote more expensive legal issues, and attempt to bar our own local health department from participating in keeping all the above-mentioned stakeholders safe. We have recently seen a spike in the COVID cases in our district and a commensurate rise in the number of students, teachers, and staff quarantined. And this is with a mask mandate. If the mandate is removed now, it will ensure the rapid spread of COVID not only in our schools but in our community. A recent survey revealed that 70% of our teachers would not feel safe if the mandate was lifted. Our students have demonstrated that with coaching and support, they can adapt to this important health initiative. Why would we remove the mandate now? To appease a vocal, unhinged element in our community? I urge you to follow the science, partner with the experts in healthcare, and vote to continue the mask mandate until such a time as the pandemic is truly under control. The health and safety of our students, teachers, support staff, and community are too important to ignore the science. From Diane and Kurt Bressner, to Dr. Moore and the School District of Indian River County board members. Science supports requiring masks in group settings during this pandemic. Research shows that face masks are integral to help slow the spread of COVID-19. Masks cut down the chances of both transmitting and catching the coronavirus. Masks reduce the dose of virus a wearer can receive, resulting in infections that are milder or even asymptomatic. However, even if not showing symptoms, an infected student or staff member who is not wearing a mask is still capable of spreading the disease. Contrary to some unfounded opinions, current scientific research has overwhelmingly determined that face masks do not decrease your oxygen intake. Face masks do not make you retain more carbon dioxide than usual. Discomfort or inconvenience over mask wearing is not equivalent to the possibilities of ventilator need, stroke, permanent brain damage, permanent heart damage, permanent lung damage, and even death due to COVID-19. Not for any student or staff member in our public school district, especially those who are more vulnerable due to pre-existing conditions. Finally, optional mask wearing prior to the wide availability of an approved, reliable vaccine invites bullying. The current mandatory mask policy shares this aspect of the rationale behind the district's mandatory uniform policy. As a personal note, we are senior citizens who have a daughter, son-in-law, and 2 grandchildren who work in and attend 3 separate district schools, high school, middle school, and elementary. We believe that current masking, distancing, and cleaning procedures and standards are protecting them, as well as all students and staff in the district during this pandemic. The current mandatory mask policy must not be changed. Thank you. From Jamie Gusoff. Unfortunately, my email for last meeting was not read. Hopefully this one will make it. I'd like to start off by saying I am against mandatory masking and for optional masking. When we were given the 3 options before school opened this year, we were told masks would only be on buses. Then it was stated masks would be enforced when social distancing isn't possible, like in the hallways. This is what I based my decision on. We were given false information. I am the parent of my child, not the superintendent. I did not give anyone permission to mandate my child wear a mask all day long. I would like to know where my rights as a parent are. I would like to call upon your lawyer to answer my question. If masking worked correctly, why are children being quarantined? I would also like to add a change to your policy about sending sick children home. My daughter, who attends the Freshman Learning Center, was sent home for a runny nose and sore throat. She did not have a cough or a fever. I expressed to the school nurse, who was very nice and only doing her job, that I must take her out of school. My options were to keep her home for 10 days, have her tested for COVID-19, or to take her to her pediatrician and have her cleared to come back to school. She was not feeling this way when she left in the morning. I was caught off guard by this. My choice was to take her to the pediatrician. This cost me $50, being late to work. Her aunt taking off work to bring her. Diagnosis, the beginning of a cold. Something she fought off and was fine by the end of the day. I believe my rights as a parent are being taken away, and I would like to know why. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns. From Helen Johnson. Dear SDIRC School Board, I sent the following email to you on September 29th, and as a parent and a physician, I am so disheartened that you are looking not only to rescind a mask mandate for schools, but also to supersede the Department of Health. When it comes to the question of face coverings, I ask you to look to the experts on children's health, the American Academy of Pediatrics. Children are incredibly adept and resilient. Just like children understand they must wear bicycle helmets and buckle into their car seats, they will come to learn to wear masks routinely when necessary. The AAP president, Sally Goza, MD, FAAP, this virus is going to be with us for some time, and face coverings are a proven effective way to prevent the spread of COVID-19. As parents prepare to send their children to school and into childcare settings, cloth face coverings should be part of their new normal. The guidance also advises that in addition to protecting the child, cloth face coverings significantly reduce the spread of severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, and other respiratory infections within schools and other community settings as well as in the home. For more advice for parents on cloth face coverings in children, see this article on healthychildren.org. I also ask you to put aside your political affiliations and consider several issues. Many students in our district live in multi-generational households. An uptick in community cases could have devastating consequences for these homes. Do you really believe that you have more epidemiologic public health expertise than the Department of Health? Can you honestly say that your experience supersedes that of the CDC? While this vaccine will not be a short-term public health crisis, there is an end in sight. It is probable that we will have a viable vaccine by spring 2021. Are you willing to stake your political aspirations or affiliations on people's health in the meantime? As my high school children have said, it is really going to be hard for kids to continue to wear masks to school or observe precautions if it's no longer mandatory, even if it puts their immediate and extended family at risk. Do not ask this of kids during this already challenging time. Dear Dr. Moore and SDRC School Board, I have read about the upcoming vote for making masks optional in SDIRC. As a parent of 2 SDIRC students and physician, I am incredibly alarmed by this development. The science in favor of masks as an effective mitigation strategy is overwhelmingly conclusive. Anyone who uses the COVID-19 rates as an argument in favor of eliminating masks needs to understand that it is precisely because of safety measures like masking that we have not experienced worse outcomes to date. I fully appreciate that they are not always comfortable and certainly not the preference of our children and faculty. That was 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay. So that is, that's going to wrap up just the portion that Kristen and Sarah has recorded ahead of time to be read. We still have approximately an hour and 15 minutes or more, but at this time we are going to go ahead and take an 11-minute break, and so we will come back at 10:20. 22. It is Thursday, October 15th. This is a continuation of our citizen input from our emails. On Tuesday night, on the 13th, we did have citizen input from individuals that were here in person, and now we are in the final stages of wrapping up our citizen input through email, and I believe we have approximately 40 more. So we will have Ms. Maddox and Sarah will allow you time to go ahead and get started and start reading those. And as soon as that finishes, we might need a 5-minute break, and then we'll dive into our
Madam Chair,
actual item.
if I could, I've been made aware that Mr. Brown was here for public comment the other night and had to leave because of important medical issues that prohibited him from staying. I know this is not our policy, and I know it's not our precedent, but I'd like to be able to offer him an opportunity to speak, because for reasons of that going on for 2 to 3 hours the night, and as I understand it, he had surgery that day and was unable to stay. Given his dedication and his intimate relationship with the school district, which is atypical, but he has been a committed citizen to this district for decades now, and I'd like to offer him that grace and opportunity.
So, I don't disagree with his, I don't disagree with what you're saying on that. Where I'm having reservations is, we had, I believe, 2 or 3 other individuals that I had called their name and they had left, and I did not announce at the last meeting that if you weren't able to stay, I did not give them that opportunity to come back and speak today. So I have a little reservations on that, because it's not given equal opportunity to those other individuals. So,
And I understand that, and I understand this is not a precedent that we would want to set, but I would argue that Mr. Brown's relationship with the department, his relationship on the equity committee, his commitment to this district for as many years as he's been in that position, puts him in a slightly different stead.
go ahead.
Much. I absolutely agree with Dr. Schiff about Mr. Brown's commitment to the students and the community here in Indian River County. I'm aware of a number of parents that were unable to make our meeting. We did offer citizen input by email as an option for everyone that would have liked to comment. And while I do absolutely appreciate and respect Mr. Brown, in this room, every person is equal in their citizen input. And that's why we do things in the way that we do. If Mr. Brown is a representative of the health department, was asked to be a part of the superintendent's presentation, I can understand that, and that would be appropriate. But in this case, just to be fair to all of our parents that are fully invested in their students' education in our school district, I think that it's important that we abide by the rules that we set for citizen input.
Mrs. Orr, may I make a comment? I'm concerned about the fact that when we accept the papers, that perhaps some don't get put in order. And I think we need to change the way that we accept citizen input, and I'd like to propose that we have someone that sits out front with a line, and when they hand their document over, the person that's receiving it looks at the clock, writes down the time and says, "Do you agree it's 5:53? Yes." Write it down. That way we get them in order, and it's not haphazard and one doesn't get below another. That way it is fair. If somebody thinks they're going to be speaking at the beginning of the meeting and then their name isn't called, their name isn't called, their name isn't called because the paper got misplaced, I think that that's unfair. So I think that in going into the future, I think we need to change that and do a timestamp of when somebody gives it to us.
And you're more than welcome. We have one more meeting left, and the new chair can make their own rules on that, or the board can. I've always just pulled in 2 years, I've always pulled them as I have them in the box, and that's not changed. Here's my reservations on your suggestion, Dr. Schiff, is we still have an hour and a half of reading of other citizen input. What that gives is an hour and a half for other citizens to come in here and say you're still in citizen input and want to try to have citizen input. And I do respect Mr. Brown, but at this time, we are almost 10 hours into this, and I think it's just time to go ahead and have these read, and we need to go into our conversation.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Brown is not here today as a citizen newly coming to make citizen input. He was here by 5 o'clock on whatever day it was, I've lost track. Tuesday, thank you. On Tuesday, and for whatever reason, having put in his citizen input very early in the process, he wasn't called until late, and as I understand it, had some considerable issues that meant he could not be here for 4 hours. And so I agree with Mrs. Barrenborn about the timestamp. I think that would be an excellent way to handle it moving forward, but we haven't done that for this, and I would like to honor his commitment to this district.
Mrs. Rosario, and then I'm ready to move on into our,
And by the way, I'm asking for 3 minutes, not a monologue,
Right.
as would have occurred on Tuesday night.
Mrs. Rosario.
Yes, Madam Chair, I don't have a comment with regard to Mr. Brown. I do have a comment with regard to suggestions about changing our policies at our, regarding citizen input. This is not the time for us to discuss that. I think that should be something that is put on a future agenda. Right now, we have many other citizens to discuss, to hear before we move into the continuation of our meeting. So without comment on Mr. Brown, I think that we should just not engage in conversation about changing our process.
I'm not engaging
this
in a
time.
conversation.
Okay.
I'm making a suggestion, and it's going to be
Kristen?
put on the next agenda.
Kristen, where are you? So, so unless we are to open it up for the other 3 individuals that I called and that left, I'm not feeling comfortable. We do get chastised for having favorites. Mr. Brown is one of our favorites that we love seeing here, but I don't think it's fair at this time if we do allow one and I did not announce that was a possibility coming into this meeting. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and finish up our citizen input through email, and then we need to begin our conversation on action item B. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Mr. Brown, thank you for being here, and thank you for being here again this morning. And thank you for your commitment to this district ongoingly.
Go ahead.
We have one email that was sent in that we know was cut off when we were adjusting the audio, so we will be reading that one again. You may have heard it introduced in the audio recording, but it was not read. This is from Janie Handlin. Dear School Board, having watched the school board meeting last night, I am extremely disappointed. Why did you let all of those unmasked people in the building against county ordinance? There is absolutely zero chance that all of those people actually have conditions making wearing masks dangerous for their health. According to Dr. Micah Raz and attorney Dorham Dorfman, authors of Mask Exemptions During the COVID-19 Pandemic, people with COPD, chronic bronchitis, and emphysema have more reason to mask up. Those with chronic pulmonary illnesses are at a higher risk of spreading it to chronic coughs and are, of course, at greater risk for severe disease. The article goes on to discuss some individuals, particularly children, with sensory processing disorders may be unable to tolerate masks. Facial deformities that are incompatible with masking are an additional category of exemption. Nobody with an actual disability to wear a mask would have been able to attend that hours-long meeting. Consider that these people who refuse to wear a mask are congregating in your county building against ordinance, and you allowed that to happen. There was talk of a lawsuit against mandatory masks. What about a lawsuit for your egregious negligence for not enforcing the ordinance and hosting a super spreader event? This puts you at great risk for being liable for many positive cases, possible deaths, further spreading of COVID-19, and more. There's no possible way that I would enter that building with non-masked people. I know that most people won't either, but that doesn't mean we don't very much care about the health and safety of our children in our community. An obvious solution is to not allow anyone to attend in person without a mask and to enforce social distancing. The obvious solution is to offer attendance via Zoom or other virtual meeting applications. That way, everyone can express their position safely. We are, in case you've forgotten, in a pandemic. Note I didn't write that we are in the middle of a pandemic because we don't know if it's still the beginning. We don't know. Please do the right thing with this issue. You know that you aren't going to please everyone, but you can do a better job of protecting our kids, our community, and yourselves by not allowing congregations of anti-masked, anti-social distancing people to gather in your building. The children, other than those with sensory disorders, deformities, and other rare case special needs, follow instructions to wear masks and raise their hand to ask a question, get in single file line, etc. This has become a political issue for some reason, and our babies are getting thrown out with the bathwater, so to say. Consult your attorneys, buckle your bootstraps, enforce the mask ordinance. Continue making masks mandatory in schools until COVID-19 is eradicated. Those who don't want to comply have an option for distance learning. I sincerely hope that none of you have contracted the virus from your prolonged exposure, and I'm certain that some are concerned about your health. Let's hope that you got a pass last night, so please don't repeat the same mistake. Thank you for reading my message. If I can be of any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me.
Mrs. Maddox, I'm sorry, Mrs. Zork, I'm just a little confused because we did hear that entire email in entirety earlier. So it's been read again. That's happened a couple times. I understand some people have been keeping a tally for, against, and it's really not a divisive issue in that way, but reading emails again, it's just confusing to me because I did hear that entire email already.
Based on what we were told, YouTube captured the audio that YouTube captured. This was the email that was cut off.
Oh, from the recording from
Correct.
YouTube.
From the recording that we played earlier, this was one of the ones that was read on the recording, and it was cut off. The audio was cut off on YouTube.
Okay, so it was requested that it was read again?
We read it again because the audio was cut off and the full input was not
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank
given.
you for that clarification. I
You're welcome.
misunderstood. I thought you said that the email had, for some reason, not been read in entirety. Thank you.
You're welcome.
From Jennifer James. Dear Sir, Madam, I am a transportation employee and have a pre-existing condition. Wearing a mask during this time is a must to me. Also, I work with children with disabilities. We must try to keep one another safe. Everyone has a family, and we want to also continue to be able to keep them as safe as possible. I understand that some people are against this policy, but we must think about everyone.
From Marie Stiefel. Dear school board members, I urge the Indian River County School Board to retain, support, and enforce the school mask policy. Others, more articulate than I, make the case for wearing masks when social distancing is not possible. To put it simply, by wearing a mask, I show my regard for you. I want to protect you. When you wear a mask, you protect me. In this difficult time, let's take care of one another.
From Amber Barkus, good morning. I hope you all consider making mask wearing optional for our kids. The state is 100% open. Our teachers have a better chance of contracting the virus from Walmart, a bar, or a restaurant versus our kids. Keep hand washing protocols and temp checks, but let our kids breathe. Thank you for your consideration. Have a great day.
From Cynthia Rinaldi. Dear school board members, I saw the agenda for the next meeting, and I'm wondering why you would be spending more time discussing any changes to the current mask policy in our schools. I'm wondering for two reasons. One, a survey was conducted, and the majority of parents and staff are in favor of keeping the current mask policy in place. Two, secondly, the rate of coronavirus cases in our county has not gone down since the start of school. All the science points to the fact that masks slow the spread of the virus. What happens in schools does not only affect the students, teachers, and their families, but ultimately affects the whole community. If wearing masks saves even one life in our community, it will be worth it. Also, since so many teachers are in favor of wearing masks, we should be concerned that making masks optional could result in teachers resigning. Unfortunately, the wearing of masks has become politicized. However, this is not about politics or people's rights. It's about public health and safety. Please listen to science and common sense and do the right thing and vote to keep masks mandatory in schools.
From Mary Crisp, everyone still wear a face mask.
From Sophie Calixty. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter on behalf of myself and my family. Every day I come to work and I am putting myself, my unborn child, and the rest of my family at risk. Thank God we have not contracted COVID-19, and I believe it is because of the precautions we have taken, which includes wearing a mask and/or shield. Hundreds to thousands of people are getting infected every day, and majority end up losing their lives as a result. Believe it or not, it's working, and I'm afraid that if the mask mandate is removed, there will be a rise of contracted cases. We need to keep these safety measures in place for the sake of our families, first and foremost, our colleagues, and especially our students. At the end of the day, our health should always come first. I know that you will make the right decision in maintaining the mask mandate. Our lives depend on it. Thank you.
From Susie Reiser, please consider the health and well-being of all students and employees and keep the mask rule as is.
From Alexandra Evans, to whom it may concern, I made a promise to my former students I'd protect them, no matter the cost. This promise was made in October of 2014 at Sebastian Charter Junior High School after an active shooter drill. During the lockdown drill, one student became emotionally overwhelmed. We didn't know if it was a drill or a test. We just knew to move away from the doors, duck down, and stay quiet. As I moved to comfort the student silently crying, their peers had already surrounded them. Children who picked on one another suddenly had arms around each other, heads huddled together. I watched as friends held hands and eyes darted between the locked door and covered window. When we were finally allowed to resume class, one student asked me what would happen if a shooter got into the room. What would I do? I'd protect you. It's my job, I answered without much thought. Would you take a bullet, though? Another asked. Would you die for us? No amount of mentoring or college courses could have prepared me for the question or the intense gaze of 25 students awaiting my answer. What did the principal expect me to say? Would parents be mad if we dwelled on the grim topic? I finally decided on the truth. I would. Every single teacher in this building would lay down their life for any of you. Our job is to teach you, yes, but we're also entrusted with your safety. I promise I will keep you safe as I possibly can. I ensured from that day on I would be a safe place for these students. It was important to me that they understood they had an adult in their lives who cared about them, would listen to them, and love them unconditionally. The amount of pain and darkness these children shared with me was difficult to digest, but vital for their wellness. Though time has passed and half of these children are now adults, while the others are eagerly finishing out their senior year, they've called on me once again to protect them. While my time as their educator ended, many sought me out on social media to maintain contact. I'm proud of the young adults these tweens have turned into. My students have become fine members of society, each coming into their own, but I've seen their social media accounts flooded with cries for help because this school board is considering repealing the mask mandate. I must firmly assert I oppose this move to repeal the mask mandate. The school system spent 6 years educating me and instilling the meanings of community, compassion, and integrity is deeply contradicting these core values. I spent countless hours volunteering at food drives, beach cleanups, helping the local library, donating nearly every article of clothing I had for the Katrina Relief Project, and more. I still volunteer and now perform my own cleanups, carrying a trash bag with me on every hike. Why? Because your school system taught me to never walk past even a speck of trash and say, well, it's not my problem, so why should I care? Your school system taught me to care and expected me to always do the right thing. It is thanks to your schools and your educators that I followed the enriching path into the world of education. Now the world is facing a pandemic. You don't have to look hard to find a family who has suffered loss due to the COVID-19. Science.
From Bonnie Coates, dear school board members, although my children graduated from an Indian River County school years ago, I am the daughter of an educator from this school district who cares about all children and actively fights for education and the safety of children, even though she is retired. She believes, as I do, that children need to be protected and we have the duty to do so. If you sneeze with a face mask on, the likelihood of the germs spreading to others is diminished. We need to do whatever we can to wipe out this virus, the sooner the better. Are you willing to watch a young child die because you are negligent in doing everything possible to prevent this disease? Do you care about children? Do you care about teachers? If so, you must protect them as best you can. That means requiring them to wear masks to prevent this awful virus from claiming their lives. This is not political, this is common sense. If you do not believe in science, why do you allow it to be taught in schools? If you do believe in it, you must abide by it. Do the right thing. Sincerely.
From Vaughn Judd, to the IRC, School Board, and citizens of IRC. I am writing as a concerned citizen who has been a resident of Vero Beach since 2008. I have a daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter who are teachers in Florida public schools in Indian River, St. Lucie, and Duval counties. I myself have been a college professor in Alabama during my second career. My family and I care about children of all ages and those who teach them at all educational levels. Nothing has prepared us for what the coronavirus has wrought. Among organizations that have been dramatically affected are the country's school districts. Here in Indian River County, a fairly well thought out response has been implemented across all district schools. The mandatory wearing of face masks, however, has caused an uproar among a few vocal parents, as evidenced by the video recordings of the last 2 school board meetings. Changing the policy on masks or social distancing is incongruous with several factors as noted below. The publicly posted school reopening plan of the school district of IRC, revised 8/11/20. Page 17 of the plan promises face coverings will be required for students and staff at all times when social distancing is not possible. A vast amount of information from the scientific community regarding the efficiency of wearing masks and social distancing. The threat of the virus spreading again, as reported in an article in Saturday's Wall Street Journal headlined, "New virus cases surge across U.S., Europe." FYI, a copy of the article is attached. I believe if one looks at the plan for reopening, scientific evidence, and latest news information, they would argue that the voices of some vocal parents expressing their emotional feelings pale in comparison with the magnitude of the problem. One would expect the school district to maintain the present policy on mask wearing. Sincerely, Vaughn Judd, PhD.
From Amy Schuman, history teacher. Dear School Board of Indian River County, in the preamble of the U.S. Constitution, our founding fathers listed 5 principles of government which they thought were the most important. One of these principles is promote the general welfare. Wearing masks at school when social distancing is not possible promotes the general welfare of the community. Help us teach our children the basic principles of the United States of America. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Please vote to uphold one of the most important principles of our founding fathers by keeping masks mandatory at all schools. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
From Tina Nolde. Good evening. I'm writing this in response to last Tuesday's board meeting, which bless you all for sitting through an extremely lengthy meeting that took me 3 days to listen to. I am one of those teachers who work with students, your children, from 8:15 a.m. to 5:45 p.m., 4 days a week with a normal day on Friday. I do this because I care about our students and their families. And yes, many of my students are students with disabilities, so I do not understand that there can be individual issues with wearing a mask. We strive to provide the space required for social distancing, but it is not always possible. One question that I hear repeatedly is, are we under a state of emergency? I'm submitting 3 pieces of evidence to the fact that we are, at his time, under a state of emergency. First, in your own agenda. As a result of the public health emergency that exists in the state of Florida arising out of the coronavirus, and in light of the guidelines established by the Centers for Disease Control for the protection of all members of the community, the school board is holding its meetings in a different format. The school board and district staff need to continue to perform their essential functions in a manner consistent with law and school board policy, and with the authority granted by executive orders issued by Governor DeSantis, including Executive Order 2246, regarding local government public meetings, the school board is conducting this business meeting using communication media technology. Second, Governor DeSantis Executive Order 2213, dated September 4th, 2020. Section 1, the state of emergency declared in Executive Order 2052, as extended by Executive Orders 20114 and 20166, will be extended for 60 days following the issuance of this order for the entire state of Florida. And finally, on August 28th, the State Surgeon General issued a renewal of the state's public health emergency. With these statements that we are under a public health emergency, and because our school infection rate has been extremely low, as pointed out in the previous meeting, I would like to retain our current health and safety measures until these orders expire. Thank you for your time.
From Pamela Reed, As a transportation professional, it is my duty, among others, to ensure the safety of all students on my assigned bus. To accomplish this, I believe that it is in the best interest of all students and any other riders, i.e. field trip, supervision, assistance, etc., to be required to continue to wear masks, especially in such a closed-in environment. I believe this will keep many students and staff, as well as the immediate families of each, in a healthier environment and less exposed to the potential of COVID-19. Personally, I live in a multi-generational home. I have family in their 80s who have several of the underlying conditions that makes contracting COVID-19 very deadly. I do not want to bring this home to them, just as I do not want any of my students to bring this home to their families. As drivers, we are very fastidious when it comes to COVID-19 cleaning. I believe that continuing to wear masks, using hand sanitizer, and the special disinfecting that is currently in place will keep all our families collectively as safe as possible in these uncertain times. Respectfully submitted.
From Karen Truix. I would like to see masks kept in place. The CDC guidelines continue to recommend hand washing, masks, and social distancing in schools to help reduce the spread of COVID-19. With the additional students returning to campus from the virtual and transitional platforms, it will likely be harder to socially distance. The Safe at School 2020 reopening plan should be enforced on campuses. If and when it is possible to social distance, students, faculty, and staff should have breaks and be unmasked. We may not all like the guidelines, but safety should always take precedent over a minor and temporary inconvenience. Those in Indian River County should respect and adhere to the experience and education of the trained professionals specializing in infectious diseases at the CDC. In addition, the school district survey of faculty showed that a majority of the faculty would like masks to stay in place. If students are unmasked, we risk losing teachers. Without our teachers, our children's education will suffer. If a decision is made to unmask the children, I would appreciate a plan in place and not just an unmasking. I would hope this plan would take some time in forming, with careful thought and insight from experts. What is the plan for contact tracing? Can the plan include the health department's input on who would be quarantined if students are unmasked? Having larger groups of children quarantined due to unmasking will cause a hardship on many parents. I saw a few people speak about the emotional toll masking in school has taken on their children. I am thankful that the school district is allowing those in brick and mortar to move to virtual so that those needs are met. Thank you.
From Kelly Pease, I am writing again to voice my opposition to mandatory masking in schools. Daycares have operated throughout the pandemic without masking children and haven't seen a spike in cases. On the other hand, long-term care facilities have had strict rules imposed, including masks and no outside visitation. This is where we have seen the majority of cases. If we are going to mandate anything, it should be exercise, vitamin D, zinc, fresh air, and eating a healthy diet.
From Tabby McLeod. I saw this email listed on Facebook and hope that you will share my concerns or forward as appropriate regarding the vote on face mask requirements in school. The fact that there is even a vote at this time on whether or not our children should be required to wear face masks in school really perplexes and deeply upsets me. How many times do we have to repeat the mistake of letting down our guard too quickly before we grasp the fact that this will not end if we don't continue to actively stop it from spreading? Please consider the following when making your decision. 1. The CDC, along with some of the most reputable epidemiologists in the world, have collectively advocated for face masks as one of the primary means of preventing transmission of COVID-19. Scientifically sound studies have demonstrated that when both people wear a face mask and socially distance, they drastically reduce the risk of transmission. Furthermore, we now know these viral particles remain airborne indoors, spreading throughout a room, so social distancing is only partially effective. We really don't even need to look at the studies to see that face masks work. Just look at the cases plummet in places where masks are required. These are children, and I am certain they are not all adhering to social distancing all the time. For example, in between classes, the masks are needed too. 2. Some argue that children can handle the virus well, often not becoming symptomatic at all. That is likely true, but these children do not live alone. They come home to their parents, and in many cases, their grandparents. Many parents like me are healthcare providers who treat vulnerable patients daily. We take every precaution we can to prevent the spread of this virus, and generally our methods are effective. However, if our children infect us, we could unknowingly expose a countless number of vulnerable people to this virus. It's not a risk any of us should be comfortable with. Teachers are vulnerable as well due to increased risk of exposure, and many have underlying health conditions. It is financially and morally irresponsible to risk people's lives and well-being when we know better. 3, it is absolutely unacceptable to place all of these people at risk because face masks are inconvenient. I personally have to wear one daily and truly feel that it is all of us who are wearing a face mask that have kept this epidemic from being more widespread. It is right that some people are inconvenienced so others who choose not to wear a mask are protected. 4, I wear a seatbelt every time I drive. It is the law. Does it infringe on my rights? Maybe, but it would seem preposterous to stand with a sign outside trying to ban seatbelts. Statistically, my chances of getting in an accident and my seatbelt being needed to save my life is low, but I wear it because if that accident occurs, I greatly reduce my risk of death. It's a simple cost to benefit ratio. 5, we will see a spike in cases in Florida because again, people are getting complacent. Flu season is here, which will complicate this dilemma by making people more vulnerable and overtaxing our health.
From Latera Dixon, very concerned driver. As a bus driver, I feel that the students and the bus drivers should wear their mask. I have children and grandchildren that I have to go home to. I just buried my grandmother a few weeks ago due to COVID-19. I feel as a driver, we are frontline worker and we put our life on the line every day as we come to work to transport students. Thank you for your concern about the bus driver and students. Again, thank you.
From Tammy Bogart. Dear school board members, attached is a screen print from a CDC study of 314 symptomatic patients ages 18 years of age and up who were outpatients at 11 academic healthcare facilities from July 1st through the 29th, 2020. The link to the study is provided below. As you'll see, 6.9% to 7.8% of symptomatic adults never or rarely wore a mask, while 85% to 88.7% of symptomatic adults often or always wore a mask. Since the infection rate among children 0 to 17 is considerably lower than that of adults, and those children affected are typically asymptomatic or have minimal symptoms, it is clear the risks of requiring children to wear masks potentially far outweigh the risks of them not wearing masks. Not to mention, the decision to wear a mask should be up to parents, not dictated by the school district, since none of you are health experts, nor are you privy to the health history of each and every student, nor are you retaining the services of competent virologists or epidemiologists. Since you are not qualified to make medical decisions, nor do you have access to competent medical experts, this decision, given the potential risks, should be left up to parents to decide what is best for their child. Additionally, by continuing with these unproven mask mandates, you are opening up the district to costly and lengthy litigation, as is the case with several school districts across the country, including the lawsuit in the article below in Hartford, Connecticut. Not to mention, there are hundreds of doctors in the U.S. who have expressed concern for requiring children to wear masks, and who have expressly stated it is dangerous, unhealthy, and abusive to require children to wear masks all day. Here is a short list of licensed MDs or PhDs who are against requiring children to wear masks. Dr. Jennifer Magoulis, Dr. Jim Meehan, Dr. Dietrich Klinghardt, Dr. Joe Mercola, former Texas Representative Dr. Ron Paul, Minnesota Senator Dr. Scott Jensen, Dr. Todd Watts, Dr. Ben Lynch, Dr. Rashid Buttar, Dr. Jeffrey Dosh, Davie, Florida, Dr. Kelly Brogan, Dr. Susanna Humphreys. These are much better options to combat viral infections and the spread of infectious disease, such as requiring frequent hand washing, eating a healthy diet, and supplementing to boost immune functions. Yet alternative solutions have never been part of this discussion. And most importantly, parents should be responsible for their child's health care without any interference from the school, the state, or any other entity. As such, I respectfully request you immediately cease with the mandatory masking of our beloved children, as it is not only unnecessary and potentially counterproductive, but also abusive.
From Summer Jenks, Hi, my name is Summer, and I'm a student at Vero Beach High School, and I would like to say on behalf of the students at VBHS that masks should be optional because it is very hard to speak with the mask on, and most of the time we have to repeat what we stated because the teachers either didn't hear us or misunderstood what we said. It is hard to breathe with keep the mask on, and even if we are social distance, the teacher tells us to put the mask on. I was walking to the bathroom by myself, and I was told to pull my mask back up by a teacher that was watching me walk through the hallway by myself, then followed me into the bathroom where there was no one. And after I used the bathroom, I walked out of the stall, and she stood there and told me, if you do not put your mask back on, you will have to go to the assistant principal and she will talk to you. I proceeded to pull my mask back up, but I strongly feel that this is wrong because due it to CDC guidelines that the schools follow, I should have not gotten in any trouble because I was social distanced from other people. Another reason why I pick yes for the optional masking is the fact that half of the students you see walking around campus don't wear their mask properly, or once they are told to put them on, they walk away for the person who told them to put it back on and they take them off. Thank you for your time, and I hope you guys, this hardly about us not having to wear masks because of the stated reasons. Summer.
From Sarah Erpenbeck. School board members, I'm a current substitute, but count me out if you remove the mask mandate. Removing the mask mandate will fast track everyone to 100% virtual learning. Your choice to discuss masks as optional shows a lack of understanding, reasoning, and total disregard for public health. Guidelines from the Department of Health during a 100-year pandemic are not for you to debate.
From Maria Torres. Dear school board members, I am contacting you today to urge you to keep the mask mandate in place. Our country has recently had the greatest number of new cases in one day since mid-August, proving the virus is nowhere near gone. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, wearing a mask is the greatest preventative measure we can possibly take to reduce transmission risk. Repealing this mandate would do nothing but substantially increase the risk of possible infections among students, faculty, staff, and family of those in the school district. This information is backed by educated people who have devoted their lives to providing the public with scientific truth, and we must adhere to their guidance. This event is unprecedented, but they are the best ones to respond to the issue at hand. This pandemic is not over, and you are not the scientists studying the disease. Please listen to those who devote their lives to ensuring public health and safety. Sincerely.
From Bruce Wilkerson. It appears that you want to consider whether you should require children to wear masks all day at school. I am diametrically opposed to this idea and believe that such a requirement would actually be detrimental to their health, even beyond the physical realm. Please do not make it mandatory for children to wear masks. Optional masking should be the choice without any further repercussions to those who do not want to wear them. Parents are the responsible authority for their children and for their health care. Thank you for accepting this input to your decision-making process.
From Kirsten Banfield. As a teacher, I understand that students are not as susceptible to the COVID-19, but the teachers are more at risk. So for their sake, please vote to keep masks mandatory. The parents had 3 choices for sending their children back to school, and 2 of them did not require masks. Please stand up for your teachers and protect them by voting to keep masks mandatory. Worried sister of one of your teachers.
From Michelle Dion. Hello. As a concerned parent, I believe that children in schools should continue to wear masks, and I also believe that individuals should continue social distancing. It is proven that masks cut down the amount of individuals getting sick. Just look what our CDC is saying. And yes, I believe that if someone comes in contact with someone that tests positive for COVID, they should also be quarantined. Remember, this will help with the spread of this virus. With that being said, our teachers are essential workers. If they are unable to come into the classroom because they are sick, who is going to teach them? Yes, everyone has their own opinion, but you have to realize that we are all in this together. Let's stick together and get through this pandemic. Before I end my comment, I want to say that our children have done very well with the mask wearing. I applaud them dearly. We need to remember that it's not just these children being in school and trying to do their best. They also have to go through a pandemic. Let's keep the masks on. Stay safe, everyone. Concerned parent of 2.
From Elena Anderson, optional masks at school, yes.
From Paula Van Hooser, wear masks.
From Jessica Morgan, to whom it may concern, I think having the masks be required is the best thing for students, teachers, staff, and the district. I honestly believe that our numbers have been lower than other school districts because we require masks. I have a daughter in middle school and a son in elementary. Currently, they are in the transitional option. Although they are both getting straight A's and thriving academically, I planned on sending them back because they miss their friends and the interaction with other students, teachers, and staff. I feel safe sending them back because of the requirement of masks. Not only am I a parent, but also an employee of the district. I feel safe working at the school because of the requirement of masks. If the requirement of masks change and our positive numbers go up, and I cannot put my kids back in either option 2 or 3, I will consider pulling them out altogether and enrolling them in Florida Virtual School. Masks are making a difference and should remain required to keep the students, teachers, and staff safe. Thank you for your time.
From Sue Diddy, it is clear our political leadership has a blatant disregard for human life. Trump and DeSantis have decided that some people are expendable. This is an atrocity. Wear a mask. Heed the scientists and scientific data showing an increase in COVID-19 cases and deaths. Protect our teachers, our students, and their loved ones.
From Doug Smith, hello school board members. As a parent of the student in the school district of Indian River County, I thank you for your service and dedication to all students. You are tasked with an extremely important responsibility of transforming education to inspire and empower all students to maximize their full potential. As parents, we put the future of our children in your power as they attend your schools. During this unprecedented time, we are fortunate that our schools are open and that we have been given options for the instruction of our children, receive. However, as more students return, the less space will be available for social distancing. As you continue to make a plan for this, it is critical that the safety of all students is considered. As stated on the school safety page of your website, the school district of Indian River County puts a high priority on student and school safety. In 2020, safety is not limited to bullying and crime. Safety also encompasses health and well-being. In order for students to maximize their full potential, students must be healthy. It is imperative that we continue to make decisions that allow our students to thrive. My son is a second grader in SDIRC. For the first 9 weeks of school, he has participated in transitional learning. Our plan is for him to return to the school building for the second 9-week session. However, I have serious hesitation because of the risk SDIRC is taking by not mandating masks. My son is part of the all that you are tasked to educate and keep safe. My son is part of the all that is entitled to FAPE. My son is one of many who are considered high risk. Science has shown that the use of masks decreases transmission of COVID. By taking this away, you are putting my son, as well as all other students, at risk. By taking away the precaution that masks provide, you are not providing my son with an environment that is conducive to his education because you are putting his health at risk. The current proposed plan of limited mask use as well as limited quarantine is reckless and not appropriate for the needs of all students. There is too much room for error and too much unnecessary risk. Dr. Moore has done a fantastic job of being transparent and taking the necessary steps to keep not just our students, but our teachers and families safe. I hope you, the board members, make the right decision and do the same. Thank you again for your service.
From Libby Page, I have been a bus driver in Indian River County for almost 30 years, although we have never before been in such a worldwide pandemic. It concerns me of the topic I'm writing to discuss today. Having the students wear a mask on the bus is the #1 safety measure we as bus drivers have. We are in contact to multiple students daily, and as safe as we all try to be, nothing is more important than having the students wear masking as they are on our bus. Since COVID first began, I have lost not only friends, but also close family members to this virus. This summer, my wife and I were exposed to COVID, and I myself experienced symptoms of the deadly virus. Although I was able to recover, I watched very closely my mother-in-law fight for her life to overcome this virus. Not only was it one of the most scary things I've had to watch, I know there is little that we as citizens can do, other than wear a mask. The mask not only protects your germs from me, but also my germs from you. Being that bus drivers are in contact with so many students, If something were to spread, it will be almost impossible to pinpoint who and where you had contracted the virus. Per CDC, everyone should wear a mask in public settings and when around people who don't live in your household, especially when other social distancing measures are difficult to maintain. Once we get off the bus to go home to our families, containing significant others, children, elderly parents, and members who may or may not have underlying health conditions, we need to know we have done everything in our power to stay safe and keep them safe. It is our duty as citizens to take every precaution. Enforcing masks on the bus ensures your county bus driver employees that you are concerned and respect them and the safety of their families. Please let's keep everyone safe from spreading COVID-19.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name on that one? I want to look it up in my email.
Libby Page.
From Katie Stevenson, good morning. Please consider at tonight's meeting the idea of optional masking in schools. The masks have caused such a hindrance in my daughter's first year of kindergarten. She is constantly complaining because she is unable to hear or talk with her co-students or her teacher very well, nor is she able to breathe sufficiently. Having young children forced to wear these for hours upon hours a day is causing issues emotionally and physically. The idea of masks is well intended, but making it mandatory should not be the case. The harm it is actually causing far outweighs the false perception that it could potentially stop the spread of the virus. Thank you.
From Deborah Wiseman. I have 2 kids who are students in the SDIRC, and I am for making masks mandatory, especially when social distancing is not possible. Social distancing is not possible in a school setting when there's 20+ kids in a classroom. It's not just about keeping our kids safe. It's about keeping our entire family, such as grandparents, safe. Now I want to address Board Member Tiffany Justice's response to the mask mandate during last Tuesday's meeting. I was shocked at how you responded to the mask issue. You boldly stood up for the parents and their kids and letting everyone know you are against the mandatory mask mandate. Where was and where is that boldness when it comes to making sure that all students are getting equal education within the district? Why not fight for all and not just the selected few? Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion.
From Karen Rutledge. First, I want to say thank you to the school board and the superintendent for their passionate work on the mask dilemma we are currently facing. The hours that each of them have spent must be exhausting. Secondly, I would like to say that I am deeply concerned about some of the responses from the community towards our school board members and superintendent. The threats that they have received goes against the very nature that we have fought against with regards to bullying and harassment. We are in the midst of uncertainty, and the very least that we can do is treat each other with respect and understanding, and at least try to see things from someone else's perspective. I have said all along that we need to be kind to one another, and unfortunately, some of the things that I have heard that some of these members have had to read or hear makes me feel that our children have no hope if we as adults and parents behave in a manner that is militant and inhumane. I just want to say good luck to those that are in charge of making these decisions, because I don't know that that burden is one that I could carry upon my shoulders. I 100% know the feelings that these teachers and staff and parents are feeling and have felt with implementation of the change in the midst of uncertainty. I fully get it. My feelings and thoughts have evolved over the last 7 months, and I in no way take this virus lightly, but I have developed a significant level of comfort in how to proceed with my future and my safety, along with the safety of my family. I have the benefit of working creatively for the last 7 months with a team of excellent nurses and with one common goal, and that is safety. The safety of our patients and the safety to ourselves and our families. I am 100% comfortable with allowing parents and students the right to optional masking. I first and foremost support their rights over my needs. I do not feel that those rights should be infringed upon in the name of the pandemic any more than I feel that my personal needs should infringe upon my patients' rights. I think we need to move forward with a plan to immediately make masks optional, yet strongly encouraged without disciplinary action or repercussions within the classroom. Moving forward, we need to investigate creative ways to solidify social distancing or physical barriers within the classrooms. We also need to investigate the role of the health department and their impact on the school board's ability to do their job effectively. In my opinion, this debate needs to be at the feet of the health department, as they are strong-arming, in my opinion, the school board. God bless each of you. Sincerely.
From Kara Petit, to whom it may concern, as a parent of 2 children attending school in Indian River School District, I oppose mandatory mask requirements for students. They impose dire consequences to physical, emotional, and mental health that far outweigh any benefits. Please make masks for our students optional immediately.
From Christine LaPlante, I just wanted to express my opinion on the possible upcoming changes that may happen that will affect our students and staff. Things as status quo seem to be the most reasonable thing to do, as it seems everyone feels safe and things are functioning as normal as they can. I don't think having a mandatory mask policy in place during this time is unreasonable. Can't we just finish out the year with some consistency and start a new year in a new way? Thank you for your time, concerned parent.
From Amy Gomez, please do not change the existing mask policy. It has been effective at preventing the spread of COVID-19 on our campuses when a single student has tested positive and is based on a vast amount of scientific research. However, please do develop a clear written policy on how and when our schools will transition to a mask optional policy. Make sure that parents have education opportunities available to them when this policy change is going to happen that include virtual options at that specific point in time. Hopefully, they will have a vaccine soon and the virus infection rates will lessen. Let's develop a policy with defined criteria about how and when our campuses will become mask optional now in preparation for that. I personally do not feel that the time for a mask optional policy is now, and if you were to change the policy now, what education options are available to my child that is currently attending the brick and mortar school? Can he transition smoothly to virtual? Would he have to restart his school year? I do not currently want my child attending a school where masks are optional, as we are still in the midst of a pandemic. Sincerely, Amy Gomez, parent of a 6th grade student at Gifford Middle School.
From primary care providers at Nemours Children's Primary Care Vero Beach, and pediatric infectious disease physicians, Nemours Children's Health System and Advent Health for Children. Dear school board members, the COVID-19 pandemic has presented our communities with a unique set of circumstances, which includes many new considerations as we embark on 2020-2021 school year. Recognizing the central role of educators in the lives of our children, we want to provide guidance grounded in our scientific understanding of COVID-19 to help protect the health of frontline educators and staff. Stated simply, masks, social distancing, and hand washing are effective for preventing SARS-CoV-2 transmission. All 3 must be practiced and enforced consistently. Masking of students, teachers, and staff is essential to reduce the risk of SARS-CoV-2 transmission. We recommend strongly that, with few exceptions, masks be worn by all students, teachers, and staff. We further recommend for all students, teachers, and staff capable of wearing a mask that compliance with masks be made a requirement for participation at school. Unfortunately, despite a substantial body of scientific evidence supporting the use of masks for the prevention of the community SARS-CoV-2 transmission, the use of masks in the United States has become a politically charged issue. Nonetheless, we view masking as an essential means of protecting students and staff. Refusal by a staff member or student to wear a mask places other people at unnecessary risk of infection. As such, your school board should consider that refusal to wear a mask would result in exclusion from the school environment. Social distancing is an effective means of reducing SARS-CoV-2 transmission. Schools should strive to reduce crowding and to maintain maximal classroom ventilation. Children should be outdoors whenever possible. We have directly emailed the school board members more comprehensive recommendations from our infectious disease colleagues, which includes references and data from the Centers for Disease Control, World Health Organization, and the American Academy of Pediatrics. Sincerely, Nemours Children's Primary Care Vero Beach, Jessica D'Elia, MD, Laura Johnson, MD, Genevieve Mallon, MD, Karen Westbury, MD, Brianna Steele, APRN, in collaboration with the Division of Pediatric Infectious Diseases at Nemours Children's Hospital and Advent Health for Children, Adriana Cadilla, MD, Kenneth A. Alexander, MD, PhD, Fatima Levin, MD.
And that completes all the emails.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will come back, and then we will jump into our action item B, and then we will continue until 1 p.m. And with board members, probably around 12:45, we'll have to stop and discuss when we'll have to come back if we don't get through all our items by 1 p.m., okay? So around 12:45, we'll end conversations on the action items. But at this time, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We're calling this meeting back to order at 11:31. This is a continuation of our meeting, our regular scheduled business meeting on Tuesday, October 13th. We did just finish up our citizen input, and we met on Tuesday from 6 p.m. to 11:55 on Tuesday night, and we met again today, starting at 8 a.m., and we will go through 1 p.m. today for this portion of the meeting, which is, we're getting ready to go into our action items. At this time, for action item, we have approximately 5 action items, and the first action item was put on by Mrs. Justice, and I'm going to turn this over to her to explain her item. And on our agenda, it does read makes mask optional for School District of Indian River County campuses. So at this time, I'm going to recognize Mrs. Justice for her item to be explained.
Thank you, Mrs. Zork. I recognize this is a difficult situation, and I also recognize that there are many people who feel very passionately on both sides of this issue. I brought this option forward in the way that I did, this agenda item forward in the way that I did, to be as clear and transparent as possible about the direction of this school board. I'd first like to say to anyone, I feel very badly about the disrespect that some people feel by me bringing this action item forward. As a Florida parent, you have the right to direct the education and care of your minor child. You also have the right to direct the upbringing and the moral religious training of your minor child. You have the right to make health care decisions for your minor child, and you have the right to make medical decisions to address any needs of your minor child. When the School District of Indian River County and the superintendent brought forward the reopening plan, it was stated that masks would be required when social distancing wasn't possible. And as the law can sometimes be tricky, intention is an important part of why we make laws, but it's important that the intention is written in the law so that it can be followed correctly. And in this case, it was my understanding as we went through discussion through the reopening plan that it was the intention of this board that masks would be the exception and not the rule. And as we reopen schools, the reality of the fact that social distancing would be increasingly difficult to maintain on school campuses kind of set in. And we realized that a policy that originally had been intended to be the exception had become the rule. And the only way I know how to rectify that is to bring this agenda item forward. I respect the right of parents and of teachers and of community members who choose to wear a mask. I have done my best to represent parents and families as a school board member. You have to give me a second, Mrs. Zork. The stories that parents have come and shared regarding the many physical or mental hardships that masks and our policies are currently creating in their homes has been heartbreaking. And the callousness and disregard that some members of this district and some members of our community have shown for parents and their concerns for their children has been heartbreaking. As a board member, I've never participated on this school board and had to sit and listen to parents be so disrespected, for parents' love and care and concern for their children be so disrespected, to have parent concerns that are being sent to our advocacy office be called complaints, and to have misstatements made about the number of issues or concerns that parents have had
It has become evident that this is a very divided issue. Let me make it clear, parents, you have the right to send your child to school not wearing a mask. If this motion fails, I apologize to you that you will have to put your child into a situation that may be uncomfortable or embarrassing for them. I bring this motion forward today because it's the only way to rectify something that we have done that is not correct. We have not been transparent with our parents, with our community members. The reopening plan cannot be implemented. I've heard it said that the reopening plan isn't being implemented correctly. And I want to say I don't believe that's true. I think it probably is in some ways being implemented correctly. It's the plan that needs to change. So today, I bring this action item forward so that we can change the plan. Again, to the parents whose children are sick that have sent me emails of pictures of their mouths or of their noses, or have talked about the hard decisions that they're having to think about making in medicating their children for illnesses or learning disabilities or things that they have tried to manage holistically. I'm sorry. And this is my effort to make it right. Parents are our partners in education. We cannot do this without them, and we must respect their input and value in educating their children. It is my hope as we move forward, we will be able to implement any changes well. I have offered amendments to the superintendent in the past regarding timing of the implementation of this agenda item, and the superintendent has not felt comfortable putting a timeline on that, and that has been his choice. I welcome any suggestions of amendments that board members may have going forward, and I'd like to make clear that this amendment states that masks will be made optional on campuses. Transportation was not included in this motion. Thank you, Mrs. Sork.
Thank you. So at this time, Mrs. Justice, this is your item, but you can make the motion.
I
To make
move
this
that we make masks optional in the school district of Indian River County on our campuses.
I need a second. I will second that since I can, so I do second it.
Thank you.
So I know that you have explained your item, but because you do have the motion, do you have any further?
I do not, Mrs. Zork. I'd like to hear from my fellow board members. This has been extremely difficult. It has become increasingly divisive, and that's really unfortunate because we need to work together in order to educate our students. And so I'd like to hear what my other board members have to say, and I welcome any conversation or questions that they may have.
Okay. Since I did make the second, the reason that I did make the second, knowing very well that it's not going to move forward based on, I don't know, I'm only going by what I heard during the workshop the other day. But the reason I wanted to second this, Mrs. Justice, is because in so many ways, I agree with you, which I agree in many statements that you've made on this. I understand both sides of this. I do. I see that we are here because the plan put in place, and you did mention this also. The plan that I believe that we were putting in place was not the plan that was put in place. I feel that some areas were applied, some were not applied, and some were interpreted and applied despite what knowing should have been applied. So there is some confusion on, or I'm not going to use the word confusion because I don't know that for sure, but I know that this plan was not properly put in place the way that I thought it was going to be put in place when I approved it. I would have never approved a plan that forces our kids to wear a mask for 8 hours a day without a break. I would have never approved that plan. No, I'm not a scientist, but I do know that it is difficult for some, not all. It's not for me to say that you don't have difficulty wearing the mask. It's not for you to say that I or other people do have difficulty. That is not for me to decide. But what I do know is forcing our kids to wear a mask 8 hours a day is not something that I agreed to when I approved this plan. Never. And now that we're hearing this, I think it's grown its own legs in the plan. Never was the word mask mandate ever in this plan. What is in this plan is a very thought-through plan, and I've given I've told Dr. Moore over and over. I bragged on him on Bob Seuss. I bragged to him and other on the state level of how well Dr. Moore has put together a reopening plan, but I'm very disheartened that that reopening plan is not the plan that was explained to me. When I look at face coverings, which is in our plan, and this is not numbered, but it is on our website, and it's specialized preventive health and safety measures. And it is our face covering. It explains, face coverings will be required for students and staff at all times when social distancing is not possible. That does not say masks are mandated at all times. Additionally, face coverings will not be required for students and staff during the following times, given that social distancing cannot be guaranteed. And I agree to this, and I do agree to this, that on the bus, for that short period of time, on the bus to and from school, yes. That just like when you go into Publix or Walmart, you're going in, it's a short amount of time, and you're coming out and you're having that mask break. You know, it's not an ongoing period of time. In the hallways during transition on the campuses or through the district facilities, yes, I did agree to that, and that I do understand that. That, again, that's a short duration of time. It's not a continuous amount of time. During the arrival and dismissal of schools, when our kids are coming in and they're waiting in the hallway, waiting to go into their classroom, or they're at car pickup or bus pickup, and you can't socially distance, I did agree to that. During transition across the campus, when you're going from classroom to bathroom or to the cafeteria, again, that's crossing paths. It's something I agreed to. Teachers can work with students to provide designated mask breaks, during which time students will be socially distanced. I agreed to that because I felt that that was something that really needed to take place, especially for when social distancing was not possible in the classroom. Exceptions for face covering. Students and staff who have a medical issue with a face covering would cause an impairment are excused from wearing a face covering. Face shields may be worn to accommodate these previously described situations. I agreed to that. Social distancing. Social distancing measures in which individuals remain physically separated by a distance of at least 6 feet will be used throughout the school day to prevent the spread of COVID-19. I agreed to that, but what I'm seeing, that's not happening. Social distancing measures could be utilized during small group activities. If social distancing is not possible, face coverings would be worn. That's not happening. And the ones I'm mentioning are the items that I agreed to that I have seen that are not happening. We have some very dedicated individuals that understand the importance of this policy. We have individuals that have decided that it's their way or no way, and that is problematic because that, to me, is the reason we're here. It's the few that has decided to implement and apply their own rules, which is causing anxiety, panic, and havoc in social and emotional issues that has led us to this point here. When social distancing is not possible, face coverings will be required. We rolled out this plan on August 10th, and when teachers and staff went back to school. It's October 15th. We're 10 weeks into this. I understand that a few weeks needs the busyness in the first few weeks, but I'm not understanding, I do not accept the fact that the plan is not fully understood. I don't accept that. Our plan says when socially distanced is not possible, what I am seeing is that we have individuals that have decided, even though their room is socially distanced, or you have half the students that are socially distanced and half are not, I am seeing it becoming that mandate that we're now hearing. All children are mandated because this one individual believes they must wear them. I'm also seeing that and I respect the educators who say it's not happening in their classroom and it's not happening at their school, but I'm going to tell you, on my level, I'm seeing what's happened within the entire district, and I'm hearing from individuals of what's happening in the entire district. So I'm also hearing that teachers or staff members are deciding that it's not fair that part of the students are able to socially distance and these students aren't able to social distance. So you can't take your mask off for a break because these kids are not allowed to take their mask off. So when this group switches over to the group that can be socially distanced and that group switches over there, still no mask break. So for me, the picking and choosing of socially distanced, applying this policy, again, has turned into our kids having to wear their masks for 8 hours, and that is not the plan I approved. Classroom environments. All classrooms will be arranged to optimize social distance between students. Unnecessary classroom furniture will be removed, and remaining classroom furniture will be remained to maximize the use of classroom space. Items composed of porous materials, rugs, blankets, etc. will be taken out. Will be limited to only those items that are necessary for ongoing functions of the school environment. Now, when I approved this plan, it was my understanding that, and this is my understanding, that the 2 weeks that we had given would have taken care of, given enough time so that individuals could arrange their room to make sure that maximum social distancing can take place. What I'm hearing is that did not, that we're working on that now. So I'm very disappointed in that. Prior to the return of students, classroom arrangements will be reviewed and approved related to social distancing measures by school administrators. That's right there. Prior to the return of students. So between August 10th, August 24th, that was the time that we were being given that sense of guarantee that this plan was being properly implemented. So there was frustration at the last meeting, but there's frustration because I'm getting all these, I'm hearing that everything is done, but I know better. I know better that it's not been fully put in place the way that I had thought. Yes, wonderful things are happening, but the tragic part is there's a lot of kids that are suffering because we did not properly implement this, or fully implement it, I should say. Do I blame the superintendent? Absolutely not. Nope, because I know I've been with him. He has, as soon as he hears an issue, he's right on top of it. But it's going to be up to all the adults in the district to make sure that we are properly implementing this to ensure that our children do have those breaks that we did promise our parents that they could have when they came back. Yes, we did have children that were required to wear masks during PE. We did have children that had to wear masks during recess. In Florida, where it's 90 degrees, it's hot, and we know humidity and breathing in your air it's very dangerous for these kids to overheat. Not only is my frustration that it wasn't fully implemented, but there's some situations that are very it does cause you to get angry. Children during PE who are caught fidgeting with their mask lose their mask break. While other kids get their mask break, that child that was having problems during PE loses their mask break. And not only does that child and these kids lose their mask break, they are told, run laps, keep your mask on, while these other kids are taking these mask breaks. So, yes. But again, Dr. Moore took care of that. He cannot keep, these kids shouldn't even have to go through that to even have to get to me, to get to him, to get to the principal, to get to the teacher. In addition, over the last 9 weeks, some have chosen not to give mask breaks. It's their class, their rules. It's very inconsistent, it's very unfair. Some kids are given mask breaks if they finish their work. Some lose their mask break if they're not finished with their work. Very inconsistent, very unfair. Some parents have received medical notes, just like our policy has said. Some have really had to fight to make sure that the rights of their parents or the rights of their kids are being protected by having this. Unfortunately, that comes to me and then other board members, and then we have to take it to Dr. Moore, and he has to go out and have staff look into it. This should not be happening. I'm hearing from parents when they talk to their principal, it's my school, my rules. Ignoring board policy. I'm hearing from parents that their kids are being told, and they're being told, it's my class, my rules. Ignoring board policy. My job as a board member is to guarantee that each and every child is protected. My job is not to protect the masses and ignore the few. My job is not to protect the squeaky wheel. My job is to protect the ones that don't have the parents at home or the caregivers or whoever does not have the voice. I am the voice of that child. Clearly, we're very proud of our district's strategic plan, transforming education to inspire, and empower all students to maximize their full potential. I'm not here just to serve one small group, one large group, one individual. I'm here to serve all. And I believe we are a district that has enough talent in this school district. I believe we're a district that has enough resources, and we have great leadership with Dr. Moore, and he knows that, that I believe that, and I do believe in him. But where I am right now is because I'm not trusting and having enough faith in what we have put out in a plan. It has caused me to want to go to an extreme measure so that we can protect our students. For students struggling with anxiety and panic and other ailments from masks, we can't ignore that. That's happening. I know I'm hearing that it's only a mask, it's only a piece of cloth, but to those kids that are actually having these physical ailments, we can't dismiss that, and I will not dismiss that. Just because a majority doesn't have that issue, it doesn't mean it's not happening. So, in supporting, seconding what Mrs. Justice has brought up, it's because I want these kids to get help now. I don't want these kids to get help after the phase-out plan takes place. These kids need help now. This plan needs help now. These kids need to know what their rights are when they go into that classroom, when they're refused, because everyone's right. Mrs. Justice and I are leaving on, I said, November 16th. So we will not be here. But what my goal is to make sure that our kids know they have rights when they go into that classroom when it comes to their mask. Because some are having major issues. Some aren't. Some of the rules are not being applied. So I have fear, and my fear is that when I'm not here, how are we going to protect these kids and these families? And I've talked to Dr. Moore about this, and he has assured me that there will be the rights of our students and the responsibilities of our students once we go into the second item that, or one of the items we have coming forward on the phase out. He has assured me that there will be the posting of the rights, and our students will clearly understand their rights so that these children will not have to endure what kids have had to endure over the last 10 weeks. But then again, I still ask, what are we going to do for these kids now that are having anxiety, that are having these health issues, and that are having difficult breathing with these masks? I think, as we had said in our policy, we thought that we were going to be flexible and nimble enough that we could create an environment that these kids could also come to brick and mortar and get the face-to-face teaching, which we know is the most valuable. That's not happening, and that's something that I want to see, not in a plan on December 8th, but I want to see that action happen now. I do support all parents, and I do apply common sense. I do think we are a small enough district that we can not only address the needs of the masses, but also address the needs of the individuals. And that's our job, and that's what we have said we will do, is honor all students. And that, to me, is the most important here, is honoring all students and not just the masses, because there's more numbers with them. So I have more, but I'll save it. Mrs. Berenborg and then Dr. Schiff.
Thank you. Your comments.
Mrs. Zork, Mrs. Zork, please pay attention to the, Ms.
I also had my
Maddox.
hand up, but,
Thank you.
okay.
I think I have a question about if we're using Teams or if we're, because I know that Mrs. Rosario commented on Teams, Mrs. Berenberg asked to speak. It's very confusing, so.
Right.
Yeah, and if I can't type into Teams and I'm sitting here.
I'm not on Teams. I'm not going to get on Teams. I'm trying to do too many things up here. All right. It seems that Mrs. Rosario was first.
Really?
Is that right?
Yes.
Well, but I'm not
Okay.
on Teams. I mean, I could have
Yeah.
stayed here and held my.
Okay.
I could have held my hand up when you were talking also. Come on, make a decision, Mrs. Zork.
I'm going to, because I did see Mrs. Berenborg, I'm going to go Mrs. Berenborg, Dr. Schiff, and then Mrs. Rosario.
Thank you.
That's the order I seen it, and that's the order I'm going to go in.
Thank you. So, because I worry about time, I usually speak last, but since we have a limited amount of time, I don't want my opportunity to speak today be muffled. So I do have an opinion to make. I truly respect both of what you just said, and I agree with a lot of it. It is an unfortunate, divisive situation that we're in right now, and I agree that it shouldn't have been. Because had people followed what we put in this plan, although I do think there are things that should be tweaked in this plan to make it a little bit stronger, I think that that's where we are. So there are several points that I wanted to bring up. The first thing I want to say is I heard something that I want to quote in this week, and it was, "A gentle persuasion is often more effective than a heavy hand." I have been personally threatened. I've had my husband's job threatened. I think this is ridiculous that people are behaving like this when October is National Bullying Prevention Month. Adults set examples for children, and we're not doing that. I'm sitting here trying to listen to both sides of this issue. I am not taking one side or the other because it's political, because I'll tell you something. Even though most of you know that I'm a more conservative person, I have had many, many conservative people call me and thank me, but tell me, please don't tell anybody I said that, because they're afraid also of what could happen for them politically because they took a stance about masks. That's how awful this all is. And it has a lot to do with the fact that we have an upcoming election. Let's face it, that's what's looming over this. My decision on whether or not to move this or to create a plan and the dates of it has nothing to do with the fact that we have 2 board members leaving. I am not pushing this off because of you, because I'm going to tell you something. I will follow through with this. We will get to that point. We have to get to that point. We have to get back to normalcy. It's doing it with respect and careful planning. I never dive into anything quickly unless I have to if it's an emergency. And I don't think that we have to dive into something that's an emergency when we have a plan in place that we can tweak to help students that are suffering. And there are mental issues about this on both sides of this. Let's not just talk about the kids that are having mental issues because they don't want to wear a mask. How about the kids that are having mental issues because they're afraid to demask? So I'm looking at both of that. You know, there have been lots of accusations here. There have been accusations that we take daily temperature checks. Do we, Dr. Moore? Can you say it into a microphone? Okay, thank you. So we do not take daily temperature checks. I wanted to make sure that people understood that. We have shut off the water fountains, but do we offer bottled water, Dr. Moore?
Chair, yes, we do.
Thank you.
Mrs.
That also
Berenborn,
has-
not consistently. I'm sorry, that's not the case.
Could I please speak without being disrupted, Mrs. Justice?
If it's true.
I will get to that. I'd appreciate it because I sat here and listened to all of you, and I've listened to all the comments, and I didn't disrupt one time. But every time I seem to speak, you seem to disrupt. And I would appreciate it if you would listen to me for once.
I'm listening.
Thank you. So the bottled water is something that we have offered. I want to make that statement clear, okay? There's a reason why I said that, Mrs. Justice, because we have put lots of things in place that aren't always happening, and that's one of them. So if you had let me speak, you would have heard that part of it. We're still under an emergency order from the governor. Like it or not, we still are. We're still under an emergency, what is the term? Public health emergency from the state surgeon general. Those are facts. Those are facts as a science person I pay attention to. I am not the expert in this. None of us are in this room to my knowledge. But yet people have their opinions, and that's what they are, opinions. So I'd rather err on the side of caution. Science, you can give me research articles on both sides of this issue. There are scientists that will say unmasked kids, there are scientists that will say masked kids, there are doctors that will say unmasked kids, and there are doctors that will say masked kids. This is very divided, even with scientists. When you're talking about parents' rights, absolutely, parents have a right. And if something is not happening that they don't like, they should be going to that principal and they should be asking for the accommodation. If their child is masked all day, easy. You go to them and say, my kid's not getting a mask break. My kid has a problem here. As a principal, my job was to make sure that accommodations happen, be it IEPs or 504s or simple accommodations of, you're right, that is a board policy and we're not following it, and I'm going to make sure that that teacher follows it. That's the principal's job at that school, to make sure that these are being followed. So, Dr. Moore, you need to make sure our principals are making sure that the classroom teachers are following what we're asking them to follow. And I know most teachers are. There are exceptions, though. There always are. I've taught for 38 years now. There are always those exceptions. And unfortunately, unless you scream and yell for your child, they're not going to listen. They're not going to hear it. So I do appreciate all the parents that are yelling and screaming for their children. I get it. You need to when you see that something's not being followed, okay? But we are also under an employee and teacher shortage. If we had lots of teachers lining up at the door, I would say, get rid of that teacher, let's go. Let's clear it all and let's get the teachers here that want to teach and want to be part of this solution. But we don't have that. We are in a teacher shortage, if you haven't figured that out. And we also are in a substitute shortage, big time. So if we make a rash decision, we could have anarchy in our schools. Like it or not, you may say, well, they have to come to work. They don't. They can make their own personal decisions on what to do in life. We can't make them do that. We can't make them show up to work tomorrow. So think about the anarchy that would happen if we make a rash decision. So I'm sitting here with a bird's eye view. I'm not sitting here trying to say, yes, this is right, because it is right to get rid of masks. It is. We got to go to normalcy. But we can't do it as a rash decision. The dental issue thing that came up is very interesting to me. That wasn't something I had heard about before. That is something I'm very interested in, and I think, Dr. Moore, you need to have dentists involved in talking to you. My father was a dentist, so I was really concerned about that. Is it happening with all kids? We don't know yet. And that's the other part of this pandemic, is we don't know what's going to happen because of what decisions we're making today. Just like they didn't know what was going to happen with Spanish flu decisions, with polio decisions, all those decisions. Looking back on it, yeah, it's easy to say, oh yeah, they should have done this or this. But we're in the midst of this. So we have to take whatever information we're getting. And locally, our rates of positivity have increased lately. We're up to, what, 8.83% as of today. Okay? So that is something to keep in mind, because I look at our local community, and you say, well, if we were on an island and we had barriers and nobody came to visit in Vero, then we could just look at that information and make a quick decision. But we don't have that kind of community. We have people coming in and out all the time. That is something to pay attention to. There are classrooms where mask breaks are not given, and even reports of some not being allowed to sip water. Remove their mask and sip water. I had a student contact me, and I'm sure they contacted you, that said, I am a high school student and I'm not allowed to remove my mask to sip water in my classroom. And I told that student that they have rights and here's what you should do. If they are scared to pursue that, we can't fix it if we don't know where it is. Just like with an employee being afraid to be a whistleblower, we need to empower our kids to not be afraid. If they're afraid to do it, have their parent do it. But call that principal, and that principal should not say where that came from. Just like I wouldn't say it where it came from. If somebody calls me on a matter, and they say to me, I do not want my name revealed, I call the superintendent and say, here's the problem, here's the situation. I'm not going to tell you who called me. And I do that. I protect that. If they gave me a phone call, they didn't put it in writing, that I can do, okay, because that's not subject. I'd rather be criticized for being cautious with a well-devised plan to move forward. And criticize me for that, that's fine. But I think I am a person of science. I'm a person that looks at things in a reasonable way. Do I think it's wrong to keep masking children forever? Yes, it is. It's wrong. We need to keep going. But we're in a pandemic. We're under an emergency order. There are other considerations here. This is a complicated issue. It deserves a well-thought-out plan. And that is why when you say there's exceptions rather than the rule, there are exceptions rather than the rule. Lots of ways. And unmasking immediately is not the way to rectify this plan. That is why I submitted my action item. So I will not be voting for demasking kids immediately.
Dr. Schiff.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a lot of time. It's time to move on. I am sympathetic to the parents of children who are suffering. Of course I am. I hear these complaints, and I'm working to be as best by these kids as are you. I have done that for the last, what? Is that better? Oh, am I not on? Yeah, losing my temper for the first time on this board, and I'm not on. Okay, am I on now, Chris? Thank you. Okay, so I am equally sympathetic to the rights and needs of parents and students in this district. I have been for my last 2 years on this board. Where we are not working with parents to accommodate their children as best as we can, of course we need to be. Of course we have, and I have done that for 2 years, 2 weeks, 2 months, for as long as I have been sitting here. To be honest, Mrs. Justice, you are not the only parent advocate on this board, and I resent the implication that in some way your role as a parent or a parent advocate somehow supersedes or is more than mine. That's not true. I have spent as much time on this board advocating as anyone else on this board. I am also a parent and a parent advocate. I am sympathetic to parent needs, but I am also a student advocate and a teacher advocate and a staff advocate and a community advocate. And to say that I'm not, or to imply that somehow by voting in favor of this policy that I am not supporting people in this district, I don't lose my temper often here, but I resent that. Mrs. Zork, you and I have worked really well for the last 2 years. But to suggest that when you leave this board, that neither I nor Mrs. Berenborg nor Mrs. Rosario is capable of carrying on and holding the superintendent accountable or representing the needs in this community, I would think you know me better than that, to be honest. So I too have 4 pages of notes here. I'm not going to read them. We've heard them. We've sat here for 11 hours so far. And we have I don't know how many hours more here to go. No, I will not be voting in favor of this policy for many of the reasons Mrs. Berenborg has stated, for the 10.5 hours of comments that we have heard from board members, from the community, from citizens, for the I don't know how many, 400 or 500 emails that I've received on this topic. It's time to move on. I'm calling the vote.
Mrs. Rosario would like to speak.
Needs a second.
I need a second.
I'll give a second.
So you do not want to give the equal opportunity to another board member that has not had the chance to speak on this item to
I'm
speak?
interested in hearing Mrs.
Yes, me
Rosario's
too.
comments. I'm not interested in another 30 or
Thank
40
you.
or 60 minutes of talking about this.
I am not either.
So,
And if Mrs. Rosario would like to make succinct comments following the vote, I'm happy to hear them. But I can't go for another half hour again and again and hear more and more and more about this. Staff is not doing work they need to do. We are keeping people from doing their jobs of running this district. We need to move on.
Dr. Schiff, so we have 2 individuals, we have a motion and a second to not,
I'll remove my second and ask Ms. Rosario if we could be brief.
Mrs. Rosario, there
I don't
is,
think any one of you had a time limit. And
Yeah.
I think that is incredibly disrespectful of you to ask me to be brief when I'm speaking. If you were to take the time, you would see, Mrs. Zork, as the chair, that it was Mrs. Maddox who told you that I clearly was the first person to ask for a comment. So as chair, you should have looked to Mrs. Maddox.
Mrs.
But
Rosario,
not-
you are
not-
the
not
only
to
one
talk
on
about that
Teams,
right
and it
now.
is not,
I am
no.
offended that any one
Do
of
you wish to
would try to
speak?
tell me that I should be brief in my comments.
Do you wish to speak?
As far as my comments right now, I have 2 questions for Mrs. Justice. Mrs. Justice, on Tuesday, you suggested that you were considering to amend your motion to have this item before us, but with a timeline. When that item came to us to approve the consent agenda as is, you did not offer the amendment to put this through as an option with a timeline. I think if you had amended, as you suggested that you would, because you said that you were considerate and that you were understanding to some of the chaos that has been caused because of this, right now we would be having a different conversation, and we could be talking about what that would look like instead.
You wanna-
So my question to you is, why didn't you add that or amend your initial comment, and would you consider that instead? That's my first question.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Rivera. A lot's been said about the timing of me adding this to the agenda. Just to be clear, I've been in conversation with the superintendent over the past month about this, and I did request this item be added to the agenda, I think about 3 weeks ago. So I apologize to anyone that saw this as a surprise, but it was chosen to be added by staff on Friday.
Mrs. Rosario, you're correct. I did want to add some type of a timeline or an amendment to this to give the superintendent and staff time to be able to implement this plan in a calm, relaxed, and phased-in manner in order to be able to have the least amount of disruption possible. But I was trying to be respectful of the superintendent and his staff in the way that they work within the district to make things happen. I'd be happy if you'd like to amend this motion to add in a timeline.
So you would have to withdraw your motion. I will withdraw mine, and you can make a new motion.
I'd like to withdraw my motion, Mrs. Zork.
Okay. I will withdraw mine. Would you like to make a motion?
Mrs. Rosario, you were in comment. Do you have a specific amount of time that you think would be appropriate, or would you like me to consult the superintendent? Because I would like to make a motion that we can all speak to respectfully and consider in a real respectful manner.
Yes, I do have some suggestions. I mentioned them on Tuesday. Thank you so much for asking me, Mrs. Justice. One of the things that I had mentioned was kind of like an unveiling or an unrolling of this timeline. But using what I proposed on Tuesday was that CDC consideration chart. The other thing that I have been thinking about, if we include in that chart and we give direction to the superintendent to do it, that could get us, we can ask him to have that presented to us by December 8th, which is the next, the meeting in December. I think that's enough time to kind of go through this. The charts that are in there, it has masks recommended and masks considered. That's from the CDC. I would like to propose that we direct the superintendent not for just those two considerations, but to put in there a column that says masks required, because clearly, like on buses, we should have the masks required, in my opinion. But we could add to that masks required, masks recommended, and masks considered or optional. If we have those three and ask the superintendent to create this kind of chart where we can see clearly the student scenario, the teacher scenario, what happens in the classroom, and in which of those areas either masks would be required, recommended, considered, or optional, it opens up the opportunity for all sides to meet in the middle, where we could actually have something working and living between now and then. And then in December, also ask the superintendent to provide for us an unveiling moving forward, beginning in January, of a truly, what did I say last week? I said comprehensive, or, an entire district moving from where we are now, which is mandated or required, to highly recommended and then optional, or something like that. But in this case, we could kind of look at some of those considerations line by line until December. And I'm only asking that because my biggest concern is that we still haven't received our transitional students in the classroom. That's a big concern for me. It's not that I am not for optional. I've said it before. I am 100% for optional. I've told the superintendent that too. I just don't know if ripping off the Band-Aid overnight is the right thing to do. It's not the safe thing to do either, because we have not then allowed for teachers to make those accommodations in the classroom. No one's going to be able to social distance or sit apart from each other. So if we consider all of the transitions coming back and make sure that they come back at least up to 80%, we'll have a better understanding of that. We can give the superintendent direction on the tweaking, revising, editing the chart from the CDC that I shared with you all, specific to our needs, and then ask also to provide for us an unveiling similar to what Mrs. Berenborg has on her agenda coming up. That could also be presented to us on December 8th. But I think that all or nothing right now is not a good thing.
Mrs. Rosario, would you like to make the motion? There's two
I would love
provisions.
to make the motion if Mrs. Justice wouldn't mind.
No, of course, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion instead that we, let me think about how I'm going to word this. I would like to make a motion that we direct the superintendent to create a chart of considerations for the use of masks, similar to the CDC guidelines chart that I presented on Tuesday, with clear guidelines on when masks would be required, when masks would be recommended, and when masks would be either considered or optional.
Mrs. Rosario?
I'm sorry, I think I'm supposed to continue that, right? To be presented to us by December 8th. And then moving forward, I'd also like for us to ask the superintendent to also present to us a timeline after December 8th, moving into the new year, of what an unveiling or an unrolling phase-out program would look like for us.
Mrs. Rosario, Mrs. Zork? I'd like to second your motion, but I do believe it's important to be able to give some assurance to the many concerned people that would like their students to attend school with the option of wearing a mask some date, or some assurance that we are going to follow through on this motion and board members' votes to it.
Okay, then
Mrs.
can I
Justice?
ask, before we move forward, can I ask the superintendent, Dr. Moore, with I'm not talking about the unveiling of the full rollout or a phase out, but with regard to the CDC chart that we were talking about that I suggested on Tuesday, is there a possibility that you can get that to us sooner than December so we can provide to the public and to parents, a sooner unrolling of just this alone, at least to get us started?
Through the chair, in looking at the current plan and the communication of that plan and the implementation being completely reliable and being done so with fidelity, I think the students' bill of mask rights that was described by Ms. Zork at the previous meeting, being age appropriate and communicated at each and every single grade level in classrooms, empower students to know what exactly their rights and responsibilities are. And I think that is something that we can do immediately. I think we can have that with the current system that is in place out Monday to ensure that we're just not communicating with adults, but we're communicating with all, and ensuring that that knowledge becomes power, and that we ensure that the implementation continues to improve. And I think that's something that we can do right now. I would caution the board implementing any motion that is time-specific without fully understanding the implications and impact would be reckless. My recommendation to the board is the opportunity to bring a plan that clearly defines when it is appropriate to begin the process of unmasking, and then define the pathway in which we would unmask. And it is a true consideration, and it is a difficult and complex reality. And we have been extremely vigilant and will continue to ensure that each and every single child has their rights clearly defined, and that each and every single person who works for the organization is going to be Best by Kids. And that is a hard and complex situation. Florida Department of Education asked us to work with the local health department and consult with them. We've consulted with pediatricians. We consulted with American Pediatrics Association. We've done our due diligence to adhere to the emergency order that is in place and to ensure that our plan is aligned to those requirements. The only thing that I'm asking for is the opportunity to bring the impact. What would happen if? And when we define it is appropriate, it is safe for all, we will begin the process of unmasking and clearly define for the board how we would do that. It is bringing a full implementation, an opportunity to review this current plan, to continue to update it and ensure that it's being implemented with fidelity. And as we know, COVID changes daily. And this is a plan that was written, as Mrs. Orr quoted, 10 weeks ago. So it is time, as we transition into the next 9 weeks, to be fluid in looking at it and saying, given our current health condition, which is now worse than it was when school opened, what do we need to do? What is the next step? What would be the impact? What would be the implications? So it is a complex conversation to organize the county's largest employer to ensure that we have systems in place to continue to educate children, to ensure that they are safe when they are on our campuses. And not only does that take time, we need to understand fully as a board, before giving the direction for me to go and do the work, what are the potential liabilities and impact of that particular decision?
Dr. Moore, I think, and I'm sorry, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Mrs. Rosario, but I think what I'm hearing is I'm hearing board members ask December 8th. I don't think they're expecting you to have all the answers, but on December 8th, I think if you could bring a timeline of processes and procedures that you're going to put in place to ensure and give comfort to this board that you are putting these plans in place, and what are you going to be looking at? Who are you going to be bringing in? And present a plan when it comes to that on December 8th, not the full, detail. That's my understanding of what Mrs. Rosario was asking about. Is that correct?
Yes, but what Dr. Moore is discussing or is talking about, yes, by December 8th, I would like to see what that would look like. What I'm asking for, or even possibly before December 8th, I don't believe takes research time. I'm talking about a chart that is tailored to us that would indicate what is currently in our current plan. It's not reinventing the wheel. Most of these things are in our current plan, but if we list it and now offer when masks are required, recommended, or considered, it would be clear for everybody that there are going to be options there. For example, if we say students are seated at least 6 feet apart from each other in the classroom, then masks should be optional. If we say students are in band, choir, or music class, that one could be masks may be considered. If we have students in recess or in physical education class, that is masks can be considered or optional. Those are the kinds of things that we currently have in our current plan, but because we need that plan to be looked at, revised, I don't think that that's going to take a lot of, effort to do that, to create something like this. I think this can be done much sooner than December 8th, where on December 8th, you can provide for us a much greater, suggested plan.
Through the chair, now that I have a better understanding as to what you're asking for, we can develop that one-pager, which is student-friendly based on their age, so age-appropriate. Meet with principals to ensure they understand that document, have it posted throughout our buildings, create some social media around it by Monday. I think that is an absolutely outstanding idea that we discussed at the our last meeting. They're blurring together. But I think that is a great way, and I see it as an opportunity really to take the next steps. I think as I reflect on implementation, we did a good job of communicating with the adults in the building, the expectations, but we can do a better job in communicating to the masses as it relates to the systems that have been created. And I think it can be done extremely quickly and without interruption, and enhance the implementation of the plan as it's been designed.
Mrs. Rosario, I have to pause here for a second. Dr. Schiff, is this a question about the motion that Mrs. Rosario's?
Yes,
Okay. Is it for Mrs. Rosario?
it's for the board.
Oh, okay.
We had a motion, it was removed. We have a second item on the agenda brought by Mrs. Berenborg that addresses exactly this. I'm not clear why we're talking about this now, unless what we're going to do is move forward, take the second item, and vote it up or down, because this conversation is way ahead of ourselves. We had a motion for optional masks, it's up or down, it's removed or it's not, and then we move on to the next conversation about our charge to the superintendent.
The way I understand it, Mrs. Justice, oh, well, I'll let Mrs. Justice speak.
Yeah, I just want to state again that the reason that I brought this forward, Dr. Schiff, is that I have a real concern that we're not respecting current statute in regards to parental rights.
I'm clear you understand. I'm clear you have that concern. You have made that
And I-
abundantly clear.
Thank you. Good.
There is no possible way I could have missed that.
Thank you. And the reason that I brought it forward in such a straightforward manner is because there are so many details surrounding the implementation or the changes or the board policy and reopening. And as Dr. Moore has stated, it is extremely complex. The one thing that is not complex is that I truly believe that our parents, all parents, love their children. And there are parents within our community who feel that their parental rights are not being respected by our reopening plan. The only group that has the power to do anything about that is us. And I felt a real true responsibility to give voice to all of the parents in our community. I've sat here through a lot of citizen input. I've been respectful in sitting through and listening. I've taken notes. And I've brought this motion forward. So again, I move that, do we have a motion on the floor currently?
I just made a motion. I made a motion in your stead.
Go ahead. Can you repeat that, Jackie? So we can make sure it's clear we have to second it.
Okay. I make a motion
You did.
to direct the superintendent to create a student roles and responsibilities. According to what the superintendent just stated right now, he said that he can have that by Monday and have it distributed to all schools so that it is clear what the students' rights, roles, and responsibilities are with regard to masks. That's number one. Second part is, to this motion, is to direct the superintendent to create an additional consideration, an amendment to our current plan, including additional considerations for the use of masks, similar to the one that was presented by the CDC, but tailored to include masks required, masks recommended, or masks considered or optional. And that these student scenarios in this chart that was presented on Tuesday be edited, tailored specifically to our needs in our district, because obviously the one from the CDC is very generic. But with this guideline, we'll be able to, check off when masks would be required, when masks could be optional, and when masks could be recommended.
So could you clarify what the
The
motion
third
is?
part to that is that
Hold on.
we direct the superintendent on December
this motion?
8th to present to us a rollout plan with a timeline phasing out masks completely.
What was the date of that? December 8th? I'm sorry. December 8th. So what I'm hearing the motion is, Mrs. Rosario makes a motion to direct the superintendent to create the students' rights and responsibilities relating to mask, and that will be posted at all the schools and given to the students. The second part is that There will be a chart created in accordance to the CDC as she had presented on Tuesday with those exceptions, of adding those exceptions she mentioned, in addition to, basically it is the other portion that we had on the agenda, but having the plan on December 8th. So that is the motion.
May I?
Go ahead.
I'd like to second with an amendment, may I?
Go ahead.
I'd like to second with an amendment to say that masks will be optional in the school district of Indian River County in 2021, giving the superintendent and staff more than enough time through the end of this semester to start the new semester with a new plan of action in place.
Mrs. Zork, may I?
Is there a
We have
second?
a motion, we have a second.
You have an amendment, and you need a second for the amendment.
I second the amendment. So now that we have a motion by Mrs. Rosario, the floor is hers.
Thank you. I don't think that I need to, reiterate everything that we just said. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer. But I think that we went over what this would look like on Tuesday, and I think I just explained it now.
Thank you.
Your second? Would you like to speak to your second?
No, ma'am.
Right? No?
May I?
Yes.
I am uncomfortable with a motion that has 3 parts and an amendment, and a motion to remove masks at some time in the future when we have absolutely no idea what the health circumstances will be. So I don't know where we're going to be in 2021. I don't. What I know is that, well, we don't need to go on this. I want to comment, though, to Mrs. Berenborg, something you mentioned about the volatility of this issue and threats you've received. Because I want to say I really empathize with you on that. I, too, have received them. I am well aware of movements in this community to silence my voice on this board. This board is here for representation. We may not always agree, that's the point. But when we are threatened, when we are afraid to speak our voices because we are afraid of how the community may respond to that, then we can't do our job effectively. So thank you for raising that, because I feel it every day I'm on this board. And I am quite concerned about what's going to happen after this meeting. So thank you for raising that. To this motion, this is a 3-part motion with an amendment that is not only its own motion, but is exactly the conversation that Mrs. Berenborg put on for us to have. So we're either going to have that conversation or we're not, but we're having it in 6 different places right now. So I can't support this the way it is. I'd like to have a clear and direct conversation under Mrs. Berenborg's motion, item.
Mrs. Zork, I feel like my item is being not allowed to be presented if we go with this. And I think that I had careful conversations with the superintendent, as we all do, and went back and forth about this, and about how long would it take for you to come up with a really good plan, well thought out, developed plan, taking into consideration all the things that I wrote in here. And it's not just what you see on the top of the agenda. If you click on the agenda, you'll see the rest of it. And in there, it says the date of it, December 8th. So I'm not sure why that's even in dispute here. I agree with that. I don't think we should wait until January. I think we should be able to come up with a plan and present it and move forward. But I think that to not even talk about what we sat and listed, all the different things he needs to consider to make this chart. I agree with you, Ms. Rosario. We need to have some sort of clear direction with the chart. But just to say make a chart and do this by January, I think that's haphazard. I think, it's my turn to talk, Mrs. Justice.
I'm sorry, I wasn't speaking to you.
I think that considering the things that he and I went through very carefully, and I didn't agree to some of the things he wanted to do, which was farther in the future, I think we need to be moving forward. And we need to be moving forward carefully. I agree with the fact that kids need to know their rights now. And we need to do something now about some of the things that are happening, absolutely. But we have to consider lots of things, not just make a chart and go. And that is why I'm saying, look at the science, look at the medical professionals. You may think that all medical professionals feel like we should wear masks, and that is not true. I have spoken to several that say, get rid of masks. But they also agree that you should not just do it haphazardly and quickly. These sort of things, obviously, since we're having this big argument over it, these sort of things need to be done with careful consideration. And just to instruct the superintendent to make a chart and move on in January, I think is haphazard, and I will not vote for that.
So currently, we have an amendment to the motion, and we need to vote on that amendment. And that amendment is that through the development of the phase-out plan, that there will be no mask, or not no mask, but there will be optional mask. Mrs. Rosario, 2021?
That was Mrs.
Yes,
Justice's
but
comment.
I'd like to
Or
just
was that
add
your
something
motion?
to this.
Yeah.
Can I
2020.
add?
Go ahead.
I don't believe that it's disconnected from what Mrs. Barenborg has on her agenda for us to discuss. I actually think that this could be a great prerequisite to the items that she's presenting. Because if we agree to this now, we know that there's going to be a long-term goal that we are eventually moving towards. We're going to ask, when we discuss it under Mrs. Barenborg's items, we're going to discuss what that would look like, asking the superintendent to do the research, to collect the data. So I don't think that they're completely separate at all. And I don't think that we are asking the superintendent to haphazardly create a chart. We have a plan that has already been written. These items are already on the plan. So what he's doing is taking the items that are already on our current plan, which we all agree there are a select few people in our district who may or may not have been following it exactly. And this actually helps to reiterate some of those very, very important needs that are currently in our plan, but restated with clear intention on when masks could or should or must be worn.
Okay.
So I don't think that they're completely
Okay,
separate.
so would you restate your amendment?
My amendment was to ensure that masks will be considered optional in the school district of Indian River County by 2021. Mrs. Zork, I'd like to address Dr. Schiff, if I may, and my fellow board members. In no way was my motion today meant to be disrespectful of anyone or of anyone's interests in this matter or concerns in this matter. It was quite the opposite, actually. I recognize, as Dr. Schiff says, that this is a changing situation and that things may change and that this board going forward may have to make different decisions in order to take into account changing circumstances, and I respect that. The fact that parents' rights are not being considered right now is concerning to me, not because of masks. My opinion about masks does not matter. I am not a scientist. I will not sit here, nor have I, to offer any scientific evidence one way or another. This is an issue about a parent's role in directing their child's education and a parent's role in the partnership of what school looks like for their child, what they hear, what they're told, how they are told to behave, what they are told to do or not do. And I believe that we have not been respecting children and their parents in some circumstances, and this was an effort to try to work to ensure that. I welcomed all motions. I welcomed all input from the superintendent. But because of the continued confusion, that was why the motion was as simple as it was. It was not meant to be callous or disrespectful. It was meant to be straightforward so that this district could make the best decisions for planning going forward. And the consideration of bringing it forward at this moment was for the specific purpose of allowing parents of transitional students, as Dr. Schiff said, to have all of the information necessary that they might need while making the decision, the best decision for their students over the course of the next 9 weeks.
So we need to,
Motion to call the vote.
I'd like,
She called the vote.
I did call the vote, I want to rescind
was it
that,
you?
and I want to amend the order. I want to amend it.
Amend what?
I want to amend what the motion that's on the table.
Second amendment.
Yep, I want to do a second amendment. I would like to amend it to move forward with Mrs. Rosario's suggestion and your suggestion from earlier this week, that we create a child's Bill of Rights, or whatever it is that you want to call that, and that we agree to that, and then we make a second decision about how to move forward on my issue that I brought forward. That is what I'd like to amend, to just include the Children's Bill of Rights as you have named it. Is that what you called it, Mrs. Rosario? What did you call it?
No, Mrs. Zork is the one who suggested the Children's Bill of Rights.
Okay, whatever it
I'm
is, the
the one who
checklist.
suggested the adult the considerations for the use of masks in our district.
So does Mrs. Berenberg have a second?
Could I get some
Maybe-
clarification from Ms.
maybe-
DeGresta on where we are? I am so lost. What amendments, what motion? Could you clarify where we are in this?
I will try. At the moment, Mrs. Rosario has a main motion, and it has three parts to it. That was seconded by Mrs. Justice. Mrs. Justice then amended that main motion to make masks optional by 2021, and that was seconded by Mrs. Zork. Mrs. Berenborg has now had a second amendment to the main motion to the roles and responsibilities information for students, and then I believe I heard some later decision with regard to an amended plan or an implementation of the plan, or it was, I don't have that specifically. A later decision with regard to implementation or revisions to the reopening plan. That second amendment has not been seconded at this time.
Mrs. Berenberg has the second amendment. I need a second for Mrs. Berenberg's motion. So you want to second it?
Can I clarify? We've got a three-part motion with two amendments, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
It's a complex situation
This
that
is-
requires a complex motion.
Wait, too convoluted for me.
Is there a
Okay,
second?
so
I'll second for the sake of grace
Mrs.
towards another. All
Mrs.
right.
Justice has second. Berenberg, or Mrs. Berenberg, would you like to speak to your motion?
That I put on the action agenda that was item B and got moved to item C is directly referring to a well-thought-out plan and with lots of information on it that talks to exactly what you were bringing forward in this amended motion. And I would prefer that this gets spoken to separately, because if not, if we have agreed to this, then this doesn't matter. And to me, I think this is what we're looking at, and we can amend this however you want. That's why I put it the way I put it, so that we could I wrote out everything I discussed with the superintendent,
Okay.
so we could discuss it. That is why I want this to be able to be considered.
Would you like to speak to the second? If not,
This
we'll-
is,
we'll
this is the exact issue that I was concerned about, a lack of clarity moving forward for our families. And I think it's been illustrated here quite well. I wanted to allow the superintendent to come up with the plan, as it will be his plan that he will need to enact. We came up with one. It was a wonderful plan. It had some issues in implementation. We've been working through those, but parents deserve for us to hear them.
Mrs. Rosario, is this related to the second discussion? We're in discussion on this, the second that Mrs. Berenberg had brought forward.
Yeah, I won't, I believe that we will be able to talk about Mrs. Berenborg's items rightly, fully and rightly, and that we could add whatever we can add when we get to those items. I think Mrs. Berenborg thinks that she's being ignored or overlooked, and she's not. We're just not at your item yet. So let's just do one item at a time,
because when we get there, your items are very important. I said that they're very important. I think they're very important. And they're going to help with this item. But we need to get through this first. Mrs. Zork, I don't know if it's appropriate at this time for me to ask Mrs. Justice to reconsider her first amendment, to not put a time of 2021 on there, because if we have another outbreak, lots of things can happen unsurely. If we can move forward with what it is, how it's stated, my original motion, we can trust that it will be unveiled on December 8th, what that would look like in terms of timeline.
We'll get to that, Mrs. Rosario. Let's go ahead and let's take a vote on the second amendment that Mrs. Berenborg had brought forward. So I'm going to take a vote. All in favor of that?
She's restated.
So your second amendment, my understanding is I'm going to let you restate it.
Is to vote on the first part that Mrs. Rosario suggested, which is to create immediately a student's, what do you want to call it, Dr. Moore?
Through the chair, I would take a stab at saying immediately create a student's, give me a second, it's going to come, to develop a plan that clearly communicates students' rights and responsibilities as it relates to mask wearing or face coverings.
Thank you. That is the motion on the table.
The amendment.
So,
The amended motion, seconded amendment motion.
okay, so are you saying that if I vote yes on this, it will void basically her motion, or no?
No.
Yeah.
We've got a
It's
motion with 3 parts and 2 amendments, which is about as clear as mud right now. If you could clarify the motion with the 3 parts, the first amendment and the second amendment, we'd know what we were voting on.
She wants to eliminate my number 2 and my number 3. That's what she wants to do, and only go with number 1.
I do not want to eliminate them. I want to move them to the discussion for my item,
Yeah,
which they
to
go
her
with my
item.
item.
Okay.
We got a motion on the floor, Madam Chair. Can we please vote?
Yes, so in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
So failed 1-4. Let's go into Mrs. Justice, First Amendment, and her amendment was to have optional mask by 2021.
Wouldn't my item go first for a vote?
No, the first
No.
amendment.
Mm-mm.
No?
Then
Just
we'll
the-
get to
okay.
yours. So we're going to vote on that. So all in,
May I say something quickly?
yeah.
I didn't want to be the one to put a timeline on this decision. I wanted to give the parents who needed the opportunity for their children to not wear a mask to be considered equally as those who do want to wear a mask. And I'm not sure how in this situation these 5 board members have become so aggressive towards each other. My motion was not meant to make light of anyone else's. I don't know how I feel about this motion right now. I agree with Dr. Schiff that I think Mrs. Rosario has some good ideas, but I don't know that they've been clearly articulated enough to be able to vote on. Mrs. Berenborg, I also have some concerns, although you say you have worked with the superintendent, that the board shouldn't necessarily be making the plan for the superintendent to implement, that it is the job of the superintendent to do that work. And that was my concern.
Exactly.
And that was my concern. I say 2021 because I do feel that
that there may be some action taken against this school board regarding a complete disregard for parents' rights. And I'm trying to get your attention to let you know that we need to listen to our parents who have concerns, just as we would in any other situation where children were hurting. So I don't know what to do right now. I really don't. Mrs. Rosario, I appreciate your respect of the motion and your willingness to amend it. I say 2021, recognizing that this board will have the opportunity to change that or vote that down if this situation currently changes in our community and this virus becomes much more dangerous to our children. I know full well that that's a possibility, but that I urge us forward towards respecting parent rights and giving our students the option to mask. So no, I will not take away my second motion, Mrs. Sork. That is how I feel.
Okay. So we have a motion. I did second that, and I'm in agreement with what Mrs. Justice just said. If later date, it can be amended if need be, the plan. But at this current moment, I do stand by 2021. So we need to take a vote on the second, I'm sorry, on the first amendment. So I'm going to yes.
I just have clarity. We do realize 2021 is an entire year.
Right.
So long as it's understood that 2021
is set.
could be December 30th of 2021.
I'm sorry, January
that's
1st.
fine, because we don't know, if there's going to be an outbreak. We don't know what's going on.
I'm sorry, the
with,
start of school,
2021.
by the start of school in 2021. I think I stated that before, but I'll be clear about that. The start of school, January
Yeah.
1st, 2021.
Yeah, then I can't support that date.
It's all right, you've got a motion.
That's too soon. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't have our transitionals back.
Mrs. Zork, may I? Isn't this conversation covered in Mrs. Berenborg's item? Isn't this the exact conversation that Mrs. Berenborg was driving us to have?
No, not exactly.
Yes, it was.
No, no.
Excuse me, yes, it was. It's my
No.
item.
This is a very productive conversation that pushes this item forward. And if we cannot move this forward here, it's not going to happen in the next. That's where I am on this. So I have my reasons why I don't think it's the same.
We have a call to a vote.
I just have one more thing, Mrs. Zork, if I may. There's not one part of what I suggested in my motion that was giving the superintendent a plan. It is up to him to create it.
Mrs. Rosario, do you have a date? If you were in favor of 2021, what was your idea of?
That would be very difficult. I would like to see in December 8th. I would like to see on December 8th. I would like the superintendent to present to us after he does his research and after he compiles the data. And at that point, after we know a number of how many children are back from the transitional, it just makes right sense to do that. As well, when we move into the next item for voting, we can add to what we're currently talking about, depending on how the conversation evolves. But it's very difficult to put a date on something when there are so many unknown variables. However, the date of December 8th gives him direction as to when he needs to present it to us, which we'll see it. He's going to be in concert with
Okay.
Call for the
Okay.
vote.
all the powers that be.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and vote on the First Amendment. All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Yay.
Nay.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I got confused.
I oppose.
On her amendment, right? On the 21?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nay.
Okay. So it fails 2-3. Now we're on to the motion, which is the students' mask bill of rights and responsibilities, and then the chart from Mrs. Rosario. So all in favor?
Hold on, Mrs. Orr, could you clarify exactly what is this motion that we're voting on?
It's been
Like, I need
explained
it
many
really clearly worded,
times.
because we've gone around this for, I don't know how many minutes now. I don't know what I'm voting on.
That was the item that you voted down that I suggested, to take that part, and you voted it down. So why are we restating it? She made a motion to, when her amendment was for the
Mrs.
three
Rosario
parts.
has a motion on the floor. The motion is the students' rights and responsibilities, in addition to the CDC
Additional
chart,
consideration.
in addition to having the plan presented to the board on December 8th. It does not, so that is the motion on the floor.
May I ask, is the attorney, is that correct? Is that the motion?
Yes, I would just, the only additional piece is the roles and responsibilities information was to be presented by Monday. That was part of the original motion.
By Monday.
By
Okay.
Monday?
By Monday.
I didn't hear her.
So the motion on the floor is to have the students' rights and responsibilities ready and being implemented on Monday. The second part is Dr. Moore creating the CDC guidelines that is a more adult staff understanding. And then the third is the motion to have the plan in play, or a guideline an outline to the plan on December 8th presented to the board. That's the motion on the floor.
Would Mrs. Rosario consider splitting these motions up? I'm in the favor of the first, and I'd like to move on to Mrs. Barrenborg's for the last two, just to consider, to see if we can combine Mrs. Rosario's and Mrs. Barrenborg's
you.
input. But I do believe in the
My number
importance
three,
of
you
our
mean?
students being empowered and knowing exactly what they're allowed to do, what they aren't allowed to do, and being very clear on that. So I'd like to know if Mrs. Rosario would move that as a separate motion.
Can we not just vote on the
Number-
motion that's here, and if there's another motion, we'll vote on another motion?
Okay. I'd like to amend my motion. May I amend my motion?
No, you can withdraw your motion and we can start over.
Okay, I withdraw my original motion, Madam Chair. I'd like to
Hold on one second. We
present
have to
separate-
get the second.
I withdraw my second motion, thank you.
Okay. You like
Okay.
to make your motion?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to make a motion, a new motion, to direct the superintendent to create a student's rights and responsibilities and have that ready by Monday, as he indicated. I'd also like, the second part is for the superintendent to create additional considerations for the use of masks similar to the one that was presented by the CDC, but tailored specifically to us. Within that, to indicate when masks are required, when masks are recommended, and when masks are considered or optional. That's it, two. And I took the third one off, and we can talk the third one with
Second.
Ms. Barron.
I second the motion.
With an amendment?
I second the motion as stated.
My question for Mrs. Diagrasta, if we go ahead and vote on a motion, then we're done with this item and we're moving on,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
If we
So,
get to a vote.
for clarity, I want to make sure that we understand. You just made a motion for the first two items that was in the original first motion.
Right.
But if you don't have an amendment on the floor to, are you wanting to take away the December 8th completely?
I did.
It's
I
been
just took
withdrawn.
away the December 8th completely so that we can talk about it with Mrs. Barrenborg.
Okay.
Because if we don't, we're never going to get through this.
Okay,
It's just,
all right. So we have a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's vote on this. All in favor?
Could you
Aye.
please restate,
Aye.
can you please restate it clearly?
I've said it 4 times.
But you've said it differently 4 times. Could we have the one that we're voting on, please,
Do we have a
clearly stated?
replay? Do we have a rewind button? It's really not complicated. Again, for the 5th time. First, I asked that we direct the superintendent to create a student's rights and responsibilities. Is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you.
In your
Second,
original motion, it was to have it posted
I
by
asked the
Monday.
Thank you.
By Monday. I asked the superintendent to create
This is why you write
additional
them down.
considerations for masks to be used in our school district, tailored to our needs, and he can change it and add to it depending on whatever is in our current plan, and include all of the possible student scenarios, when students can, when masks would be required, when masks are recommended, when masks are considered or optional.
Okay.
I'll make a clear one on mine.
Okay, thank you. So I understood it, and so all in favor of this item? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
So now you're opposed?
Yeah, because I wanted to say it a little more clearly so parents do have the rights and they do have
Oh
something
my
that they
God.
know. I just think
Okay.
that the motion that is being, if she had written it
Can
down,
we just vote?
if she had,
You
I
voted.
have the right to
Okay,
vote.
so I heard 3 yes, 2 no.
There you go, you got it.
So this carries.
Yes.
All right, it's 112. There are commitments that I know that other individuals do have, and we need to decide right now when the next time we can come back together to finish this meeting.
I have the rest of the day.
Yeah, I move that we come back at 3 o'clock. We need to
You
get
wanna
this
avail-
done. We've been talking about this for 3 days now.
It's fine. I have a commitment, but I recognize that this board is able to move forward without me present, so please go ahead.
The last meeting, I did try to accommodate everyone's schedule, so is everybody available what's the availability tomorrow?
Mrs. Zwerk, if I may, I understand and respect Mrs. Justice's commitments to her family. I absolutely do. I also have commitments to my family. I also have another job, and I also have this job. The amount of things that I am not doing because we are not completing this, that I am also equally obligated to do, is getting to be a real problem.
So my question is who's not available tomorrow?
I'm available at 8 o'clock in the morning until 11.
As am I.
8 to 11. Mrs. Rosario, you available
I'm
tomorrow?
only available in the evening.
What about Tuesday?
Oh,
Who
Mrs.
is
Zwerk,
available Tuesday?
The superintendent has to do something.
All day.
Look, I'm available now. I'm
I'm not
available
available
to
all day Tuesday.
continue this
Go.
meeting, and if that's what we need to do, let's just continue the meeting. I'm available to continue.
Me too.
I am too.
I can stay for another 15 minutes. I am obligated to another call for an hour, and I will come back when it's done.
Okay. So
But I
why
am
don't,
juggling about 6 balls in the air right now, as
Yes.
is everybody else.
yes. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we will come back and we will finish this meeting.
Can we take a little bit longer than that, Madam Chair?
No.
Why don't we break
Just a
till...
few more minutes.
well,
Just start 10 minutes.
This is a continuation of our our October 13th meeting from Tuesday, and we are now into our second action item, which is action item that was placed on the agenda by Mrs. Berenborg, added approval of the School Board of Indian River County directing the superintendent to review the implementation of the board-approved Safe at School 2020 reopening plan implementation and associated face covering requirements. And at this time, I am going to turn this over to Mrs. Berenborg to explain her item, and then we will have to move into a motion and a second to further the discussion among board members. So at this time, Mrs. Berenborg.
Yes, Mrs. Zork, you'll hear a lot of the conversation that just took place in this motion. The School Board of Indian River County directs the superintendent to comprehensively research and review the current board-approved Safe at School 2020 reopening plan implementation and associated face covering requirements. The superintendent shall develop proposed enhancements to the reopening plan, as well as create a systematic plan and clearly defined criteria to reduce the use of face coverings in our schools while continuing to ensure the current levels of safety for students and staff. The proposed plan revisions shall be developed in consultation with appropriate subject matter experts in the health and medical fields, both pro and con masks, along with parents, both pro and con masks, and instructional staff members, both pro and con masks. The developed plan shall be time-specific. Let me restate that part. Time-specific with reference to phasing out the current face covering requirements and shall take into consideration the following bullet points. Current federal, state, and local COVID-19 health guidelines, levels of community and school positivity, availability and use of COVID testing for parents that request it, variances in instructional levels, elementary, middle school, and high school, variances in location, transportation, classroom, playground, etc., availability of social distancing.
Ms. Berenborg, they're having trouble hearing you in your mic. Can you?
Oh, available of social distancing, individual student medical needs, individual staff medical needs, available PPE for staff and students requiring it. That is a lot to consider. That is why I would not support a quick and easy plan. Required actions. I'm suggesting that we as a board direct the superintendent in order to do the following. The superintendent shall provide a draft written response of the finding of the current plan, as well as the criteria to reduce the use of face coverings. A revised plan that will be uniquely created to address the needs of Indian River County shall be presented to board members on November 17th for board members to review. That doesn't mean we discuss it. It means it's given to those board members on that date. The superintendent shall place a discussion item on December 8th, 2020 workshop, discussion of findings related to a review of the board's approved Safe at School 2020 reopening plan implementation and a plan to address the associated face covering requirements. Mrs. Zork, the reason why I could not vote up on Mrs. Rosario's amendment is because of one detail, and that was the date. The CDC chart that she's suggesting, I'm fine with adapting some sort of thing as long as it goes along with what I'm suggesting here, but add a deadline. So the reason why I brought these items up, and I've already discussed all that, but I do want to point out a couple of things in the plan that we approved that I have concerns about. And that is on, it doesn't have a page number, but under where it says face coverings, it says teachers can work with students to provide designated mask breaks. I believe that needs to be more specific and more clear. I think working with students can be interpreted by a teacher to say, it's my way or the highway. I think that needs to be clear. We did give exemptions for face coverings, for face shields to be worn. There are lots of pro and cons about face shields as well. But at the time, that was the information that we were provided. Social distancing on the second bullet point on here, it says visual and environmental cues will be used to alert and remind students and staff about social distancing. I'm also hearing that teachers are yelling at children in some cases. I'm hearing that teachers are telling children, no, you must do it. We need to stop that sort of thing. And I do know that it's the exception rather than the rule. Under classroom environments, it says all classrooms will be arranged to optimize social distance between students. All classrooms will be arranged to do that. That's going to be difficult when we're bringing kids back, I get that. But there is a way to make it so that you can have a space in there for kids to go to when they need to demask or whatever. And that is not happening, but that is what we have right here. All classrooms will be arranged to optimize social distancing. The second bullet point says unnecessary classroom furniture will be removed and remaining classroom furniture will be rearranged. Not sure if that's been done every case. And the third bullet point says prior to students' return, classroom arrangements will be reviewed and approved related to social distancing measures by school superintendents. So there is where it lies. If a teacher is not following these guidelines, it lies with the principal to follow through to make sure that it's happening. The last point I want to bring up about our plan that we have in place right now is on the next page, the second bullet from the end on that same area. It says, prominently displayed signage will be used to ensure procedures clearly visible to all individuals on school and district campuses. I'm hearing about the Student Bill of Rights. I'm wondering whether or not that is in place. Prominently displayed signage. It's written right in our opening plan. Now, I have seen prominently displayed signage for arrows. I have seen signage for reminders to wear your mask, but I don't know if we have those reminders for what the rules are. So I appreciate the fact, Mrs. Rosario, that you did bring that in. I would have voted up on it had we had a date. That is why I asked for that to be restated, because I wanted it very clear. It passed, that's fine. I think in my agenda item that I'm bringing, I think I would like to see that included, a date for what Mrs. Rosario is asking for. And that is my item.
Okay. Going to make a motion? Need a motion?
I'll make a motion to pass this item.
Okay. I need a second.
Second, but for discussion.
Okay. Mrs. Barrenborg, you do have the motion, the first motion on the floor. Mrs. Justice has the second for discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like further discussion, or do you want me to?
No, the only other point I'll say is I didn't work with the superintendent to create something behind anybody's backs. We can't speak about this until right now. So I want that very clear, that all of us speak to the superintendent all the time. I don't know, I lost track of how many times I talked to you in the last 2 weeks, Dr. Moore. But it's to the point where I'm saying, hey, instead of hello and hi, Dr. Moore. It's that much. And I'm sure it's that much with every board member. So I want the public to know that it is our right as a board member to speak to the superintendent and to talk to him about items that we want to bring to the board. That is why I sat with him and we banged it out again after we talked about it so much. And we were here last Friday afternoon, I believe. I don't remember what day it was. Late, trying to agree to what I want to see happen and what's feasible to happen. Not that he has to agree to it, because we can all discuss it here. But what is feasible? You know, we need to make this so that it's doable for the superintendent. We can say all kinds of stuff, but unless it's doable or feasible, I don't think it'll happen. I want to make sure it can happen. And that's my item.
Okay, Mrs. Justice.
Yes, thank you. I agree with many of the things that Mrs. Barrenborg has brought forward, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness with which she has worked with the superintendent to bring this forward. I do have a concern regarding learning in the classroom, and you know, I recognize children learn in many different ways, and we work to differentiate instruction to meet those children's needs. I have a concern that we are not doing that with the use of masks in classrooms. When Dr. Moore told me about a walkthrough at Treasure Coast Elementary School, I believe, a health and safety walkthrough, and how impressed he was with the differentiation in the classroom of desks and learning spaces. I'd like for there to be an opportunity for students who are struggling with attention issues to be given the same consideration as any child with any medical issue. And just because they may not have a medical diagnosis, I think we're all aware of the many, I'm sorry. I think we're all aware that the mask can be difficult at sometimes for everyone to deal with, and especially children. So I'd ask that conferences are given with any parent who wants it within the classroom, with the teacher, to identify if the parent feels their child needs an accommodation in the classroom to be mask-free while at their desk. And then we work to create classroom environments that are respectful of those children's needs, just as we would with any other situation with a learning difficulty with a child. And I'd like to offer that as an amendment to this, if I could,
Mrs. Orr, can I speak
or
to
a
that?
specificity to this.
Yeah,
if
can
I
I,
could.
can I speak to that, Mrs. Orr? Mrs. Justice, there is that in place in schools right now. It's called a 504 plan, or it's called a simple go to the principal and say, this is not happening.
Right.
And I understand the frustration on this,
Sure.
because if parent is going to the principal and they're not getting that, and they're frustrated, and I've even heard of parents saying, what's a 504, how can I get it? They don't know that right, that they have that right.
Right.
Every parent has that right.
And I understand and agree with that. The interesting thing about the use of masks and the way they've been used in the classrooms is that the prolonged use is bringing to light issues that parents may not have been previously aware their students were struggling with. And while there may not be a need for a 504 or an IEP to address that, just the very fact that a parent's concerned about their child and or a teacher. I've heard teachers are concerned about children in their class and masks and the way that the mask is prohibiting the child from interacting in the class for some reason. There may not be a medical reason for that that we can see when we look at that child, but as a mom, you know your child. So I'd like some specificity as to a guarantee from the superintendent that every child in the classroom will be given the opportunity to have a learning space, if needed, if the parent asks for it, that is mask-free for them.
Would you like to add that as an amendment to
Yes.
this for immediate action?
Yes, please.
Okay. So that's your
Amendment.
That's my
amendment,
Is there a second?
and I'll second it. So now we have let's keep track of this, Mrs.
Yes, ma'am.
DeAgresta. Would you like to speak to your motion of your amendment?
No, ma'am.
No.
Mrs. Rosario does have a comment on Teams.
Okay. Mrs. Rosario, sit on the amendment that Mrs. Justice added?
There were a few things that Mrs. Justice spoke of just now, so I'd just like clarity on what specifically the amendment was.
Would you repeat your?
Sure, I can be more clear, and perhaps the superintendent, if he'd like to, if he understands what I'm saying and can translate it into a way that would be something that he feels teachers could work with in the classroom to guarantee that we're differentiating for the needs of every student.
The chair, what I heard is making sure we're affording the opportunity for students to know when and where and how they would take a mask break, if that is what they would need.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I apologize. Let me be more clear. I'm asking that if any parent in the school district of Indian River County feels that a mask is interfering with their learning, with their child's learning in the classroom, that the principal and teacher give that parent the opportunity to come into the classroom, view where their child is learning, and then work with that parent to, and with the school to identify a location in the classroom where the student may sit and learn without wearing a mask, if that is what that parent feels is best for that child in the learning environment, out of respect for the child's learning needs.
So thank you for clarifying that, Mrs. Justice. Dr. Moore, how is that any different than what we currently have in our current plan?
Through the chair, what we have in place is a system when social distancing is not possible. So social distancing, hand washing, wearing the mask, that is the three particular areas. There are, as we have said from the very beginning, there are our classrooms in our school where social distancing isn't possible. So that is the dilemma as now I understand it. But providing the opportunity for a student not to have a mask on in the classroom and social distancing isn't possible opens us up to some liability. Now, would there be considerations in looking at and creating the plan on how we would actually do that? I think the answer there is yes. Is that a consideration on how we would actually implement that? Yes, but to do it immediately in classrooms in which social distancing just is not possible, would be all but impossible. To create the systems and structures, how to communicate that and implement it wouldn't be something that you can do immediately.
There's a lot of static with the mic. So I heard what you said, but I just want to clarify just to make sure. So here's the question. Does our current plan allow for parents to, and does our current plan encourage parents to reach out to principals in the case where their child may not be successful in the classroom to adjust the learning environment for that child?
Through the chair, if there's ever a academic need for any child, despite the reason for that need, that is an opportunity to connect with the teacher and then ultimately the administrators to find what that particular solution would be. Whether it is an exemption that we do have in the plan, which is the medical exemption, or whether it is working through, as Board Member Barenborg said, a 504. We have those provisions in that plan, and we will communicate that in our mask of rights.
So not everybody needs a medical exemption, though. There were some kids that, I mean, you and I have talked about this before. There are kids that may just be having a really bad day that day. Wake up on the wrong side of the bed. A kid with ADD, ADHD. I mean, it happens all the time. A kid who is hungry may have been abused the night before, and that day the mask is just adding or exacerbating. And in that particular case, at that moment, the child may or may not need a medical note. So I think the question is, how can we ensure and provide assurance to families at this point immediately that those accommodations, because I know that we have those accommodations in our plan, in our current plan. I know that we do. But how can we assure the public that those accommodations are going to be absolutely adhered to? Now, I know that you hear the guidance here from the board on this. I'd like to add a little caveat to that to say that the CDC chart that we just approved earlier, that the board approved earlier on the vote, which was my motion, those are the kinds of things that we can reiterate in that chart, right? That when a student is uncomfortable, when a student is having when a student cannot use the mask in a particular situation, those are the kinds of considerations that need to be included in that chart for considerations to be adhered to. And then in that case, it could be that the mask could be an option. So I think those are the kinds of things that we can add to that chart, right? And so I go back to my original question, how can we ensure to the public now that we are going to make sure that these accommodations are adhered to?
Through the chair, I think the best way to respond to the here and now is if you have concerns regarding your child's education and you for 1 second have that concern, email your principal. If that principal doesn't address or provide an environment to immediately remedy that concern, email me. And we'll put out on social media what my email address is, and I will respond and follow up. In 27 years, I've never, had people work for me and say, I know what he says, but I'm not gonna do it. That's not how I work. There's a clearly defined expectation. I'm gonna provide as much support as needed to fully uphold that expectation. But this is an organization that's run with a clearly defined set of guiding principles, and the only way we work is to uphold those guiding principles. In looking at and reviewing and making modifications and accommodations and creating more flexibility in the plan, I think that is part of Ms. Barenborg's item where you're going and seeking expertise from medical experts on how and where to make shifts and modifications. I agree. The plan that was developed 10 weeks ago at the end of July and COVID time, that's like 3 years ago. So now it's time to look at, get the input and feedback on what shifts and changes can take place. And I'll remind the board, it took 4 months to create the previous plan. It took a task force that met numerous times. It took conversations with medical boards. It came to this board on 2 separate occasions. It was massaged and grown collegially over a very long time. So as we begin the process, which it is the right time to begin the process to shift and modify, we really need to follow a very similar, thought-out, deeply reflective process. So any knee-jerk change or anything that we do immediately, there are no intended consequences that disrupt or impact the quality of instruction that we're providing and continuously improving.
So can we go back to the amendment that's here? What I'm understanding, what you're saying on this amendment, Mrs. Justice, is principal and teacher will be required to work with parent and/or guardian to provide a safe space for child to be mask-free in the classroom if the child is exhibiting anxieties related to the mask. Is that the motion?
I would say a dedicated space. Every space in our classroom should be safe, so I would say a dedicated space. And I wouldn't put a limit on the reasoning for it. I would say it in consult with parent or guardian. If the teacher and the parents agree that we need to do everything we can to ensure that every child has a learning environment where they feel that they can truly learn and grow. And that's been my intention this whole time. Mm-hmm. And this amendment is to do that. So whatever wording we need to do to make sure that that happens, let's do that. Let's be right by kids.
Okay. Principal and teacher will be required to work with parent and/or guardian to provide dedicated space for child to be mask-free
Within the classroom.
within the classroom when deemed necessary. Just because you don't want to put any.
Oh, right, but the deeming necessary part being that, I'm aware that there are teachers who have worked very, very hard to create spaces in their classroom for students that they see are struggling with the mask. Not because there was a medical reason, or not because, just because they knew their kids in the class and they knew that kid needed to take the mask off because they were having a really hard time concentrating. Or the child's input wasn't where it used to be because of the mask, or they couldn't hear certain children, or they couldn't. So what I'm asking is that we work with, that we give teachers the freedom to work with parents, that if parents have concerns,
that we give the teachers the freedom to create a space, a dedicated learning space for every child in the classroom where they can be mask-free. And that conversation can be started by a teacher with a parent or by a parent with a teacher, but that it's a partnership to ensure that that child has the best learning environment. And I know there are teachers that are doing it. And perhaps this is an opportunity for professional development for the teachers that have been able to do it, to speak to teachers who aren't sure how to make it happen. And if we need to adjust the learning spaces on the campus to put out, to use outdoor spaces or to do other things, to be very creative in creating that space for those classrooms, then so be it. We do what we need to do to make sure that kids are learning when they're with us. No, that's a big motion. The motion is
I understand what the end result is. I'm just trying to make sure that we clarify that in our amendment.
My concern is that I hear the superintendent saying that he doesn't believe that we can currently guarantee that in every classroom we will be able to have a dedicated space for a student who needs to be mask-free to learn. And that goes back to my concerns about the reopening plan, that I believe that parents did think that there would be space for students to be able to learn mask-free in the classroom. And we're not able to guarantee that to parents. We're just not. So I know I'm maybe asking for something that we can't do, and I'm hearing the superintendent say that, and that's really at the crux of this conversation. The motion might fail, but the motion is that every parent will have the opportunity to express any concern they have about their child's learning in the classroom and can request a dedicated space, a dedicated mask-free learning space. That is my motion that I'd like to add to Mrs. Barenborg's. And listen, this is difficult. If Mrs. Rosario can make it better, or Mrs. Barenborg can make it better, if the superintendent can make it better, please do. I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to be the one doing this.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
You know, we needed to pass the reasonableness test. And I agree with you. I feel the pain for parents who want that for their kids. I do. And I also feel the pain for a superintendent who has classrooms that are crowded. And now that we're going to be bringing more kids back, how is that going to be possible for every single parent that wants that for their kid? That's the crux. You're right. Do I want that for the parents that want it? Yeah, absolutely. That's what we thought we were agreeing to at the beginning of the year, is that the kids, when they're sitting in the classroom, they weren't going to go all day long with a mask on. Right. And unfortunately, that's what's happening. And that's why I asked for a well-developed plan to move towards that, because that's what we need. I think that if we vote on doing that right now, we're going to get angry parents in principals' offices, and we've kind of put that onto them instead of coming up with a plan. It is, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with it. I also know from being a principal how hard it is. Sometimes you only have so many spaces, and if it rains now, what do you do? You know? I agree. Let's go out and teach outside as much as possible. But it's also 90 degrees out, and it rains in Florida a lot. So sometimes that's not feasible. I think that when possible, or immediately, or for a certain amount of time, could be the possibility for this right now, Ms. Justice, until we can move towards unmasking all kids.
So add whenever,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'm not doing.
I don't want to tie his hands anymore.
I understand, whenever possible. I mean, you know, again, this is hedged language.
Right.
It's hedged language. So whenever possible is
When space
tricky.
is available.
Whenever possible.
Yes, Mrs. Rosario.
Thank you. I can support what Mrs. Justice is saying, but my concern is not what she's suggesting. My concern is that we already have that written down. I mean, and common knowledge in the classroom is to always work with the teacher. That's written in our current opening plan. Whether it's being practiced, different. whether it's being practiced is different. Madam Chair, did you just say something? Because I saw you.
Yes, I asked her to write her motion down so that we can repeat it.
So although I support the idea because there should be safe places, you know, there's a strategy called conscious discipline. And conscious discipline, when practiced in the classroom, it creates a safe place in every classroom for a child to go to when feeling anxious, when feeling angry, when feeling sad, when feeling that they just need a quiet place to read. It could be like a reading center, and there could be pillows there. It could be very comfortable, and that's something that with regular Teacher 101, you know, and creating learning centers in your classroom. I mean, that I want to say that should be already common knowledge. And the fact that we have it written in our plan already is something that hasn't missed. But I think the question is it being practiced? So that's really the concern, is whether it's actively being practiced. I also don't know if adding that to Mrs. Barenborg's item is something that, I don't know if they kind of go together. If it were a separate item, then I think it might carry more weight, maybe. To direct the superintendent to ensure that that happens is part of what we've been talking about, that all of the elements and all of the components that are in our current plan be practiced.
Through the chair, just for consideration, and as I listened to the dialogue, I realized we wrote a plan that had never before ever been implemented. It wasn't a plan where we pulled upon best strategies or best practices from my previous career or where Mr. Bass came from or anybody, because it was absolutely brand new. It had never happened before. And what the nation has learned over the first 8, 9, 10 weeks of implementation allows us to go back and be extremely more specific in what these best practices now are. In some ways, yes, the plan is not as specific as it could be now because the solutions created in classrooms did not yet exist, but now they do. And when I hear Ms. Justice say a safe space in every classroom, which we have that. We have schools, classrooms that say, in this classroom, you can't touch anything. It's taped off like in a little circle, so there's nothing to worry to touch. And in that 6-foot square, I'm good. I take my break, I come in, I come out, the next kid goes in. We have those kinds of things. We should have those kinds of things in all. And that was part of the work that we did last week. I honestly think the most meaningful next step is to go back and capture very specifically what these best strategies are. Teachers teach. Now we look at very specific instructional strategies. We're looking at how we're differentiating instruction. As an example, those were created through practice. I think there are a number of very explicit steps that have been created both here locally and across the nation as it relates to how you do this work in the midst of a pandemic. And then putting back that place, putting together that plan and communicating it in a way and building consensus in its development is the absolute right way to go. I would caution the board creating the opportunity to push the decision to the teacher is not what we want to do. I think we need to create a system in which we're not creating havoc where, well, in this class I can, in this class I can't. We know we need to get away from that. Those are some of the concerns that we want to address by clearly saying this is the system, these are the practices that accommodate social distancing, encouraging at all times the hand washing and wearing the face covering when social distancing isn't possible. That's the environment that we would like to create. But you know, if we're going to say just in classes when you don't feel comfortable, you can't wear a mask, then it might as well just be mask optional.
Thank you. So, Dr. Moore, when I hear you talking, I'm a little concerned. Because when you say that it shouldn't be the teacher making the decision in the classroom, our school campuses vary a lot, and the size of our classrooms vary a lot, and the makeup of each individual class varies a lot, and the teaching style of each teacher varies. And so I think that the power should be with the teachers. The teachers spend more time with my children during the school week than I do. So allowing and trusting the teachers to be able to create safe environments within their classroom that's still within respect of the board's policies, I think is the way to go. It's the way that we create, you know, differentiation and respect for our teachers and respect for our principals and respect for our parents.
Oh, sorry. Apologize.
No, I just, this idea that there's some one-size-fits-all that the district is going to be able to make isn't a reality. There are some campuses that are more conducive to making masks optional, and if your child happens to go to a school that has larger classroom sizes, like Treasure Coast, and teachers feel comfortable allowing students to be unmasked or to learn, it's not a mask break that I'm looking for, Dr. Moore. We're not in the business of giving breaks. We're in the business of educating students. So I'm trying to create improvements in the education of students, not just speak to the break part of the day.
Go ahead.
I'm going to propose this question. What if there are 5 parents that want that in one classroom that's overcrowded now? So how does a teacher handle that?
I don't know. That's why the plan does need to be revised, because it wasn't, as Dr. Moore said, it was a plan, and then once it was put into action, there's time for reflection and change. It's very important. And as we reflect, some of the things that we thought we could do, we are not able to do. And I don't have the answers as to how we fix those things right now, but I am courageous enough in this moment to recognize where our weaknesses are, to be honest about them, and then when we're able to look at them in a very open manner, I think that's the only way that we'll really be able to create solutions. Because saying that everybody's okay, or that you can get a 504, or that you should have to fight for your kids, you know, I don't want parents to have to fight for their kids. I don't think teachers and parents should be fighting at all. This is not a fight. And I don't know when it became one.
Mrs. Rosario. You're muted.
I don't know. I don't know if I would identify this as a fight. We do have differences of opinion, but I don't know if I would identify this as a fight. However, several weeks ago, Mrs. Justice, with all due respect, you came with, raised tone of voice and in almost a threatening manner to say that if something wasn't done by X amount of time, you were going to bring to the board a vote of whether we were to remove masks, period. And you said that several weeks in a row, riling up the community, and hence this is where we are. So for you to say you don't know how we got here, or where the aggression is coming from, I would just kind of offer a reflection on that. But we are where we are now, and even though we have differences of opinion, and some of us are actually on the same side on this, there's a lot of parts of this discussion that we are on the same page, which is kind of nice. I just want us to try to get through this. The community needs answers, and the superintendent needs direction.
Okay, Mrs. Rosario, and board members, since Dr. Schiff is here, I want to catch her up real quick. We have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Berenborg to approve action item C that used to be B, and we have a second by Mrs. Justice. At the moment, we are discussing an amendment on the floor by Mrs. Justice and a motion by Mrs. Justice, a second by myself. And the motion, basically, the motion says, afford the parents the opportunity to work with teachers to provide the student with a dedicated mask-free space when possible. So that is where we are in.
For learning,
For learning.
for learning.
That is where we are right now. We're in discussion of that. Mrs. Justice was saying that she wants to have something, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but what I'm hearing you say is that you do not want to have it where parents have to fight for their rights for their kids and have to turn this into a fight at the school. She never mentioned us as a board in this situation, but she was mentioning parents should not have to, because not all students have parents that can even go to the school district or go to the teacher and fight for their rights. So what she's asking is a clear definition put in our plan going forward that would afford the parents the opportunity to work with the teacher to provide the student with a dedicated mask-free learning space when possible, and that is where we are. And would you like to speak to that?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for catching me up. I apologize. I cut off the other call as quickly as I could. Yes. My question is, and forgive me if I'm missing something obvious here, but I'm not clear how that's different than our current policy, where when students have an issue, they are able to come to the teacher. I communicate with my son's teachers through Messenger all the time. We have somebody in the district, so I'm not clear what's here that's different than what Mrs. Berenborg is asking for in the review of the plan, which Dr. Moore said, and thank you for saying, because it's true, we don't have a roadmap. There wasn't a best practice on this. So I'm not clear, and forgive me for missing the conversation if I did, but I'm not clear about what's different in that amendment from let's review the policy for these things and then come back when we know what our classrooms look like following the reintegration of students. Did I miss something?
I think the part that Mrs. Justice is stressing here, and the reason that I second it, is even though we think that should be the expectation, and we have said it's not being played out into the schools. So how do we reiterate this is an important part of the plan that we want to ensure that every parent and then every student knows that this is in the plan and they have the rights to afford the rights to.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, I'm not clear how that's different, particularly when amended by Mrs. Rosario's motion that passed earlier to ensure that we had these directions handed out to teachers and placed in classrooms. So I'm not clear what's different here.
Go
ahead.
Dr. Schiff, I think you came in dittoing, I don't even know if that's a word, everything that I just said.
Nice to know I catch on quick.
Well, then we need, okay, then we need to give the superintendent the direction to make sure that that's included in the rights. Go ahead.
I think there are a couple things right here that we could maybe make as a suggestion for immediate change that would help parents clarify their understanding that their child has this right. At the section where it says face coverings, on the second page of the face coverings at the top, it says teachers can work with students to provide designated mask breaks. I think that should say teachers shall work with students to allow for designated mask breaks, period. Because I think the wording we have right there is part of what our problem is, that teachers are thinking, no, I have the right to say no. And I think we need to be a little stronger with that language. The second bullet for social distancing, where it says visual and environmental cues will be used to alert and remind students and staff about social distancing, I think that needs to be clarified. And then the one where it says classroom environments, the third bullet says prior to the return of students, classroom arrangements will be reviewed and approved related to social distancing measures by school administration. There is the caveat. And I think that that's the piece, you know, they're saying, well, it's not going to be possible because I have 29 kids in a very crowded classroom. And that's where I hesitate. I totally want to vote with what Mrs. Justice is saying, but I hesitate, is that possible in every classroom right now? And will it be possible when we transition kids back? That's my concern.
May I, Mrs. Zork? I spent some time at Sebastian River High School yesterday, and my purpose in being there was to support the school in the loss of Mr. Wilson. What happened was I spent some time hanging around the campus by invitation of Mr. Cummings and others, and I spent some time looking into classrooms. What was really clearly apparent is that these were classrooms that were as packed as they could be. Teachers were working as best as they could to be able to deliver their lessons, to have students do independent work. Students were doing their best to abide by the guidelines on what was clearly a difficult day under any circumstance at that school, and a short day. I'm losing the word for that right now. The classrooms that I looked in that building, however old it is, I don't know the year it was built, I can't imagine where that space would exist in the classrooms I looked in. I haven't looked into every classroom in every school in this county, and there may be classrooms where that's possible. But there are a lot of classrooms where it's not. And I hear Dr. Moore's concern, and I hear our previous conversation about ensuring that we implement clearly and directly, and that one thing isn't happening over here, and another thing happening over here, and another thing happening over there, which is exactly what this conversation is about moving away from. So in buildings that are older, in buildings that do not have the space for that are already overcrowded, certainly the rooms I spent time looked in yesterday, I have no idea how that would happen, and I am equally reluctant to discharge a policy that says, well, we can do it in this space, but not in this space. Well, if you're teacher A, you can do it, but if you're teacher C, you can't. I think that completely goes against how we started this whole conversation in the first place.
Mrs. Zork, there's a motion. We can vote on the motion, and if it fails, it fails.
All right.
Unless I'm missing something here, which, please catch me up if I am.
Can I make an amended motion?
Can we just vote on this one and then you can
Sure.
make an amendment?
Sure.
One thing in here, if I could mention to Dr. Schiff, is it says space when possible, a dedicated
Whenever.
learning space when
May I?
possible. And it was also brought up that one size does not fit all. So that was, and one other item. I appreciate you bringing up being at the high school. But the complaints are not the complaints, sorry to say that. The issues I'm hearing, probably 98% of them have been elementary, and then the middle school age. I've not heard very many from the high school level. It's mostly the younger
Yeah,
ages.
so to clarify, two things in reflection of what you just said. One is when possible, is what are the guidelines and who determines what's possible and when? And if we don't have consistency around that, we are asking to have this conversation again. That's number one. Number two, I don't necessarily disagree, especially not for younger children. However, we're about to change the game because we are about to change the way those classrooms are configured and have transitional students back into the classroom. So from where we are now, it seems to me that until we know what that looks like and until we have clear guidelines on what possible looks like, we're going right back into the thing we were trying to get away from, which is individual classroom discretion. And that was the thing that was raising the problem in the first place with people not following, or the concern that people weren't following the policy as written.
Okay, so I've heard, where exactly, I'm hearing that we already have this in our policy and plan. Guide me to where that is, because if it's in here, then we should be following it, correct? So where is it? If it's in here?
Look under
Because I've heard
classroom
twice,
environments.
and I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing today, so
Classroom environments.
classroom environments. Okay, so
Is-
which bullet point are we?
I'm not
Yes.
sure. Mrs. Rosario is the one that brought that up. I just know that's what the
Well-
conversation we're having is about classroom environments.
Isn't, I'm sorry,
Go
am I
ahead.
interrupting?
Nope.
On Mrs. Barenborg's original motion, it says variances in instructional levels, elementary, middle, and high. Isn't that something then that we're asking the superintendent to review so that we can make those determinations once that review has occurred? And if the issue is predominantly elementary students, and if we've determined that there's room in those classrooms and there is not significant health risk, that we could move ahead and do that, but we don't have that data yet?
So my question is, I don't see this specifically in the classroom environments, and based on your recommendation, Dr. Schiff, I believe that's where we're all trying to get to, is to take this and and be comfortable enough to know that we are trying to work this into our going forward plan. That's what we
100%.
want added
100%.
into the going forward plan. So that is why I second this, because I want this in that plan going forward, whenever that is, December 8th, or whenever you bring that.
Yeah, and to, for anybody who thinks or may have interpreted anything that I have said to suggest that I am not advocating in the best interest of all children in the district, or I am trying to harm children in any way, that is certainly not the case. I want to move forward to the most educationally responsive environments that we can possibly have. But under these circumstances, what we're asking the superintendent to do, what we hired him to do, and what we pay him to do, is this work, is to make this review. That's what we're asking him to do. I would like to trust him to do that, and if he brings back a plan, which we are not comfortable with by whenever that happens, that we ask him to go back and readdress that subject to whatever it is we are dissatisfied with. But I don't think we're at that point yet.
All we're asking right now, so we can move forward, is that this is something that gets worked into this plan. Is that correct, Mrs. Justice?
Yes, Mrs. Zork.
That is what we're asking. Basically, we're all talking about the same thing here.
Could the parliamentarian please read exactly what the amendment was?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Zork, I have in my notes that it's to be immediate. I don't have it as part of a future plan. But if I may have misheard it.
And to be clear, prior to the amendment, what we're voting on, the original motion was what's written here in board docs as you originally presented it.
Correct.
There is a motion, as I hear it, on the floor to say, when possible, to create a space in the classroom for children to request an educational learning space where they can take their masks off, in essence. Is that right?
Okay. Was there a date on that, Mrs. Justice?
As soon as possible, immediately.
Okay, a date?
What's tomorrow's date? The 16th. The 16th. I mean, as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Safety, Dr. Moore and Mr. Bass have been walking schools. I saw all of the pictures of them standing with principals. They have been doing health and safety walkthroughs. I would imagine they have been accumulating a lot of data and during those reviews. As soon as possible. I'm trying not to do your work for you. I'm trying not to tell you how to do your job, but I do know that we need to make this right for the children in our classrooms, because there are children that are sitting, trying to learn, and they cannot hear their teacher well, they cannot focus with the mask on, it's inhibiting their ability to participate in class, it's inhibiting their ability to concentrate. And I'm not saying that's happening to every child, but I know of many instances where it is happening, and parents are very concerned. They have students who had attention issues, who were not successful in provisional learning. They chose to send them back to brick and mortar, and the mask is now inhibiting their child's ability to be successful in the classroom. So beyond a medical doctor's note or any of those things, just making sure that we're creating an environment where every student can be successful. So as far as a date, I leave that up to Dr. Moore, Mr. Bass,
Okay, that's what I was just asking.
district
wanted
staff. I trust
clarification.
that they want to do right by children, but I do know that this board gives direction, and it's just important for us to be as clear and specific as possible about what our direction is.
That's why I asked if you had a date.
No, ma'am,
Okay.
I trust the individuals running our schools. I really do.
Yeah, if
And
you don't have a date, then I can support it.
Well, but where I'm, Mrs. Justice's comment to be as clear and direct as possible, I agree. But to say to create a space whenever possible leaves a tremendous amount of discretion. And that's what we're trying to move. That was the point that started this conversation about the implementation of the plan that caused Mrs. Barenborg to bring her motion.
Right.
So unless we're clear about whenever possible and what that means, and that there is clear direction to all teachers, to all staff about how to implement that, I think we are opening ourselves up to a problem of considerable discretion without guideline, and that's my concern.
And respectfully, I would say that problem currently exists right now.
Exactly. Of course it currently exists, and that's why we're having this conversation in the first place, to direct the superintendent to minimize that problem by doing a thorough review and bringing recommendations.
All right, I think we've exhausted the discussion on this item.
Mrs. Rosario has a comment.
Did you have, so we can move, did you have a comment, Mrs. Rosario? You're on mute.
Yes, I had to take my thing off for you. There was a question about where I've been looking in the opening plan to find out where in the plan it says that the should work with schools. Halfway through, I haven't gotten all through yet because you said you couldn't find it. I did find on page 23.
What document is she talking
I
about?
did find on page 23, supports for students and staff. As students and staff return to physical school buildings following extended closures, it is imperative that they are closely monitored for difficulties transitioning back to modified school environments and the stressors associated with the pandemic our nation is experiencing. Individuals will vary in their ability to cope with identified stressors based upon a variety of factors, including their experiences with COVID-19, pre-existing vulnerabilities, social supports, and additional individual stressors that are present. Given this, our district will be closely monitoring student and staff's well-being and will provide the level of support as needed. It is vital that parents and families work in collaboration with the district to identify those in need of support. The information and resources below are to assess. So that's one area suggesting that we have indicated that parents should work with the district. Maybe it should say would work with district and school, work with principal, work with teacher. But this is something, again, that could be added to the chart of considerations. I'm still working through, but I noticed that and I didn't want to miss the opportunity to share that with you all.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Moore?
Through the chair, just would ask to be afforded the opportunity to do a comprehensive review of the plan. I would be hesitant to add any specific strategy into the plan at the dais without having the opportunity to seek what medical professionals would say. Creating systems here may expose ourselves to a number of liabilities. I think taking the time, there are immediate actions that we can take it within the plan as it is created to maximize that environment. There are immediate steps that we can take to ensure that we're implementing it with full fidelity. But the strength of this item is to thoroughly review the latest reality and to create systems that move us in the direction that the board clearly wants to go. And then my recommendation is to allow us the opportunity to pull the experts together and give you a comprehensive plan that protects the board and maximizes teaching and learning in this system.
So my concerns with that, and Mrs. Rosario, just one second, is that if our children are having emotional issues that aren't diagnosed, they haven't been diagnosed, they haven't had these issues, they don't have a 504 plan, and they need that intervention now. You know, when you say bring in the experts, I'm trying to understand, if you bring in the experts, what are they going to say? No, you're really not having anxiety, you don't really need that space. I'm trying to understand, you know, we're just basically looking for wording that guarantees that our kids will have these spaces that they can go to if they need to.
Through the chair, I think we may be talking about different things. And first and foremost, in terms of any social emotional need, there are systems in place to immediately begin to provide those systems of support for students.
Then
If
help
it is
us with
a-
the wording then. Help, if that's the case.
If it is-
How do we put this wording in there to ensure that it's very clear and it's very understood?
I'm not sure that we're clear on what the wording actually is. Can you, what is the wording?
Right now, afford the parents the opportunity to work with the teacher to provide the student with a dedicated, mask-free learning space when possible.
Whenever possible,
Whenever possible.
whenever possible. Listen, we can vote on it. If you support it, you support it. If you don't, you don't. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's a joke about boards that says 3 votes beats a good argument any day, and that is truly the case here. So let's move forward. I think Mrs. Berenborg put a lot of thought into her item. We can vote on this amendment. If it does not pass, it does not pass. Then we can vote on her motion, and then we can continue moving on to the next.
I think Mrs.
agenda item.
Rosario has some.
Sorry, Mrs. Rosario.
Go ahead, check, and then we'll go on.
Okay, sorry. I'd like to also suggest that if you keep reading in the plan, so go back up, because this addresses what we were just talking about with regard to the collaboration with parents and students, which was mentioned earlier. This is in our current plan. Beginning in August 2020, the district will be offering parent education opportunities via a variety of approaches to support parents, guardians, in understanding modified school and health safety protocols, as well as how to navigate and support their children through the instructional models implemented by the district. There's another.
Excuse me,
Scroll
Mrs.
down.
Mrs. Rosari, could you just tell us what page you're on?
Sorry. I will in just a sec. This is page 25. It is under parent education. The previous, what I read previous to this, I believe I said that was 23. That was page 23. One that I just read now is on page 25.
Okay.
On page 20, there's more, because that's what we're talking about, right?
Yep.
On page 28, there are frequently asked questions. With regard to face coverings, it says face coverings will be required by all staff and students when social distancing is not possible and during school arrival, dismissal, and transmission times. If your child forgets their face covering, one will be provided. Okay, the following exemptions to the face covering requirements apply. People eating or drinking. People for whom a face covering would cause an impairment due to the health condition. A physician's of note is required. Students with an IEP who have related individualized needs. Individuals observing social distancing in accordance with the CDC guideline. Individuals who need to communicate with someone who is hearing impaired. And students and staff participating in recess and physical education classes while maintaining social distancing. These are all in here. Those are all in here for those of whom masks, there's an exemption for face coverings for masks. Then it goes on, of course, to the consequences, modified procedures, and so on. So there are indicators within the current plan that are supposed to address these, some of the things that we're just talking about. So again, I go back to my original question is, with what fidelity are they being practiced, right? There's a lot of bullets here to be followed. So something that Dr. Moore just suggested or asked was if we would give him direction to do a thorough look over of this plan, knowing he hears all of what we want. He hears it. If we can give him direction on that, maybe that would help, that we wouldn't have to, recreate another plan. Maybe we could just amend this one to the things that are needed and ensure that what is written in this current plan are actually practiced.
Okay. Yes, 100% agree with you. But at this time, we need to go ahead and vote on this amendment that's on the floor. And all you have to say is yes or no, and then we can move on. I think exactly what you said. He hears us, so if it passes or doesn't pass, he will look into this to incorporate fidelity throughout the plan. So at this time, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Jackie, I didn't hear you.
This is for the amendment of the safe space?
Yes.
Yes, aye.
All right. So passes 3-2.
Mrs. Zork,
Yes.
I was going to offer an amendment to that, but I will go ahead and change my vote.
Okay. All in favor
Aye.
Of what?
Of what?
of this? Because I want to do another vote here. Can I do that? Because she wants to change her vote. I want to make sure it's clear.
Change the vote after we voted. We already cast our vote. Can she do that?
Can she do that?
Are you talking about
Can Mrs.
change the vote on the First Amendment motion?
Yes. Can
Yeah.
Mrs. Berenborg change her vote after we
But we
voted?
just cast our vote. You already got
I don't know
three.
what the problem is. Let's ask the attorney.
I don't know,
Go
in the
ahead.
past, when we voted 3-2, we said, would we like to all vote 5-0, so we were all together on it, and we've done that. That's why I'm.
And we're voting on the amendment that says, create a space in the back of the classroom whenever possible.
Not the back of the classroom.
Or somewhere in the classroom whenever it's possible. That's the amendment we're voting on.
That's the First Amendment, and it appears that a board member, rather than it being a 3-2 vote, the board member wishes it to be a 4-1 vote. And as
Correct.
the chair, you can call that vote.
Okay, so I can call the vote again?
No, just, it's a 4, you don't have everybody
Just call it
revote.
out.
It's
Okay, all right, so
it's 4-1.
4-1 with
May I
Mrs.
quickly comment?
Berenborg, myself, Mrs. Justice, and then Mrs. Rosario with a yes, and then I have Dr. Schiff as a no.
Yeah, I just want to comment, I'm not voting no because I'm against the concept. I'm voting no because of the extreme discretion in a review that has not yet happened. So I'm not against creating spaces for children, and I don't want anybody to please interpret that. What I want is a clear and direct and systematically created plan before I make changes. Everything I heard Mrs. Rosario just say suggested that's in the plan, and that Mrs. Berenborg's motion directs the superintendent to follow the plan and ensure that everybody else is. So I'm not voting against it because I'm against it. I'm voting against it because I think we already have it.
Okay, got it. All right, so we have.
That's why I changed my vote.
So we have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Berenborg and a motion and second by Mrs. Justice to approve the item that Mrs. Berenborg had presented. Is there any other discussion on that you would like, or are we ready to vote on this? Mrs. Rosario?
Can we just get clarity on what that originally was? Can we have Mrs. Berenborg restate what her?
The entire one? It's what's written.
Do you want to read it?
Yeah, it's exactly what was written. Do you want it read?
Yes, please.
Okay. The School Board of Indian River County directs the superintendent to comprehensively research and review the current board-approved Safe at School 2020 reopening plan implementation and associated face covering requirements. The superintendent shall direct to develop proposed enhancements to the reopening plan, as well as create a systematic plan and clearly defined criteria to reduce the use of face coverings in our schools while continuing to ensure the current levels of safety for students and staff. The proposed plan revisions shall be developed in consultation with appropriate subject matter experts in the health and medical fields, both pro and con masks, along with parents, both pro and con masks, and instructional staff members, both pro and con masks. The developed plan shall be time-specific with reference to phasing out the current face covering requirements and shall take into consideration the following: current federal, state, and local COVID-19 health guidelines, levels of community and school positivity, availability and use of COVID testing for parents that request it, variances in instructional levels, elementary, middle, and high, variances in location, transportation, classroom, playground, etc., availability of social distancing, individual student medical needs, individual staff medical needs, available PPE for staff and students requiring it, required actions, there are 2. The superintendent shall provide a draft written response of the finding of the current plan, as well as a criteria to reduce the use of face coverings. A revised plan will be uniquely created to address the needs of Indian River County. Shall it be presented to board members on November 17th for board members to review, not to discuss, just to review. I guess I should put in there. But this is what the item is, to review. The superintendent shall place a discussion item on the December 8th, 2020 workshop. Discussion of findings related to a review of the board-approved Safe at School 2020 reopening plan implementation and a plan to address the associated face covering requirements. That is the item.
Okay, can we call the question and not discuss this anymore?
I do have a question for clarity. I've not been able to ask. And yes, I agree.
And then let's call it
The
and move on.
superintendent shall provide a draft written response. And shall be presented to the board. Are you saying Mrs. Berenborg, I want to understand this. You're just asking for email, a copy of it, or are you asking for a presentation on the 17th?
No, I'm just asking for something to be handed to board members, whether that be a printed documentation that is also put up on school board docs, or whether or not that be an email but it is also presented to the community.
But it's not at the 17th meeting, is what I want to.
It's not going to, yeah,
It's
it's not
not
going to
gonna
be
be presented
voted
at the
on.
17th.
Right,
meeting.
it'll just be
Okay.
handed to
Just
us.
be available.
Okay,
She's just reading.
yes.
But I had to put a deadline date
Right.
as to when that needs to be handed to us so that we have time
Right.
to review it before December 8th.
In classrooms,
Okay.
ASAP.
All right.
December.
All right, I'm
If
good.
Parents want mask-free education whenever
I
possible.
understand now. So let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of action item C? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
As amended.
It's as, the amendment passed, 4-1.
Right, as amended.
As amended, yes.
As amended, yes. I am sorry, I didn't hear you, Mrs. Rosario.
I said aye.
Okay, so 5-0. Yes. All right, board members. Let's see. What do we have next? Would you all object if we have a 5-minute break?
That's fine. No.
You okay with that? Let's go ahead, actually, let's take a 10-minute break because it might take longer than that for everyone to get back. So let's return at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
It is 3:04, and we are moving into our next agenda item, action item. Sorry. Let's see, that action item will be Mrs. Berenborg's item. Let me get there, Mrs. Berenborg.
It was C, I believe it's D now.
It was C, and now it's D. Approval of the School Board of Indian River County directing the board attorney to work with the superintendent of the School District of Indian River County to devise a plan to address the overreach of the authority of the Indian River County Health Department. This is Mrs. Berenborg's action item, so I will turn it over to her for explanation, and then we will need a motion and a second to move it to discussion.
Sure, I heard you say address overreach. It's any overreach. I just want to be
I'm
very
sorry.
clear. That's okay. That's what I heard, so I just want to make sure that that's correct. Okay, I brought this item up, and I see there's another item from Mrs. Justice concerning the same thing, because I've spoken to so many parents. This I actually wrote before Mrs. Justice's daughter was quarantined, and we know that because she stated it here. There are a couple of points I want to bring up about this, but I also want to have us refer back to the item that Dr. Moore sent us, that when he asked the school board attorney about the authorization of the public health department and what they can do. So there were a couple of lines in here that I underlined because I want to be able to state them for the record, because there are people that are very confused about what the health department can do and what they can't do. So in general, the Florida Department of Health is required to investigate and control the spread of disease. Okay? So I do have a question about that first part, and I'll get to that in a second. The state health officer is authorized to take any action appropriate to enforce any public health advisory. Another point that's in here, without reading the entire thing, this authority includes ordering an individual to be isolated or quarantined. Later on, it states that they shall have the authority to issue notice of quarantine and determine conditions for the termination of quarantine. This is what I'm referring to when I'm talking about any overreach. And let me explain about that. Some questions have come up, and I want to bring them up that parents have asked me, so I want to just bring these up. Shouldn't there be an investigation for each case by the public health department? Is it only based on seating chart, or are we interviewing teachers to be more informed on which children were in the vicinity of a positive COVID student? That's a question that's coming up that I would like answered. Are investigations from the health department answering any parents' questions? Or do parents don't have a say in what's happening with the health department? The next question I have is, are public health department officials following up with quarantined students before they re-enter school? Or is it just us that's doing that? Because it clearly says in here, that last line, that that's what they're supposed to do. Okay? Issue notice of quarantine and determine conditions for the termination of quarantine. So the next question I have after that, let me just give you one issue. We have another issue that's going on, and that is the one issue symptom. Okay? I stayed home the other night because I had more than one issue. And when I went to my doctor said, because you are exhibiting a few of the symptoms, because let's face it, I'm sitting here right now because I had a negative test. I would not come if I didn't, because I was asked to quarantine until I did. However, the symptoms that I had were also because of whatever else I had. So that is very confusing for people, and I think what's happening is when a student is coming with just a headache or a rash to our clinics, they're being sent home and told that they have to get a test or quarantine before returning. So I do have a concern about what's happening. That's not the overreach so much of the health department maybe as what our protocols are. So I would just like a couple of those things answered by the superintendent if he could clear those up.
Through the chair, and I'll let Mr. Bass begin answering some of those questions, and I'll follow up.
Chair. Through the chair.
You're good.
Through the chair. Lights on. All right. Through the chair. All right. Couple of things that I heard there. When we talk about the investigation, when the health department does come to the classroom or come to the school when we have a positive student, we do meet with the health department and we go and to the classrooms to view the seating chart and where the class is set up at, just so we can have an idea is what we see on paper, what we are seeing in the classroom. Then we do talk to the staff member when they're there with the health department. We ask.
Health department is also speaking to the staff member.
Correct.
Okay.
At that point in time, yes. And
Okay.
then the health department does follow back up with them, again, with a phone call. But our thing is we want to make sure that we are getting all the information clearly to the health department. And that's one of our big reasons why we're there for the investigation too, when we go see the staff members.
So in a case where a child is sitting in the back of the room, even though their seating chart says they were sitting in the front of the room, but because the teacher asked them to go work on a group project and they're sitting at the back of the room with another student, and a positive case happens that's in the front of the room, even though that child's seat was in the front of the room, but they weren't seated at their seat, are they being quarantined?
We are asking them to verify if the seating chart is where they were actually sitting. So that will have the back and forth there to make sure that where their
So the
location is.
teacher is giving that information to you and to the public health
Correct.
department?
The only situation where that would not occur is if we get a quarantine that has occurred after staff has left, which we have had that done. We've had some late in the evenings. We've also had some Saturdays and Sundays, and phone calls are being made to the teachers.
So if that case happens where it's after work and a parent is called and said your child has to quarantine, right, because of a seating chart, is it followed up the next day with that employee to ask, was that student sitting in their seat, so that that child doesn't have to be sitting home for 2 weeks just because of a seating chart?
As far as I can tell, it has been. I have not been on every case, and Ms. Hofer and Mr. Seymour have had cases that they've gone out and done, and the health department's gone back and followed up with them. I mean, we have not followed up and made sure the health department did every call back.
Well, that's on the health department?
Yes.
Okay. And then, how about parents' questions about what's going on with quarantines? Who's answering the parents' questions about why their child was quarantined or when they were quarantined or any information? Because it seems like parents aren't getting enough information.
We are answering questions for them when they come to us with it, along with the principals when we're making the calls home. We also have a frequently asked question sheet that we can provide them. To that extent, we have not been getting that many questions, but
But the health department, did
the
they
health
answer
department
any
will,
questions?
that's when they make their communication with them. So I'm assuming yes.
Don't assume.
Well, okay. I can't answer for them.
Okay. Do you know if the health department is doing what they're stating on here, and that is following up with quarantined students before they reenter school?
She has to come to the mic. Can you make a motion and then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead and make a motion.
Make a motion. I'll make a motion.
On your action item
Yeah,
as
sorry.
written.
I got right to discussion. My
And,
apologies.
And then we need a second, and
Sure.
then it will formally be in our discussion.
Thank you. Sorry.
I need
second for discussion.
Mrs. Barrenborg with the motion, Mrs. Justice. with
Sure.
the
I'll make a motion to approve the action item D, approval of the School Board of Indian River County directing the board attorney to work with the superintendent of school district of Indian River County to devise a plan to address any overreach of the authority of the Indian River County County Health Department.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
And Mrs. Justice has a second, so we're in discussion.
So I can finish?
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Sorry about that. I was getting carried away. So the question I had is, are they following up, is the health department following up with the quarantine students before they re-enter school? Or are the kids just showing up after they've been told 10 days and they just come to school?
I can't speak to what the health
You
department is
you
doing.
don't know if that's happening,
I do
correct?
not know if that's happening.
Okay. And then the next question I have is, how about any instructions being given to the parents of other kids that are being quarantined to come back to school? What instructions are we giving to kids when we tell them you have to quarantine for 10, 14 days, whatever it is? What instructions are they getting on when to come back and how they can come back? In other words, if they're exhibiting symptoms, would we want them to come back?
We would not want them to come back if they're exhibiting symptoms. That's the 14-day quarantine, because you can wait up 14 days before you start exhibiting symptoms. In the guidance that we provide them at the schools, it goes through and says, these are the things you should be looking for. This is the anticipated when you would be able to come back, and then the health department follows it up with a letter that is even more detailed. The health department has been providing those letters to us, and we would send them out. However, in 2 weeks, the health department is going to start sending those out on their own. So it will take us out of the equation for that. So it'll be the quarantine document from the health department.
Okay, and so how about the issue of, well, I think this is probably a separate item to ask about, is the symptom issue with happening in our clinics, but I guess, I don't know if you can answer that, or Dr. Moore.
Well,
If a child goes to the clinic right now and they have a headache,
Yeah.
or they have a rash, they have one symptom, they don't have a fever, they don't have any other things. I'm hearing from parents that they're being told with just a headache that they have to go to a doctor and get a note or get a negative test to come back. Or I've even been told that there was a child that had a rash or a headache and was told they cannot come back because of quarantining. What is happening?
With all of the items that we were scheduled to talk about today, that is the one thing that I do want to take a look at and get with both Victoria Burney and the health department and identify what exactly we are doing, and is there a way to possibly amend that so we're looking more specific for the COVID-type symptoms. When it first came out, if it was like if you had 2 of 5 symptoms or 3 of 5 or whatever, then it got down to, no, if you just have one symptom.
That's what I was told,
And
3 to
that's
5.
and that's where we're at now, is the one symptom was the latest guidance.
Who's giving us the guidance of one symptom?
Health department.
The health department has been told us that if a child has one symptom, that they must stay home.
And that was through the CDC.
Do we have that in writing?
We Yep, so symptoms of COVID-19 can include, let's just list all the things. It doesn't say how many.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Because I was told it was 3 to 5 symptoms at the beginning of all this. And again, just like we put a plan forward that we thought was going to work, here I remember being told 3 to 5 symptoms. This is why I brought the item up about overreach. And that's the term I got from an attorney, is that I'm not saying we want to sue the health department for doing their job.
Right.
What I'm saying is, what is our job as a board for directing our attorney and our superintendent when the health department is maybe not following what the state surgeon general has put in for the executive order?
And through the motion and the action, that will be one of the things we'll definitely look at.
Yes, because that is why I actually pulled the Surgeon General's executive order, which, it's not called an executive order, what's it called? I have it around here somewhere. Too many papers. I lost it. Okay, so Surgeon General made an executive decision, right, to public health departments. I actually called up to the state and asked about that. And the answer is, we'll get back to you. When are we going to get back to us? When are we going to know specifically how many symptoms it is that our clinic aides have to see for a child to be sent home? Because I understand the frustration of parents. They send a child to school, the child gets a headache. Now all of a sudden they have to stay home and be quarantined for 14 days because they had a headache. That's going to happen constantly.
It is happening constantly.
Now, I don't think they have to be quarantined if they have a headache for 14 days.
I've heard
But
that.
if they were to have a symptom, a COVID-like symptom, there are options that they could take to come back. One would be a doctor's note. One would be stay out for 14 days or a negative test.
Is a
10
headache?
days, 10 days.
Is a headache, that's what I'm going back and forth about, 10 days and 14 days, because I've heard both too. Does it say on there headache is a symptom?
Yes.
And you just said one symptom
Yes,
can take them
yes.
out. So
Excuse me, I'm looking at it now. Headache is not on this.
he's saying it is.
I am looking at CDC guidelines, K-12 students for symptoms of COVID-19, limitations and considerations, updated July 23rd.
What are we getting from our health? This is why I'm talking about our health
Oh, I'm
department's
sorry,
outreach.
I'm sorry, on a different, I'm sorry, there's a chart, but then there's a list, and headache is on the list.
Okay, so you're reading the CDC. What I'm referring to is our local public health department. What are they saying that we have to do to quarantine kids if they come to the clinic and they exhibit a symptom? What are they saying to do?
Okay, if quarantining. Now, when we say quarantining, I'm thinking of there's been a positive and they've been exposed to
Okay,
it.
I just
So-
gave the example right before I spoke about my doctor telling me to quarantine or distance, socially distance. Let me use that term.
Okay,
Okay?
Okay.
I have had parents call me and say the clinic aide has told me to quarantine my child for 14 days. That word has been used with our parents. I have questioned that,
okay.
okay? So we need to be very, very clear to our clinic aides what terminology they need to use too, okay? So if it's, let's say it's the word socially distance. If they tell the parent you have to socially distance for 14 days, where is that guidance coming from? The health department? For a headache?
We're going from the health department, yes.
For one headache?
Yep.
I have a concern about that. That's why I brought the item up. Thank you.
So I have a lot to say on this part, but Mrs. Justice?
Sure, thank you very much. I seconded this motion for discussion. I do also have two motions on the agenda today. One was to halt mass quarantines being called by the health department, and then the second was to seek an injunction to be able to uphold the second motion. Under no circumstances am I looking for the school district to spend more money on legal action. That is not the case, but as we have seen recently with another issue with the referendum, sometimes the school district needs to assert themselves in order to do the best by our students and families. And that has been the case before, and I'm concerned that perhaps that's the case again right now. I have a number of questions for the health department. I have had limited experience with Miranda Hawker in the health department. I have sat on the executive roundtable with Miranda Hawker, and the only interaction that I have had as a citizen of Indian River County for 4 years on this school board has been when Miranda was very concerned about a rabies outbreak that had taken place in one specific area of our county. And she came and spoke to many different community groups about that rabies outbreak. The health department now finds themselves in a place of authority in this school district where they seem to be able to dictate, and they do have the authority to dictate who is being quarantined in our schools. Dr. Moore mentioned that he will be meeting with the health department this week, and I asked if school board members might be able to also attend that meeting and have that meeting in a public setting, because I do believe there are a number of questions to be asked. And while I think the school district staff does have the responsibility to follow the guidance of the health department, we as elected officials and school board members certainly have the authority to question some of that, or not even authority, but why wouldn't they want us to, is really the question. Whether or not we have a right to do it, why wouldn't they want us to? And so I have that question pending for Dr. Moore for that meeting to be a public meeting where the school district can listen and participate if necessary, and ask questions. Mr. Bass, can you define for me what close contact is? Because Mrs. Rosario shared with us something from Nemours that cited CDC
cited the CDC, and it's saying that close contact is defined as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention define a potential SARS-CoV-2 transmission event as 15 minutes of exposure within 6 feet without the benefit of a mask. Thus, SARS-CoV-2 is not transmitted by individuals walking past in the hallway during a short trip in an elevator or across a classroom, especially when masks are worn and hand hygiene is observed. Mrs. Rosario shared that with us on Tuesday during our workshop. So can you tell me how we define close contact or exposure in our classrooms?
Through the chair, following the health department's guidance and looking at it right here, the close contact would be 6 feet within 15 minutes, and it says whether a mask is worn or not. So 6 feet for 15 minutes, close contact being handshake, hug, something of that nature, or any type of contact with their secretions.
So contact, so a student sitting next to another student in a classroom would be defined as close contact?
If it were within 6 feet.
Okay, thank you for that, explaining what the health department's guidance is on that. I have a number of concerns regarding the timing of students being identified as being positive and the quarantining that is happening. Mrs. Berenborg brought up my daughter, so I'll use her as an example, and I apologize in advance, Ava, for continuing to discuss this, but it seems that I have been put in this place for a reason, so I will continue. When my daughter was quarantined on a Wednesday, the student hadn't been in school for a week. She was identified as having been quarantined. The students that were quarantined were sent to a quarantine room, it is my understanding, where they all awaited pickup from parents. These are students who were quarantined from different levels of interaction on the campus, but yet were all put in one place waiting for quarantine. That has been concerning to some medical professionals in our community. I'm sharing that concern today, and perhaps the superintendent and staff can take that to their meeting. The other instance I just heard of was more recent. I understand that a student felt ill over the weekend, was given a COVID test on Sunday, and we didn't begin quarantining students in our classrooms until Wednesday because this student did attend school Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week. So we seem to have a parent responsibility issue too. If your child has taken a COVID test and you're awaiting results, what communication is the school district of Indian River County giving to parents, or the health department giving to parents, or doctor's office giving to parents, saying to them, your child has taken a COVID test, out of respect for the students and faculty on that campus, we would ask that you refrain from returning until you get the results of that test. As I understand it, that has not happened, and I feel like it's very, very important. We all must work together, as in this case of school safety, for health safety in our schools, and we all have a responsibility to do that together. Again, I ask that the school district take some authority here. It has been made very clear to me by the board attorney, two things. The health department does have the authority to quarantine students under a public health emergency. I am hopeful that that public health emergency will end soon so that our school district staff is able to take better care of our students in our classrooms and safeguard their right to their education. The second is, and I just lost my train of thought completely. The second is that, you have to give me a moment, I'm sorry. This has been such a hard situation because while we have transitional option for certain students and we have the virtual option for certain students, Dr. Moore, while we are quarantining students from our classrooms, there is absolutely no instruction, consistent instruction that is going on. Some teachers are doing it, some teachers are not. It's a very, very, very difficult platform to try to communicate with your students via Canvas, I would imagine, in trying to answer individual student questions. I do not feel it is meeting the needs of our students, and as I have shared before, there are cases where students are being quarantined for 2 weeks, returning for a day, quarantined for another 2 weeks, and it is just an impossibility. Having had the slide that we had at the end of last year, to come into school with the different accommodations that we have now, and then to be pulling kids out of class in a circular fashion just is going against everything that we stand for as a school district. And You know, I know the health department has a job to do, and that job is to take care of COVID, but we have a job to do, and that's to take care of our students. And the point that I had forgotten was this: parents need to understand, the school district cannot advocate for your quarantined child. Let me say that again. If your child has been quarantined, we do not have any advocacy right to talk to the health department about your child's quarantine. That responsibility is yours. Having been a parent that has gone through this process, I will tell you that there was very little conversation offered to me. It was very much a cut and dry. Your daughter was quarantined from school. I said, well, is there any notification? I asked if there was any paperwork at the school when I was picking her up. They said, well, we'll put it in the mail to you. And I said, well, I kind of need to know now. I just took her for a COVID test. She's negative. This student hasn't been in school for a week. Like, you know, I have questions about this. I had to go to the health department offices, which is like a ghost town. I had to stand outside of the window while one secretary went in and out of the public information office, giving me documents to answer my questions. It was at that point that I was given a form letter about my daughter and when she'd be able to return to school, and that date is tomorrow. There was no real other guidance. I asked what would happen if my daughter what came back to school, and the answer was the school is going to deny her access. And I said, well, what if she does it? What if she comes in? I mean, what if she walks in with the other students? She will be removed. There are SROs at the school. There's law enforcement. She will be removed from the campus. So if you're a parent and your child has been quarantined, I am here to tell you right now, the onus is on you. You need to get a lawyer. You need to figure out how to navigate through the administrative bureaucracy and red tape of the health department. And the onus is on you to advocate for your child's education, because I am doing the best I can to do it, and I am failing. And I'm sorry for that. It's a shame. I do believe we all want to work together here, but I think common sense must prevail. As we have discussed, the CDC continues to change recommendations, and we need to be nimble and flexible in the quarantining that's happening locally to reflect that. When you speak with many people, we learn more and more about COVID every day. We learn about the prodromal time, we learn about the symptomatic, the time of contagion, the time that symptoms are onset. All those questions are very, very important to understanding the life cycle of the virus within any one person. And a 14-day quarantine for symptoms, I'd like a review of that. I'd like to question the health department's judgment on the 14-day onset of symptoms, because one of the blessings of doing this work has been we have so many ICU nurses that have been coming to the district and talking to us. They're taking care of COVID patients. Their students are students in our school system, and they're saying onset for symptoms is 4 to 5 days. So the fact that we're keeping out from 14 days, I get that the health department has the authority, but you know, if you met my mom, she'd tell you, when I think something's wrong, boy, will I fight to try to make it right. And in this situation, we are denying our students in education at the direction of the health department, and I do believe it needs to stop. So I thank Mrs. Barenborg for bringing this to us. And I ask that this school district operate in a real mode of transparency where we open up the conversation between the health department, the school board, school staff, parents, to create a better flow of information. I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm talking to Ms. Hesling. Go ahead.
To open up a better flow of communication for our families. Because while we are not actually quarantining students, the health department is, parents feel like we're quarantining their kids. Parents feel like we're keeping their kids from school. And they're worried about it. You know, when I see my daughter's friends very, very upset, a lot of anxiety, mental health issues, concerns for these teenagers being at home by themselves at weeks at a time, falling behind in classes, missing sports, missing their friends. Dr. Moore likes to talk about liability. That's important as part of his job. He needs to recognize that I think we have an enormous amount of liability here. And whether or not it really truly lies with the health department that's quarantining or us as a school district, I feel ownership of that. And I'm going to do everything I can to stop it. So I appreciate you bringing this forward.
I'd like the mass quarantines to stop if students are masked. I tried to make masks optional, and then I tried to incentivize the use of masks, especially in the high schools where it seems that students are falling behind so quickly, that if a student is masked, that they would have the opportunity to supervise their child, watch their child, look for symptoms, check, make responsible decisions for their family and for the families around them, the teachers, of course. But this 30 students here, 40 students here, 35 students here, 19 students here, I mean, it's just... And the other question I have, Mr. Bass, is where are the other quarantines happening? Because it's beginning to feel like the School District of Indian River County is the Department of Health's playground. They quarantine, they have a lot of power, they come in, they do what they're gonna do, they make their stamp. But, you know, I go other places, I go to football games, no masks on kids. I go to soccer games, no masks on kids. I went to a Little League game, all the kids are in the dugout, no masks on kids. Teachers are there, teachers' kids are there, no masks. I go to the mall, sitting in the food court, no masks on people eating, big groups of people. So, you know, contact tracing is easy to do in the school district. It's like they're in a pen. It's a wonderful opportunity to exercise their control and authority. And I'm ready to push back a little bit. I think it's time that we stand up for our students.
Okay. Mrs. Rosario?
Thank you. There's quite a bit there to respond to. I think I want to start, though, in with regard to the student protocol. I think I heard some questions there of Mr. Bass regarding the protocol at the school levels. I'd like to direct everyone back to the opening school plan that we all agreed on, that we all approved. There are some things already written in that plan that address some of the things that you all have been asking, so that if a student who has COVID-related symptoms, or symptoms obviously relating to that illness, their parents should have their child self-isolate. But I want to direct you all to page 21.
Of what document?
The reopening plan.
Okay.
Jackie, while you're looking that up, I'm going to request if I could get a copy from Mr. Bass or someone from staff to bring us a copy of the School District of Indian River County, the sheet that you hand out to the parents. I cannot get mine to, you have it? Okay. Actually,
I'm sorry, ladies, can I ask you to, I'm going to start at 15 instead, page
Okay.
15. I guess I'm just waiting for you all to just let me know when you're there.
All right.
Ready.
Okay.
You there? Okay. On page 15, I heard some questions about the symptoms. What we have here in our plan may not mirror exactly what the CDC recommends or the health department recommends. I believe that we directed the superintendent in the summer when creating this plan to consult with the health department and to do research with what was on the CDC website. And so this is where we got this list here. But in the middle of this page, again, for those listening, page 15 of our school reopening plan, students and staff who present any of the following illness symptoms will be sent home from the school setting: fever, chills, new cough, shortness of breath, muscle and body aches, headache, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, diarrhea, new rash. The next bullet point identifies students will be escorted if they are presenting with these symptoms by a staff member to the nurse's office, and that when a student presents with this illness or these illness symptoms, arriving at the isolation room, which every school by now should have an isolation room, temperature and symptom checks will be completed. The health assistant will then complete a form that is called communicable disease tracking log for that identified student. On page 16, the protocol continues and it says designated contacts for the student will be informed of needing to pick up the student from school. The health assistant will follow Department of Health guidelines for reporting and contact tracing. Follow-up actions will be implemented according to the CDC and Department of Health recommendations. I'm skipping some of these that are for staff. I'm just addressing the ones that I've identified for students. The next bullet says students and staff displaying possible symptoms may return the following day or the day following the receipt of a negative COVID test or release from the healthcare provider and with coordination of school administration. Students who have been identified with and confirmed mild or moderate case of COVID-19 may return to a physical school setting after, and then of course it says when they can return. My bringing this up was because there were some questions with regard to if a student has one symptom, are we sending them home? Why are we sending them home? And then what happens from there? Well, we have it here in our plan. We all approved of this. And at that point, to be cautious, we got to remind ourselves that in the middle of summer, we were somewhat in the middle of this pandemic. And if somebody starts sneezing or coughing, truthfully, you don't know if that person has COVID. We don't know. It takes a little while before we get a result. And with regard to masks, masks are not foolproof. I do not believe that a mask is going to prevent you from getting COVID. Neither does the CDC, neither does the health department. I think we can all agree, masks are not a cure for COVID. It doesn't mean it doesn't help in schools, because it certainly does help in the spread of illness. It certainly helps to prevent kids from touching everything, which we know they touch, and hands and mouth and sniffing of the nose and rubbing of the eyes, or, moving it around. I mean, none of that helps, but it certainly prevents children from talking and spreading when they're coughing or when they're laughing or when they're speaking, and the spread of I forget the words the spread of whatever it is that they spread. So I don't know I know we started with the discussion of asking, there's a motion still, right, that we're asking the superintendent to look into the overreach of the health department, which I can certainly, I can support that, because it's important that we, at the end of the day, make sure that we are the ones that are the final decision makers within our school district. But at the same time, let's not forget that we all approved this as a working document. We already have protocols written. Now, if you all want to change what's in our document here, that's a different story. And I think that would be a conversation for another day, because quite frankly, that's a lot. But we also go into, I also bring us full circle to what Dr. Moore requested earlier, and that was to give him time to review our current plan and really take a look at where we are in our current plan. Does it need to be, which I believe he's going to do anyway, I mean, organically with the moves that we are all asking for, and what we just approved with Mrs. Berenberg's earlier motion. You know, I think we all need to take a little step back, become familiar with what you already approved, and understand that when a student is asked to go home, I don't think that anybody is trying to, send someone home too prematurely. I think out of caution, that might be what's happening. Now, I'm not at the schools, right? I'm not there. I don't know if anyone at the school level is saying, "Up, sneeze, okay, you got to go home, quarantine." You know, I don't know that. I can only hear what I'm hearing from you all. I haven't received any calls from parents or emails from parents with that in mind. I know I have received some concerns with regard to the quarantine. I certainly can support directing the superintendent to look into that, making sure that children who are at least within the 6 feet guidance, get quarantined. I wanted to talk for a quick second to something that Mrs. Justice mentioned earlier. I think it was Mrs. Justice, when we asked Mr. Bass about who is actually quarantined. Is it within the 6 feet or after the 6 feet? Let's also keep in mind that when we quarantine students, and I want to think that this is happening at the school level, that we're not just looking at what happened in the classroom. Kids are together in the morning, kids are together in the hallway, kids are together at lunchtime, kids are together in the gym, kids are together in passing. Kids are not perfect. Kids remove masks, put them on. Kids can talk without the mask for a quick second and possibly expose someone else. I think we have to go deeper into the contact tracing. And I realize, I hear that we're not the ones that are actually doing it, but the teachers are the ones that are identifying, right, who in the classroom has been identified as in close contact. But it's not just a picture capture of that moment. There has to be a deeper look into who have you been in contact with all day. So maybe the student who's currently sitting in the back of the room, I see Mr. Bass's hand up, maybe the kid who is sitting in the back of the room wasn't immediately sitting next to, that child who possibly has COVID in that moment, but maybe that child was sitting with that kid, earlier during the day. I don't know. Mr. Bass, please.
Through the chair, just for clarification, we look for transportation, we look for after-school activities, we look at lunch. We have been utilizing video for transportation to see who they were sitting with, also utilizing video in the cafeterias to determine who they were sitting with.
Thank you. So that's exactly what I'm thinking, is that when we look at this and ask a student to quarantine, we've got to look at it from a bird's eye view, unfortunately. And the other issue we talked about with Dr. Moore on Tuesday was what happens when that child is quarantined. And I certainly am going to have conversation with him a little deeper with regard to the education of that child on quarantine. But that's not the discussion for right now. Right now, I hope that we all remember that we do have this in place. Whether now is a good time to review it, I'm going to leave that up to the board collective to make that decision. In the summer, this was a good enough plan that everybody agreed to it. Right now, it might be time for us to review it.
So here we are.
All right. Go ahead.
Not even know where to start here. On the list that Mrs. Rosario referenced of the symptoms, what I hear here may be some fear and lack of clarity about how to respond to some of these symptoms. For example, a headache in and of itself doesn't indicate COVID-19. It says a headache if abnormal for you. For me personally, I get headaches all the time. It is not abnormal. There are other symptoms on this that I get all the time that are not abnormal for me. I'm not worried that when I have some of these that I have COVID-19. They're normal ways that my body works. I think what we have is some fear about potentially underreaching so that students are, so that decision makers are acting in an abundance of caution to protect themselves and the school. What I might suggest as a possibility moving forward, and I offer this to the wisdom of some of the district decision makers, is that if a school decision maker is at all unclear, that there be a experienced, well-researched voice at the district that they can call. My student has a headache. They say this is unusual for them. What should I do? My student has some nausea, but they say this happens all the time. Should I be worried? You know, they're allergic to dairy. I mean, there's so many ways to address this that don't need to pit us against who should be our ally, which is the Department of Health. To me, the Department of Health should be our ally in this, not our competitor. And I would prefer to look for a collaborative solution, because I'm pretty clear that, like us, the Department of Health has the best interests of our community and our family at stake. You may disagree with me, Mrs. Justice, and you may feel that you are failing miserably, but let's be clear that you feel like you're failing miserably because your view isn't expressed or shared by the rest of the board. This is a 5-member board. It's not that you are failing miserably, it's that I disagree.
Please don't speak for me, that's not what I said.
You exactly said that, I wrote it down.
No, I'm sorry. I feel that I am failing in my advocacy for parents who are concerned that their children are being kept out of school unnecessarily.
I get it.
But I'm not asking for you to agree with me right now. That was a statement that I made. Please continue. I didn't interrupt you, but
Your version of advocacy may differ from mine. It doesn't mean you're failing, or I am, or I'm not.
okay, thank you, Dr. Schiff.
I would prefer to see us move forward collaboratively with the Department of Health. Now, how that may occur is subject to a discussion. But to say we want to bring action against the Department of Health, to say that they are overreaching, let's have a conversation about that. Because what I don't want to do is set up units in this county who have the well-being of the county and the community to be pitted against each other like we are adversaries in a public health crisis. We're not. So I would ask if we could be a little less adversarial in our language. I would ask Mrs. Barenborg her thoughts about that, because overreach is a really strong word. Now, that may be exactly what you intended, and it's fine if you did. Hang on, I'm almost done. It's a really strong word.
It is.
And that may be the word you want, and that's fine. But I don't think that any of us in this room and any of us in this community are interested in harming the community. I just don't. I think we may have disagreement about how to go about accomplishing that. But personally, and people know this about me, I don't look towards adversarial solutions when I don't have to. I look for collaborative solutions, I look for consensus, and I think we have an opportunity to do that here, and I would much prefer we go that route than start talking about bringing actions and injunctions, and I'm sorry, Mrs. Barenborg, I don't have your language here in front of me.
That's why I want to talk, because I want to tell you what the language was.
Yeah, and what you do say here, though, is you say to devise a plan.
That's what I asked for.
And I'm really clear about
Yes.
devise a plan. I don't have a problem at all with devise a plan to
That is
work
what the action
together.
item is. The action item is not to go forward with any legal issues. The action is to devise a plan on what to do when there is overreach.
Right, and I would have no problem with this.
That's the action item.
To devise a plan to, whatever it is, to work collaboratively with the Department of Health and to develop strategies when we have disagreement about how to handle a particular instance in the schools, which is what we've been talking about. You brought up some really good points about if a student is not sitting in their seat, or if, about what we do when a teacher can't be reached. I agree with you. Those are really important considerations. But I'm not sure I'm willing to say overreach by the Department of Health, but I am completely willing to say, let's devise a plan to work together moving forward, and let's continue to review that plan on a regular basis to ensure it meets the best interests of students, parents, teachers, staff, and community.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm glad you went back and looked at that, because it does say we're going to direct the board attorney or the superintendent to work with our board attorney to devise a plan to address any overreach of the authority. I am not saying that we're now threatening a lawsuit and stating that they're being overreached now. What I'm saying is we need to devise a plan, right? Much like we did when the millage came up. We need to devise a plan on how to handle it if we see there is overreach. I'm not saying that let's go sue anybody right now. What I'm saying is we have to have a plan ready. Just like we're going to have a plan ready for when everything's lifted and we go back to normalcy, I'm saying develop a plan, let me finish, develop a plan to move forward, okay? And I do want to bring up Mrs. Rosario's points about the symptoms and the statement on page, what was it, 15?
15.
On page 15, where it says, headache, and I underline that one too, headache if abnormal for you. But I will say there are things like a child was sent home for a red eye and being told that they had to quarantine. You know, since when do we do that when you think a child has pink eye? No, you send them home and you say, hey, I think they might possibly have pink eye. Can you watch this or call your doctor or whatever? So that's what I'm saying. There is that scared sentiment that's out there with our clinics. So we do need to worry about that. That's kind of a different, these are two different items. But as far as developing a plan, it is our job as a school board to direct our superintendent and our attorney when needed to devise a plan. Does that mean that I'm saying let's go sue everybody and spend a bunch of money? No. What I'm asking for is when there is overreach. And that's why I asked him so many questions, because you know, I think that people are looking at this and saying, oh, she wants to go sue the health department. No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is it has been brought to my attention that there are situations where kids are being quarantined and parents aren't having any rights or any questions or any answers or anything to their defense. And for parents' rights, let's talk about parents' rights. Where's their right here? And as a school board, we should take a stance for kids and say, yeah, they need to protect that right. As far as the mass quarantine goes, I don't know if we can overrule the health department on that. That's a question I have, and that's why I'm asking for our attorney to make a clarified plan for us. Does that mean they're going to make a plan and go out and do it? No. That plan would obviously come back to this board for discussion.
May I respond?
Mrs. Zork,
Mrs.
I recognize
Zork?
that it's your turn to speak. I just want to, I had another personal experience. Mrs. Berenborg speculating as to personal experience. I just wanted to share my son's, and then that's all I'd like to share. May I share that with Mrs. Berenborg?
May I respond to her concerns, responding to me?
Can you do it briefly? Because I'm
Always.
I'm not, and I don't mean that because I was letting Mrs. Berenborg speak, and I had something that I wanted to say since I've not been able to speak. But go ahead, and then Mrs. Justice, and then, go ahead.
Yeah, through talking about to maybe say something, I've forgotten what I was going to say.
All right.
Thank you, Mrs. Zork. Mrs. Berenborg, you're correct. There are instances in which, you know, there are some situations in our health rooms or at our schools where there's some misunderstanding as to symptoms and how they're being identified. My son had an upset stomach that was very quickly cleared up by a trip to the bathroom. He's young, and hopefully he'll never hear about this meeting, so God help me.
But that's just the truth. And there wasn't a lot of exploration. There wasn't discussion. I was met outside the school. My son was given to me with a letter from the health department at that time. It just basically said, you know, doctor's note, 10 days, or a negative COVID test. And he just had to use the bathroom. So, you know.
Yes, it's quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I totally don't disagree with you about, right, yeah, so just for the record, to be clear, about advocating for kids, for parents, for any of that. I don't, and this all comes down to the issue, and Mrs. Rosario raised this, we've talked about this, is implementing the plan as it is, and then having strategies for what happens when there is some disagreement. I have heard as many stories as everybody. I heard a story the other day where a child desperately wanted to wear a mask, and his parent told him he couldn't. So, I mean, I've heard every story, as have you all. I've also had more parents write to me, call me in the last month that I have advocated for just as much as all the rest of you have. But let's figure out, I don't have a problem with devise a plan, but let's work collaboratively to do, let's not accuse the department of overreach. Let's work out a. What do you want to call it? And I mean, parents are writing to us right and left, and I can't speak for any board member, but, you know, district staff has heard from me probably, you know, more in the last month about, can you handle this? Can you look into this? Can you see what's happening over here? We're all doing that, and we'll continue to do that, and that's our job. But it's also our job to do this in the way that handles individual complaints when we get them, and acts in the best interest of the majority of our students, of our faculty, of our teachers, of our schools, you know, everybody who's affected by this. So I just want to be really abundantly cautious about how we work with people who can and should be our allies moving forward. And I would like to communicate that they're our allies and we work with them, not against them. That would be my preference.
So I've been looking.
Sorry, that
into
wasn't that
this.
short, Laura. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
that's
thought it
fine.
would be shorter.
I've been, just like everyone else, I've been hearing stories, I've been looking into this, and when, let me speak, Mrs. Rosario, and I'll let you, okay, next. I'm really having, because I've not been able to have access to see how any of this is working, I have asked Dr. Moore to help me set up a meeting. Once we get a student that's identified that has tested COVID, let me come in, let me see how, let me observe the process so I know how it works, and then you know, if I have concerns, I can express them to the superintendent, or it might give me comfort being able to see the process. I've not yet had that experience, and I think all board members need to be able to see that. Excuse me?
That's true.
We are, Mrs. DeAgresta, we are given all confidential information any time. I think the HIPAA, I think that's being thrown around, but as board members, we have the authority to be able to go in and watch the process.
I was there and asked to watch the process. I was told I had to leave.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Zork, board members by law have access to all information regarding personnel. There's a specific provision in the law that says that even if items in a personnel file are confidential, board members have full access to that. The law doesn't say the same thing about student information. So if you are referring to student information, board members do not have free access to all student information. The law says that educational officials, people that have a need to know the educational information on a student, have access in order to do their job, but not otherwise. So I'm not sure in this situation that the health department can release their quarantine, I'm going to get the word wrong, the investigation that the health department conducts, that information is, if that's what you're seeking.
Right. That, and I appreciate that. That's not what I'm not asking for, I'm not asking for the health records of any student. I'm asking to be a witness and, to the process, to know how it works from A to Z. That health department individual does not have to hand me anything that identifies specifically those students, which again, I'm going to put it on record. I have not given permission for the school district to give my children's names, grades, or anything over to the health department, and I've said that many times.
Through the chair, the epidemiological investigation, I had asked the health department about that particular situation. They said it is private,
What's private?
the actual investigation.
See, that is where I do agree. It's an overreach in the fact that it's keeping it quiet and nobody knows what's going on. We, as the board who represents this district, that is unacceptable to me of what they're saying. And that's what I question. If they're saying that, even if it is legal, that's something that I would be interested in talking to the governor's office about, because maybe that's something in law that we need to look at. But I do not accept the fact that a third-party entity can come in and dictate for our students. Like Mrs. Justice said, we're not seeing them out on the ball fields, we're not seeing them in the malls, but they have had havoc throughout our school district of just having complete access. And that's where I'm starting to have some reservations, is the fact that I think we have given them this control. I don't think, I think we could be doing a better job in standing up and, being more of an advocate for our students' privacy than what we are doing. And so I do have concerns. I think we've given them this authority because obviously, they're not out doing this at every other location. But I do want to talk about the fact that on page, since it's not the action item, but it was brought up, and this is the time to talk about it now, is the fact that on page 15, when we look at the symptoms that we approved. Well, those symptoms, whenever you see the School District of Indian River County, this form here is what parents get when they come to pick up their child. Mrs. Rosario, did you get this? I had Nancy print us all copies so that I could talk about it. So on September 21st, I actually picked my son up, and this was the form that I was given. It says, School District of Indian River County, date, it has it marked in there, 9/21, to parent guardian. Note, let your child's school know of any health conditions that may present as symptoms of COVID-19. We will need documentation from a physician if student has symptoms due to the condition of asthma, allergies, cough related to asthma, etc. And it says, today your child was seen in the health room and has been identified as having possible symptoms of COVID-19. As a precautionary measure, your child may return to school if they meet one of the following. Number one, student may return after 10 days at home, within quotations, return on day 11, or 2, student may return with a physician's note stating clear to return, or 3, student may return day after receiving a negative COVID test. And then, this is where it's not consistent. Please check symptoms presented. Shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, or cough. New loss of taste or smell. muscle or body aches, fever of 100 or higher or chills, vomiting or diarrhea. Then it goes on, your child may access classwork through Canvas. So when you pick your child up at the door, you have this sheet. Your child may access classwork through Canvas for each of his or her classes. Questions about classwork, please contact your teacher, your student's teacher. Please communicate with the principal or health assistant prior to returning your child to school. There's a few areas in here that I think we can clean up, and I'm just bringing this up. And I don't mean to be bringing it up in a negative way. I think this is the opportunity to bring this out. But these symptoms do not match these symptoms. In addition, in all the research that I'm finding on kids with anxiety and kids that are having issues with masks, there's three issues that symptoms that kids are having from wearing prolonged masks. And it's also been determined by health professionals. There's a survey that was out recently, health professionals who wear these masks. And a common symptom of wearing a mask for a prolonged period is headache. Another symptom is vomiting and nausea. So, as I had said before, my son has exhibited anxiety through wearing the mask, and we went through the headaches, and then we went through the diarrhea. But so those are areas that he didn't go to the office on because he was dealing with those. But the day that he did vomit, this is the day he was sent home, but that was over mask, wearing the prolonged mask. Now, my problem here is when my son was sent home for 10 days for vomiting, and I think it's something that Mrs. Justice brought up, that how can we be smarter at this? Because if it's an ailment that you as a parent or an individual knows,
Through the chair.
what could be causing that, why are we over applying this?
Through the chair, this is an opportunity, the motion, an opportunity for us to make this better. I hear my marching orders. We will do that. We will look at the symptoms that are being picked out in the health rooms. We will address that. We will work with the health assistants and the nurses to find a better way to contact parents to make sure that we are trying to see if it's something abnormal. We will do that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that because I think it's an issue whenever our kids are at home for 10 days because I did have 3 that I did take for a COVID test because I needed to get them back in school as soon as possible, the younger kids. But, and one thing I do want to be clear on is that I had a very good experience with the Cleveland Health Clinic whenever I got called to go pick up my grandchildren from school who was showing one had a headache, one had a runny nose, and the other one, I don't even know what he had. I think he made something up because he knew he was going to get sent home. So we did go to the Cleveland Clinic at 3 separate times, and got in right away. And I'm going to say with the Cleveland Health Clinic, we did know within 4 hours. It's a very rapid response to the test. So. And when I was there, I did question, do you need my health insurance? And so what I was told and what we can check into is the fact that if you don't have health insurance, well, first of all, they were going to try to bill my health insurance, and if that didn't go through, that the hospital actually was going to pick up the test. So I do want to say I had a good experience taking the kids over there. It's just unfortunate that for one of my grandchildren, we are up to the third time of being called. And if I was a parent that just wanted to 30 days out, I mean, my one son, we've missed 18 days, and that's crazy. But I appreciate you saying what you're saying, Mr. Bass, because it is an area that needs to address, because kids are missing way too much school, and I know that it's something that we can work on.
And I just would like to say, and I hear everybody's comments, and kind of almost take offense to it a little bit, because we are following the guidance of the health department. We were told by DOE when this started, Commissioner Corcoran, I remember the phone conference, the conference, follow your health department's guidance. And that's what we've been doing. So I think that, is there areas for us to improve? Absolutely. We can improve on the health clinic. We can improve on how we're making sure that students that are quarantined are getting educated. Absolutely. Always can improve on it. Even if the bar is set high, we can improve on it. But the things that you all are, let me take back, that's wrong. The things that are coming into question are not so much even with the Indian River County Department of Health. This is at a state level. This is the guidance that we are getting from our local health department that is coming down from the state health department. So that is where I feel like this should be centered. I mean, honestly, just trying to get to the end here. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and we will do that. We will start on that first thing tomorrow morning.
But with the sheet, who created this sheet?
If it was a sheet that was created and it's got our logo on it, it was created by us, given the guidance from the health department, taking the information that the health department provided, then we created it.
But we have these symptoms, and they don't even match these symptoms. So I was,
And we will correct that too.
but, I mean, Dr. Moore, are you offended that we're bringing these items forward, or is it just time for us to reflect on how to improve the plan?
Through the chair, we definitely need to improve the plan. And I have, from the very beginning, as I mentioned at the last board meeting, just in sharing our number of students quarantined versus the number of students who have been identified as being positive, been frustrated. And I think what Ms. Justice says is spot on. You know, our role in this community is to provide a quality, impactful education to all children, regardless of all things, even in the midst of a pandemic. And we have worked extremely hard to create environments to do just that. I think some of the frustration lies in terms of who defines what the overreach is. The health department, be it the state or local, I don't think they're going to say, yes, we are overreaching our authority. In receiving the item, in being proactive, I did ask Mr. Bass to reach out to schedule a meeting with the health department in order to say, where are there opportunities to go through that collaboration to say, we're doing everything. We're doing everything, and if you want data that it works, look at the number of students who are coming back, who are positive as a result of being quarantined. That's why you're quarantining, right? So I think we have a strong case to look at, this is our systems, these are our structures, this is what we're doing. Are there opportunities to, here at a local level, modify the quarantines? Can we, through this conversation, minimize or cut in half, 50%? Can we do that? And that meeting is scheduled, Ms. Justice and Ms. Thorpe, but by no means am I trying to exclude the opportunity for you all to be involved. I thought it was my responsibility to coordinate that meeting as your superintendent to bring resolve to the pending issue. I will be upfront and honest. I'm not optimistic that I will be able to reach a conclusion. If there are additional meetings to be held in the sunshine moving forward after we have that opportunity. And if that's the direction, that's the direction. But I need clarification on if we're unable to move the process better, make it more effective. Do we have the authority to say what overreach is? And maybe that's a question for the attorney. We are doing, as Mr. Bass says, we're following the expectations established by the health department. They have an executive order, and it is impeding our ability to positively impact and educate children. I don't think that's debatable. That's a fact. And I don't say that in a disrespectful way. Everyone is working as hard as they can, and that's a reality. I think in the quarantine process as well, as it was mentioned, there are opportunities to enhance what children are doing in the midst of a quarantine. And I think as we begin to revise our schedules and pull students back, the level of support that we will be able to provide moving forward when a quarantine, well, minimize quarantines, but when a quarantine still happens, we will become much more effective. And that is a recognized opportunity for improvement. So as we look at this and where we currently are, meeting scheduled, will represent our collective thoughts on this in a very, very aggressive and respectful way, and report back to the board as early as noon tomorrow regarding what outcome would be taking place. And then if we don't reach a predetermined compromise, we will make this modification, we'll make these changes, then what would be the next steps? And my confusion is, do we have the authority to say we think they're overreaching, but they don't think they're overreaching, and they have that executive order power? That's a question. I also want to mention, as Mr. Bass referenced, we're going to have to go back and look at the notification of students who are sick or going home. And that was at the beginning of the school year, that was the pressing issue. We've had about 19 pressing issues since then, but when we first started school, that was the pressing issue. So to hear that that is still going on, and I have feedback loops that are multiple in the organization, I wasn't aware that that was still an issue. I know we had one just last Tuesday, but other than that, I wasn't hearing that through the systems I've created to get honest, boot, on the grounds, boot level feedback to me. So we will go back and look at that. I thought we had made significant progress and really creating those systems. I do think when everything started, it was, the highest level of implementation, and then we've gotten very comfortable with what we're doing. And all in all, I know we're not done for the day, but the takeaway in terms of really looking and evaluating everything, we will create a plan that's more aligned to the specific date, and then probably even moving forward, establish predetermined dates to continuously look at it. And that's probably one of my opportunities for improvement. I should have said, okay, 5 weeks in, let me look at the reality of the plan. Same thing I do with school improvement plans or following up on professional development. Let's go back and look at implementation and make shifts or modifications. So.
And Mrs. Rosario does want to speak. I want to be clear on my intentions here today, and I do think it's every board member's intention, and I want everyone to understand that this is our time to have a frank conversation. This isn't our time to sugarcoat it. The only time us board members get to speak about issues is when we're gathered in a meeting like this. So if I'm trying to tiptoe around reality, I tried that in the very beginning when I was a board member, and nobody understood what in the heck I was talking about because I didn't want to have to bring hard issues to the public in a public setting. Unfortunately, this is our only time to speak, and not everything is pleasant that we're going to be talking about, but in no means do I want to devalue any of our staff that's been working really hard on this. And Mr. Bass, I don't want you to take, and I apologize if I come across that way, but this is my time to have that frank conversation, and all of us to have that. And I don't want it to be taken away that I'm devaluing your work. But Mrs. Rosario, then Mrs. Justice.
And then Mrs. Zork,
And then
I wanted to allow Mrs. Rosario to speak, but we've been in this meeting 14 and a half hours now. Could we call the question?
Well,
I realize that
I
there are a
was
couple of
just gonna
people
say
lined up
that.
to speak,
I was
but
just gonna-
could we, this is 14 and a half hours of one meeting so far.
and
I
And we
was
still
just
have,
gonna
we
say
still
that.
have items on the agenda.
Dr. Schiff, we did have a record-breaking amount of public comment, and
I'm not
we,
suggesting we shouldn't hear it, but
right,
But-
and I believe we started in our conversation, and I'm going to say probably about 4 hours ago. So I'm here, and if it takes, and I'm hoping not, but if it takes us time to talk this out, this is the only time we get to talk about this, and it's a very, these are very important topics that we need to just flush out, and this is our only opportunity, and I can appreciate, I think we're all tired, but I'm going to allow the board members to speak, and then we will vote on this. Go ahead, Mrs.
Thank you.
Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have concerns with the word overreach. Who gets to determine that? It's very subjective, and it was just mentioned before. We don't have authority over the health department. In the summer, everybody was taking direction from the CDC. In the spring, when COVID was, when we first when everybody had to quarantine and everything was shut down, everyone was taking their direction from the CDC. The CDC has really been the authority on how this country should function, whether we agree with it or not. That's how it was. And it still is. And in the summer, even this NUMERS, when I shared the NUMERS report, even they follow the CDC guidelines. Under their school attendance policy, or their recommendation for school attendance policy, they list the same symptoms that we have in our policy, the same ones. And underneath their symptoms, they actually quote the CDC's Community School Child Care Symptom Screening List. Everything comes from the CDC. So even if we disagree with the Department of Health, our local Department of Health, they're just going to default to, well, we were just taking advice from the CDC. So really, as it happens in our schools, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where we have the authority, is what we will allow in our schools and what we won't allow in our schools. That is something that we can direct the superintendent on. That is something that we do have control with. That is something that I will support. I will not support the motion for overreach. I will support directing him to look further into it, as Mr. Bass mentioned. This is an opportunity for leadership to actually review the guidelines that we currently have, our relationship with the Department of Health, and to better understand and kind of streamline the structures that we currently have in place and the protocols that we all approved in the summer. This is a perfect opportunity for leadership to do that under our guidance, under our directives to Dr. Moore. That's first. Second, somebody mentioned pink eye. I'd like to just suggest, let's keep an open mind. Every symptom under the book is considered possible COVID symptoms, including pink eye. No, pink eye was not listed in our approved protocols. But there have been multiple people, adults who have been COVID, who have had pink eye and who have then 2 or 3 days later tested positive for COVID. So, you know, I think we need to keep an open mind. We've never had a pandemic. We've never experienced this before, ever. No one's ever had to deal with every single school closing and putting every single school from one day to the next, you know, have all those kids taking online schooling. We've never had an opportunity where we had a virus that quite literally can show up so differently in every single person. And then let's not forget the asymptomatic people who have 0 symptoms whatsoever, and they're walking around, you know, probably right next to you. So there is no real prescription for this. And I know that we're trying to do the best that we can, but we have to be flexible. We have to understand that we do have protocols, we do have procedures. How they're being practiced, for me, is the main issue. And then having an opportunity to review what we have right now is key. I would like to leave us with this. I'm going back to this NUMERS report. And then I promise I'm going to end with this. This NUMERS report states that an infection at schools is not a failure on the part of parents, teachers, the school, or the school district. It is not. Despite our best efforts, disease transmission occurs. Complete prevention of SARS-CoV-2 or CoV-2 transmission at schools is an unrealistic goal. A reasonable goal is to minimize the transmission, thereby protecting children, teachers, their staff, and the community. If a high rate of SARS-CoV-2 transmission occurs in school, the school district, in partnership with the county Department of Health, may elect to close a classroom, close a grade, close a school, or modify infection prevention practices within a school. Now, this partnership is not really going to work well, especially if we have an outbreak and I come back to, we do not have all of our transitional students back. When all of those kids come back in the school, how are we going to move forward with the Department of Health in good relation if we've got proposals for injunctions and calling them and accusing them of overreach? I'm not saying that there hasn't been overreach. I'm just saying that we have to be very careful in how we move forward.
Which is it?
We are the determiners in our school building. And even if there has been, you can move your hand all you want. Your opinion is your opinion, Mrs. Barenborg. If there has been an overreach, that is something that our leadership can handle in a meeting or two, and they can take care of and come right back to the books and make sure that this is not happening at the school level where we have the total control. So I'm just saying that we have to be very careful from here on forward, because I think that we may be overreaching our step when it comes to that. But like I said before, we are on the same page in many occasions. Now, with that, I have to agree with Dr. Schiff, Madam Chair, because it's not about us talking right now, but we have a whole room full of staff there who have not had lunch. They have had no more than maybe a 10-minute break throughout the day. And I'm just asking that you would be considerate of our staff who are there. And we're now going on over 4:34.
Mrs. Zork?
Mrs. Justice had the next, and then we'll call for the vote.
Oh, I have a comment. I want to respond to what was said.
Okay.
Okay.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, you respond and then I'll speak.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So yes, the health department has quarantine power. I am not doubting that. I already stated that at the very beginning, Mrs. Rosario. I stated exactly what is in statute, okay? That is not what I'm questioning here. However, I am questioning, where's the check and balance? That is what I'm asking for, a check and balance. And you used the word overreach. Well, guess what? I got that word from an attorney. I spoke to an attorney and I asked, what is the case here for us to have a check and balance on the health department? Can we say, oh, pretty please don't quarantine our kids? No, they have that authority. What I'm asking, and I'm going to go back to my motion, is I'm asking to devise a plan when there is overreach. I didn't say they had overreach. I'm saying devise a plan for when there is overreach. I'm basically putting them on notice. And I think that's our job, to say to them, hey, we're taking this very seriously, what's happening with our kids. And we're going to speak for parents in this side of this. And the comment I made was that if not us, then who? Because as you said, the parent has to be the right for the child. Yes, absolutely. The parent is fighting for their child in this case. But the question is, how can they come in and do this, and this, and we not say anything? That's what my point is. And I asked the attorney, what is the verbiage for this? And the answer was, the verbiage is, ask your attorney to look into when there's overreach. I didn't say they are overreaching. I am not accusing our health department of that. What I am saying is, we need to devise a plan and direct our attorney and our superintendent to have a conversation. And their conversation needs to be looking into, what does this document say that the health department can do, and what are they doing? And do we have a right to ask questions or to state that we have a concern about that? Yeah, we're having this conversation with ourselves, and he's going to have the conversation with the health department, but really, we need to have a conversation with our superintendent and our attorney about what it is that when they have an overreach, what do we do about it?
Yeah, and I think Mrs. Barenborg is right. There is no oversight of the local health department. There is no oversight. The only oversight would be from the Surgeon General at the state level, and the local health departments are created in a similar fashion to the way that the Department of Children and Families was created. So there is no oversight of this local health department on a day-to-day basis. So what I'm asking, and with the two motions, and by the way, I'm happy to pull my last two motions off. I feel like this certainly does cover what we're looking to do. But, you know, I just want to say, Mrs. Zork and I received a couple emails, and maybe I received some, and I think you were copied on them, where, you know, this isn't about you, this isn't about your kids, this isn't about, no, it's not. It's not about me. It's not about my kids. And let me tell you, my children wish that I never mention their names when I am here. Nothing about this has been easy for them. They have had teachers making comments at schools to them about my position on masks. Not every teacher, but it's happened, and it's been hard to deal with as a mom. But I've continued to move down this path because there is no local oversight. There is no oversight of the local health department. I do believe that families are kind of left in limbo here without an advocate. And, you know, I'm trying to do the best job that we can do to help them to do that. Mr. Bass, I apologize, sir, if you feel that somehow I have insulted you or your staff in this process. My nature is to be questioning. You can see by my motions that Mrs. Barenborg has a certain style. I have a certain style as well. I would argue that some of the things that certain board members have done over the past few months have allowed us to get to this point where we get to have a very transparent conversation, which my hope means that as you and the district moves forward over the course of the next year, you'll get some answers to some questions that other districts were too scared to ask. So I do my work as a school board member in the way that I do it, but I always am trying to do it with our students and families at the forefront of that. The last question I have is regarding school closure. Dr. Moore, you and I have spoken about this before.
the health department, I'd like some clarity about what it means to close a school. And I believe that Dr. Moore had said that we had set the criteria for what it would, when we would close a school. The health department is currently naming numbers of, they're quarantining students, so we have a running total of quarantines. And if I could just have some clarity about that, I'd appreciate it.
Through the chair, in the creation of that plan, that was the hardest set of data to put together. And in complete transparency, we pulled it from multiple sites ourselves in order to create something, because I wanted that criteria to be available on the front end.
Right.
So it wasn't like, where are you going, what are you thinking? And I could tell you, we're nowhere close to considering closing a school right now. Some by coincidence, or where kids were quarantined. And based on the last 8 weeks of implementation, I would be extremely hard pressed to even recommend that we would close a school. And the variances, not to muddy the water, but in my previous district, schools being closed with less students being quarantined. So the variance of how it's being implemented from county to county is significantly different.
Yeah, and that's really where the question lies. So it's happening, it's being implemented differently by different health departments across the state, across the country. So when I question the amount of students being quarantined or an injunction against the health department, I have some real concerns about the way, as a parent, the health department spoke with me. I don't think it was appropriate, and I don't think it was respectful of my rights as a parent. And Dr. Schiff, not to get it off on a tangent, but you said something about a child wanted to wear a mask and a parent said no. Well, that's the parent's right. And who are we to question the right of a parent to direct their child? But there's a lot of variance. Dr. Moore is right. The motions that I put on were in an effort to give us some teeth here. Not to start a fight with the health department, but to say, hey, these are our schools. These are our students. We recognize you're quarantining our students, and I just wanted some transparency. And when I do hear things like, no, you may not witness it, which I understand, and I left. I understood what was going on, but the gentleman wouldn't give me a card. When I was on the phone, they didn't want to give me information. When I was there, they didn't want to give me information. They have an entire building that is basically a ghost town. Perhaps we could put some classrooms there. Just a suggestion. But I feel like our place is in the middle of this, because it's happening in our schools, and I want to help to support the district and the staff to keep kids in school. So by no means am I trying to be disrespectful, but I like to know the boundaries, and I don't appreciate the smoke screens. So that was really my hope in moving forward. But I'm happy after we vote to pull my motions. I think this is sufficient, and I really thank you for having the bravery to put it on, because it does take a certain amount of gumption to advocate for our students and someone beyond your own family.
Mrs. Justice, for clarity, do you want to table them or completely pull them?
I'll pull them for now, and if I feel like it needs to be brought back at some point, I would just add it, but I'll just pull them for now.
Okay.
I feel like that's appropriate.
Mrs. Orr, can I call the
Mrs.
question? You need to ask if there's a second.
Is there a second
Second.
to call for the,
Second. That's fine.
okay. So, all in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, at this moment, we're going to vote on this with no further discussion because the question was called, Mrs. Rosario. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
No,
You're not opposed, or you are opposed?
no, I'm opposed.
Okay, just making sure. So, motion carries, Mrs. Esplin, 3 yes, 2 no, with Dr. Schiff and Mrs. Rosario with the no. All right, so we have Mrs. Justice who pulled her items, and we do not have them. So, superintendent report?
Oh, Tuesday's agenda, okay. Madam Chair, I don't have a report, didn't prepare one in anticipation of the amount of time. But I would say for anyone who's watching that the conversation, although it be spirited, comes in the service of children. And I know that for each and every single one of you, your heart is fully focused in on children in this district. And I appreciate each and every single one of you diving into the conversation and be willing to have it. And what we are doing in the midst of a pandemic, and I've said it before, I've said it to principals, leading in this time is not fun. It is not easy. In some ways, you look forward to doing something your entire professional career, and you feel heartbroken because you haven't even felt as if you started doing the work in which you felt God has called you to do. But with, with the opportunity to serve is the opportunity to serve. We don't get to, say exactly how and what the environment will be. So we all accept it wholeheartedly. So I hope no one walks away from this and says anything other than we're taking on difficult, complex situations. We're always not going to agree, but we're going to be in service of children. And I think this board has provided some very clear direction. We will begin to work on pulling together the research, pulling together the teams to review our current plan, bringing back modification changes and enhancements that are current to the reality, while at the same time implementing the immediate action that was discussed in Ms. Rosario's item for immediate improvement. And that allows us immediate improvement as well as the time really to do the research and bring back to the board a solid recommendation regarding how we move to what is the next stage of COVID, what the conditions need to be within that stages of COVID, and then have a plan on how we walk away from our current reality. And Ms. Justice is right. Well, I'm going to kind of paraphrase her words. We'll have that difficult answer already done for when that reality arrives in the midst of every other district struggling through it in that time. And I think that is very, very powerful. And there's a lot of work to do now, but it's going to smooth things over. I will provide an update to the board when the meeting with the health department is concluded, so you're fully informed. And as always, make myself available to receive feedback or provide updates to you as needed. And with that is my updates. Since I got so many people watching probably, we will conclude the survey. A whole day went by. So we will provide the opportunity for the survey to close tomorrow. I'll do a Facebook Live, making sure everyone knows. Still very encouraged with families who have already made the decision to return to brick and mortar. And I think that is an absolutely outstanding thing. We're looking to bring back right around 1,200 students. Looking for like a head nod here, Mr. Meyer. All right, 1,400. And at the end of the day, can we receive better news than that? That's 1,400 students coming back into brick and mortar, and they will be provided clear and consistent information as to how we move forward in the midst of this pandemic. And the frustrations felt by some of our teachers who go above and beyond to do the work, that number ensures some of those created frustrations as a result of doing everything we can do in the midst of a pandemic to be best by kids, we can take some of those away. So excited to get to work, excited to recreate the plan, and looking forward to really implementing some things that we learned. So about 6 or 7 weeks in, bringing back to the board, hey, here are the changes now, here are the changes now. And really continuing to be fluid and receiving feedback and changes and modifications. So very, very long 2-day, 1-day meeting, however you would look at it. But at the end of the day, the school district of Indian River County is going to be in a better place.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Okay, so we are on no discussion items. School board member matters. Mrs. Berenborg, and then I'll work this way.
Sure. I don't want to belabor the day because we have been here, everybody. I apologize, staff. I just want to say a couple things. thank you to all the parents and citizens, everybody that advocated on this issue. And I say thank you because I did read every single one of them. And I did listen to all the messages, and I did listen to people that stopped me. And you might be frustrated in the fact that I didn't agree with you on my vote, but I do agree that we need to move to demasking kids. We need to get back to normalcy. We just need to do it in what I think is a well-devised plan. So I just wanted to reiterate the thank you for advocating, and we did listen. I did listen. And I'm sure my other fellow board members were listening to you. I want to thank our staff, not just the staff here, but our staff in the schools and on the buses and working everywhere, because this has obviously divided our community, and it's obviously affected them. And I know it has. I'm hearing from them how it's affected them. And so I want them to know that, I kept you in mind doing this as well. The other point I wanted to say is congratulations to Kristen Maddox, our public information officer, for being recognized by the National School Public Relations Association as one of their 35 under 35. Sorry. I think the superintendent probably would have stated that had he not been so exhausted from the last couple of hours. I just wanted to make sure it got in there. Thank you.
Dr. Schiff.
Yeah, I appreciate Mrs. Barenborg's comments on appreciating, respecting, engaging with all of the parents, teachers, staff, bus driver, everybody who feels so strongly about this issue. And while we sit up here as a board, as Dr. Moore said, required to make tough decisions in tough times, this is not easy, this is not fun. I invite anybody who would like to step up to the next election. Because really, I acknowledge my fellow board members, it takes something to put your feet where your mouth is and where your beliefs are. And we may not always agree. We may have our moments of agreement and disagreement up here, but I respect each and every person on this board and person in this county who has stepped up to do jobs that not everybody wants to do. They're not fun and they're not easy. And they make us targets of things often. Because no matter what we say, there are any number of people who are going to disagree with us. And for the people who agree and the people who disagree, they have equal rights to be equally vocal, and we just have to take it. And it is what it is. It's what we signed up for. So to everybody who came out and felt strongly about this, whether we agreed or not, I appreciate your passion for this issue and for the well-being of this community. That said, I did two rough things this week, and I'm going to mention them here even though we're really ready to get out of here. Last Sunday, sorry. I went to the memorial at Sebastian River High School for our student who passed. And I was able to represent the board there. I know not everybody has a very busy schedule. And to everybody who was affected by that event, to his father, to his family, to everybody who was connected with that child, with that event, I hope I can speak for the board when I say our hearts go out to you. And I'm honored to have been able to be there that day. And then a couple of days later, I also went back to Sebastian River High School to support that school in the loss of one of the pillars of this community. And I don't know about y'all, but for better and worse, I follow social media a lot. And the outpouring, the comments, the respect, the dedication, the love for Mr. Billy Wilson is overwhelming. We got that news, unfortunately, in the middle of a meeting when we couldn't speak about it. And for what it's worth, when I got home and I was alone, I shed more than a few tears. Because when you look at what who that man was for this community, There are not many people who stand up and who stand out and who have the love and the engagement in this community like that man did. And there are not enough words. And so I was able to go to Sebastian High School, was it yesterday? I don't know what day it is anymore. And I didn't know when I went that they were holding a memorial in the courtyard for him. I found that out. My intention had been to go there for a short time and just support the principal and the staff. And then I found out they were holding a short memorial. So I stayed for that and was asked by the principal to say a few words on behalf of the district and the school board, and I was able to do that. But to Billy's family, to Billy's friends, to this community, to everybody that he touched, I hope again I can speak for the board. I'm sorry, we're all sobbing over this. How much we respected, loved, and appreciated and valued that man and his contribution to Sebastian River High School and to this district. And for what it's worth, I'll end on a light note. While I was there, and I was killing time waiting for the memorial, I was hungry, and I went into the cafeteria and asked for just a bite, because I hadn't eaten, thinking I was going to be there. And I had the absolute honor and privilege with hanging out and having lunch with the lunch ladies at Sebastian River High School. And as a board member, I don't often get to do that. And thank you. If any of you are watching now, thank you for taking the time to hang out with me for the 20 minutes or so we did. I heard every word you said, and I'm glad to represent you and everybody else in this district. That's all I got for now.
Congratulations to Kristen. I remember when you first started, and it was a really interesting adventure from a classroom teacher to a public information officer, and the love that you have had for this district, I think, has truly shown through in the work that you do. So thank you for that. You're welcome. Thank you to everyone that came out and spoke. This is what representative government looks like. It is not easy, but it is important, and you have to have your voice heard, or you will not be heard. So speak out, speak up. Being a board member isn't easy, but it can be incredibly fun and challenging, and I encourage everyone to partake in elected office at some point. You learn a lot. Thank you.
Mrs. Rosario?
Thank you. I wanted to also congratulate Kristen on her on this great honor. I can't see her face, but thank you very much. There you go. It is worthy. You are worthy of this honor. So thank you very much. I think I am in line with my fellow board members with regard to Mr. Billy Wilson. His passing is, it is a true loss to this community. I did not know Mr. Wilson personally. We knew each other professionally, but every opportunity we had to communicate was always almost as if you were friends, for a long time. And I got the feeling that that's how he treated just about everybody he came in contact with the utmost respect. And friendliness. So I'm very sorry. His family is in my my thoughts and my prayers. So my deepest condolences to them if any of them are watching, and to Sebastian River High School, for all of the students and the staff there who are feeling his loss. Remember all of the good times. Just remember all the good times and keep him in your heart. I want to thank all of the staff who are in the room today, every single one of you who have toughed it out on Tuesday evening and today, all day long. Board members can't get our work done if not for you all. And though we are not there with you Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, we certainly are there for you emotionally And we, at least let me speak for myself, I carry you all in my heart. And I know that your work is not easy. So I just want to thank you all today for skipping your lunch, which I am very, very, very sorry for. And I wish that you would have had more opportunity today to stretch and breathe. But thank you so much for your work. And Dr. Moore, that includes you as well. And lastly, I just wanted to let everybody know why I was home today. I didn't get a chance to say it before, only because of childcare. And actually, this meeting went so long. Even if I had childcare in the morning, I wouldn't have been able to, make it work for both. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Rosario. Thank you, board members. I know there's something I like to say. It is a scripture, but it's also a proverb that iron sharpens iron, and it makes us stronger, and it makes us sharper. So even though we don't always agree, I think it just makes us better board members and better members of the community. And I appreciate everyone's input today and the other day. And I value each and every speaker that did come and speak and sent us emails. And thank you for doing that. Keep it up. That you only make us better at what we do to make better informed decisions. So thank you for that. Thank you to staff and everyone for your work. I think Mrs. Rosario said it best, that we can't do what we do without you. And Dr. Moore, thank you for your leadership, sir. I still think that I made a very wise decision, and I'm happy to have you here. So at this time, if you have anything for a closing, are you done? Okay, so we're going to adjourn this meeting at 5 o'clock.